Welcome all players to day 3 of Goliath 2023. Well done for making this far. You've done very well so far, just a little bit more to go. Today we are playing to a conclusion on a 40-minute clock that will reduce to 30 minutes when we do get 5-handed on the feature table. There will be no scheduled dinner break today. We can agree to have an extended break in any break as long as you all want it together. Your button today has been drawn to seat number 5. Dealers, please place your button into seat 5 now. There will be redraws today at 3 tables, 2 tables, and for the final table we will be playing 8-handed as soon as we lose a player on the first 4 tables. So we will be 8-handed for the duration today until we get the final table, which will of course be 9-handed. Your blinds are starting at 150,000, 300,000, with a big blind ante of 300,000. Wish you all the best of luck. Dealers, please begin the deal.
Well, there we go. Mike, just follow me. We're just going to get started with the game. We're just going to quickly wander straight down here. Have a quick word with Mike just while the guys have just started the final day of Goliath 2023. 1,125 yesterday.
Yes.
Down to 44. Was that expected?
Pretty much, yeah. We thought we'd get close to 4 tables because the plan was to play down to 4 tables or the 14 levels yesterday. Yeah, 14 levels yesterday. So we thought we would be close. The structure lends itself to being at around this point by now. Yeah. Yeah.
You had a team talk this morning. Hope you get them all a big couple.
Yeah. They've all had. We got them all a pint last night as well, and we'll have quite a few tonight, no doubt. Yeah. Everyone's done a fantastic job this week. Just need to get us over the line now.
Yeah, 44 down to a winner. A long one.
I don't expect it to be too long, no. I don't expect it to be too long. 9 o'clock at the latest, I think. But yeah.
Yes,
somewhere in that.
It's going to be a good day. I think it should be exciting, and hopefully a lot of people watching the final table.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm going to get a chance to actually watch some of it today, so I'm going to come and keep an eye on everything.
A great effort, and if you don't get a chance to watch it live, watch the live stream.
Aye, I will do that.
Cheers, mate.
No worries, thank you.
And we are here, guys. Final day of Goliath 2023. One more day. One more day, ladies and gentlemen. One more day.
Oh, what a grind. What a grind, but what a lot of fun we've had.
Yep.
A lot of fun, and today it's all about crowning a champ and £220,000 for 150 buying.
Yeah, looking forward to it, Tower.
Yeah. The final day of Goliath. I hope you have a good day, ladies and gentlemen, watching the live stream, however much you can watch, and then obviously you can get yourselves rewatching, and a lot of the final table is later, rewatching it back and enjoying the live stream. But we're on now. Good luck, one and all. We're starting with 44. We are off. Yeah, obviously they realised that people would like to sit around and watch it. They're already thinking about that for next year. They wanted to move the stage because they wanted a backdrop and obviously more tables in the middle. They will make a bit of space later for the FT, but I'm not too sure how much. So it was good yesterday with the tables, with the chairs all the way around it, but they just needed more tables to make sure.
Yeah, and Surrender Sonat going for the jam here with the Queen Jack for 2 million and going to be in trouble. We've got Jonathan with the Ace Jack here. Jonathan not going to be folding this one, goes to the ISO. I like it. I'll run you through who we've got. So in 1 is Nicholas Sonat. In 2 is Nicholas Brigham. In 3 is JD. 4 Chris Trick. I didn't even realise Chris Trick was in the field tower.
Yeah,
regulars
he is indeed,
on the
Chris
GU
Trick.
KPT. Having a deep run in the Goliath. Rodney Correa in seat 6. We've got DB GDPR in 7. Zach Anescu in 8. And Mohammed Mia is in the 9 seat. So
straight away, Surrender in his short stack. 6 bigs just over. He's in with Pint, Jack Queen. John in seat 3.
Surrender does pick up. Gut shot.
Yep. So 10 and a queen, plain. No running spades, unfortunately. Same again, a 10 or a queen. And it's not. Pairs the 4. Surrender Sunar first out today.
Yeah, 44.
Great to see him as always. Lives in just round the corner near Wolverhampton. Super lad. Been on the circuit for years, and as Jay said yesterday, 1987 his first cash on the database.
Yeah, in Vegas, played a 1K in Vegas. 1987. So first casualty, taking home 1590. Just catching up with the chats. How are we doing? Jerry Full, John Brown. We might go to some out of tables if we get any any recordings of what's been going on. I think as the day goes on, when the tables we get down to the final two, especially the final table, there'll be a seating area there for everyone. Rob Duncan, I know it's a different layout to last year, but there still will be seating for a rail when we reach the FT. .44 coming back today, and we just lost our first in Surrender Sunar.
Unlucky Surrender. Cheers, Sean Kay's little family. Advice Arlees. Yeah, layout was much better, but Mr. Spectator seating from last year. It'll be on the feedback, and it'll be in the wash-up.
Any idea how long it's forecasted to take today? We're having 20-minute breaks today, PK? Yeah, so 20-minute breaks. I reckon it's going to be about 7 hours 20 of play with 3 20-minute breaks, so about 8 hours 20. I think we'll be done about 7:30, Tom. I'm going to go with 7:30. When we get to 7:30, we're going to be at the 5 million level, or maybe even the 6 million with a reduced clock at the FT, and we get 5-handed. So I reckon around there. Mel comes up to me last night, just outside tower. She goes, "I've got a bone to pick with you." She goes, "I've been telling Tracy all day it would finish at 9 o'clock. You're never wrong. That we'd be down to 4 tables." And I was like, "I'm sorry. I've got to get one wrong once in a while." But today I'm pretty confident that it's not going to be a late one. I think around 7-8 hours of play at the table plus breaks.
Let's go!
Oh, there's a double up somewhere. Let's go, whoop whoop.
Okay, Jonathan. Chip leader at the table, I believe. Not many chips on this table compared to Outers Town.
Yeah, out the tables.
Keep an eye on Nigel Brampton today as well, one of our
Yes.
live stream viewers who is on a complete free roll and bagged for day 3. Yeah, so Jonathan and Chris, 2 chip leaders at this table. And we know there's some bigger stacks out in the field. Alex Todd with the chip lead. Florent, because it's a random draw for the first table of the day, first feature table is always random. So whoever's drawn to the feature will go to the feature. We can't pick who comes on the feature for the first session. Always a random draw. Odin Razor Kev, good morning. Mr. Johnson, Eddie Johnson in the chat. Morning, Jan Tower. Great commentary as always. The Tower, Mickey Black done the housekeeping on Tower's treble yesterday and wondered if you and Harry Potter can get him out of trouble.
Yeah, it was a disastrous start yesterday. We could have picked odds on shots, but we didn't.
The Queen Jack of surrender was GG. Richie, if you cut out, I would man of straw. Any big names left? Regarding big names, not too many. Chris De Silva's still in. Chris Trick plays a lot of the 1K and 2Ks on our table.
All in the call table 12 gets a shout. Whoever that might be. So you hear the shouts and the all-in and calls.
He shoves 10 bigs. These need to go in the boxes.
Plays all in. Move. So Mo. Pocket nines. Did we lose one with the Queen Jack? Yes, it was Surinder Sunar. Surinder Sunar bust in seat number 1. First player eliminated today.
Yeah, another all in and cool here. We've got Mohammed in front against Chris. Just fading the ace at the moment. Morning, Danny-O. Big shout out to Dan Stancer, says Mark Davis. Back to this hand as Mohammed going to need to hold. It's a good start. Just fading an ace at the moment. No real runners other than the higher backdoor counterfeit or running kings. Just doesn't want to see an ace or and a jack now. Backdoor counterfeit outs. Fading 6 outs to get the double. And does all around it. No good for the A7. 9s of Mohammed. Doubling to 7.1 million. Harry then bought. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you both? Looking forward to this record-breaking coverage. We are good. Ready for the final day. Eddie, because we only have one person on the floor. We've got me and Tara in the comms. We've got Mikey on the action tracker. Dave is doing the blogging and the chip counts, and then PK's doing everything technical, and then every now and again he's out on the floor with a camera so you can catch some of the out-of-table action. I don't think people actually realise how small the team is for Carter and Direct. There's literally 5 of us, plus the boss. I wish we could have 200, 300 production man team like the WSOP.
Exactly.
But we can't.
Crew of 200. Cost of 20 million. Yeah. Unfortunately not, Eddie. We'll do what we can. And hopefully you'll enjoy the coverage for the rest of the day. Only lost 3 in total so far. So we are down to 41. Morning, Baz. We are both well. Looking forward to this record-breaking coverage.
The Carl and Direct cover are other non-Grosvenor events or other sports altogether. Just poker, but we do some AAA. I think went over for the Irish Poker Open last year as well. So yeah, not just the Grosvenor stuff.
Yeah, we do a couple of events in Dublin over the year. We do 888 stuff as well, but that's usually in a Grosvenor building. 888's coming up here in Coventry when we're back here in October.
Yeah, Danny O'Pique's not here next to us. He'll be out on the floor most of the day, but he does a great job. Patience are the same dealing with the folk on the Goliath Facebook page, says Danny O.
There are some weird and wonderful questions asked at any time during the day.
Are we playing to a winner today, lads? Yes, we will be. Kai Fraser, I reckon we'll be crowning the champion around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Yeah, so you see the numbers drop down. A few casualties to start the day. We saw Surrender. We've also lost Dan Stancer, MW GDPR, and Lawrence Reeves.
All in the column feature.
All in the column feature, Danny Bevan from Blackpool in the hat. I've seen Danny walking around all week and never realised it was in the final day. Didn't even see him yesterday. The Bevan with the Queens, big chance to double up or take out Nick. 10-6-2 is as clean as you like. Needs a fading ace or a backdoor straight. Well, it's a 4. So now an ace or a 4 that's not a club. So it takes one out of the way. And it's a 5, so we do lose Nick in seat number 2.
Yeah, taking home £1,720. So down to 39. Lost 5 players. First sub 20 minutes. Yep, feature table gets rotated every 2 hours until we're at the final.
It does indeed. All the best, Neil. Good to see you and Emma this week. See you in Blackpool in November.
Cheers, Neil.
Bradley Simpson's made day 2 of the Cup. Well done, Bradley.
Does that mean we're getting desserts today?
No.
No.
Morning, Jason. Missed you, Jason. You know, we really missed you this week. Missed the carrot cake more.
Yeah.
But missed you as well.
Raised 900,000.
If someone gave me £100, who would you bet on? By heck. Give me half an hour.
Don't move. Raises to 900. Goes for the full 3x here. Danny will be getting out of the way. Zach with the king 8. And just gets it through, and we have got some out-at-table action here to go to.
Yeah, that's some chips.
So we got Joe Knight at risk and Min G with the pocket eights. So Ace Jack of Joe Knight gonna need to find some help.
Oh, the Ace Jack of clubs.
Yeah, so Ace and Jack not working, but the clubs are working now. Needs a club that don't pair the board and doesn't find it. 6 of hearts on the river. We lose Joe Knight from the field.
Good
Great
effort,
run.
Joe. Great effort. Is that old Jimmy?
Jimmy, Min G.
Saw him in Vegas. Joe Knight finishing in 39th for £1,720. One more spot at that price, and then we get a little pay jump.
They don't die in Daniels. Some of God didn't realise Tricky was still in. Go on, Tricky, and a Wayne heads up would be awesome. How we doing, Jivers? I didn't even look at the book today, Tower.
Me neither.
Didn't even look at the book.
All I know is that Andy McKenzie from Scotland had a lot of people betting on him. He was 25 to 1. Ben Buckley says, taking the kids to Blackpool next week, leaving them in the hotel on their own at night time, going to play a couple of tournaments in Blackpool. Is it quiet?
Quiet?
There are a few comments. Best thing to do is look on the Poker Live app. It's always the best to do is to look on the Poker Live app, because you can just scroll down to Blackpool. And it'll tell you what comps are on and what tournaments are on. So like Wednesday, there's a dealer dealt. There's a dealer.com. There's a double chance freeze out on the 30, which is pretty decent. 60 quidder. There's a 80 quidder on the Friday and a 50 quidder on the Saturday. Check the app. Here's my advice.
Would Alex be the biggest name left in? I wouldn't say Alex, biggest stack, but I think the biggest name left in is probably Chris De Silva.
Yeah.
At this moment in time. Chris Trick, a big name as well, like UK circuit-wise, regular playing the 1Ks that we travel around and cover.
Indeed. Enjoy Blackpool next week, Ben. And no, he's not leaving the kids in the hotel on their own while he's off to play poker. Only kidding.
So Chris continuing for 550 here. And Mohammed with his second pair, facing third pot here. Just going to let it go. Yeah, Chris picks that one up. Just 10 height.
Great coverage in Cove this week. Just booked the hotel for next year. Excellent coverage. Looking forward to the excellent coverage of the final. Great work, guys. Cheers, Phil. These are the actual dates for next year. Oh, they're the chip counts overnight from all the players that were still in. There we go, 24 mil, 19 mil, and they're the dates. 25th of July till the 4th of August. A lot of players and a lot of people already looking at hotel rooms around. I would just say wait a little bit. I don't know if the hotels have already realised that the dates have been set and they've spiked up the price. But 25th of July till the 4th of August. I know you can. Most places now you can book in and cancel at your leisure.
Yep, there is the one remaining lady still in, Hannah Tomlinson. Hours Towers treble. Result, same as every other week, a Nightbot.
It was unlucky.
Unlucky, you didn't even get one up.
Yeah, they were unlucky that they all kicked off. First time ever we didn't get one up.
What? Definitely not.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
not
going
having
forever.
that.
I'm going forever.
Mohammed here.
Oh, there's some fist pumping in the background.
We'll head to the outer table right now as that's a walk. Let's see what's going on out there. And there she is, Hannah Tomlinson. Is all in. Has Let's have a look. Jack 9, and it's Ace King she's up against. So 2 live cards with the Jack 9 suited. It's under 40% still. That's a good start. Finds top pair. Just fading.
What's going on here,
We need
more man.
It's early in the morning.
No ace, no king. No ace, no king.
Over. It's a king. King of diamonds. So we're going to lose Hannah from the tournament. Unfortunately, after getting there on the flop, she's going to take home £1,720.
Oh, she said good luck to everybody as well. How nice is that? She didn't mean it. Unlucky Hannah. Oh.
Another one gone. 37 now.
Look at PK running. Only because boss is here. Absolutely unbelievable job, PK, this week. Not just this week, but social media, just some of the questions. Even I wanted to reply. Shut up, clown. Oh, there's been some beauties. There has been.
Definitely, if I want to go to the toilet, do I have to put my hand up?
Do I have to ask the dealer if I need to go to the toilet? We're not in year 3.
When they pause the clock.
That was a genuine question. Genuine question. Do we pause the clock if I need to go to the loo?
Question yesterday.
Yeah.
The final table being live streamed.
Is it? Oh, is the final table? Yeah. We'll get to the semi-final and then we'll stop. Oh, brilliant.
What time's the senior start today? Is it
2?
2 p.m.
And it's already full. Well, Tracy knows she's already bought in. She's probably just waking up. Morning, Trace. Best buddy turned up. So Mel Simpson turned up from, she was watching the live stream. She donated 20 quid for a song while she was listening to Joker's Wild. And she thought, I need to be there. And down she came.
How much is the cash out now? So since we lost Hannah, there's a ladder, £130 ladder, £18.50 for everyone now, £1,850 locked. And Rod here with the Ace King in great shape to double. Mohammed here should be ISO in, should be moving all in. Good to see from him. And Richard's got Ace King here. Here we go. Rich gonna have to be calling this off tower.
He is.
Gonna have a freeway all in here. What a nice bit of action.
So 2 all-ins, but unless you've got to be thinking, shouldn't be losing anybody at the table, unless the Queen smashes the floor.
Yeah, well, we could be losing Mohammed Tower because well, not losing, but he'll be down to less than a big blind because of the side pot between him and Richard. But Richard's actually genuinely thinking about this, but we just can't fold, and a few reasons why. Rod's going to be shoving here for 8 big blinds with almost any suited ace-X. A lot of the higher aces, probably like ace-9 plus, some king-queen in there, some suited broadways, any pocket pair, and then Mohammed knows this, so he can start shoving some stuff like ace-jack, ace-queen, hands that we dominate. That's going to be in there, probably like 8s plus for him. Wow, is he going to fold tower? He is going to fold the ace-king. And I think sometimes in this tournament it's just down to, they look at the chips and not the big blind wall, which is 6.8 million chips, not, hold on a minute, it's 22 big blinds ISO, and we've got ace-king. We're just ahead of that ISO range, and a little grimace there from Rod. Not Rod. the man in seat 1 after he saw the ace-queen of Mohammed. We will see how the board runs out. Rod set for a double, just fading queens at the moment.
Richard in C1 has told everybody's folded ace king as well. But Mohammed couldn't believe it. But that's still king hits as well.
So Rod going to be doubling,
Yeah,
and that will do it
that'll
on
do
the
it.
turn.
You get a double. And that would have been a huge pot.
Yeah, well, we would have lost
Yeah.
Mohammed. Mohammed's been saved.
The fold there from Richard means we would have lost Mohammed, and he's now seems to be a free roll. Folding the ace king.
Yeah, wasn't even a nit roll, Majitsu. He was genuinely thinking about folding, but can't be folding ace king. It's a lot of money up top, understand that. But just in theory, if you're trying to improve your game, ace king facing a 22 big blind ISO, get it in. You're going to make money in the long run. But just letting it go on that occasion, and I guess it's just down to not wanting to put the chips in, be at risk at this stage. Getting closer and closer to life-changing money. You beat a field of over 11,000 players. No one wants to bust now.
Absolutely.
And we're off to an outer table again, all in and a call. We've got Shane Cotter with pocket tens, and he's up against the aces and at risk.
Queen Jack 3.
No help there. A little bit help there. Kings, eights, or the 10, and it's a 9 on the river. So we lose Shane Cotter from the tournament. Runs into aces. Another one gone.
Call on feature. 650.
Your attention please to live main event players. We will shortly be introducing a new chip into the way.
Yeah, Bob Stevens can Richard not fold 2 all-ins, could easily be a decent player, not wanting to flip. You cannot fold ace-king in that spot, Bob. It's not going to be good in the long run. Against the 7 big blind shoving range, we just absolutely crushed that range, and again against the 22 big blind ISO. There will be some hands in there against that we are flipping, but there's also going to be a few hands in there which we dominate, and really good potential to win a big pot and give ourselves a good chance of making the FT and perhaps taking this one down. Just general rule of thumb in this scenario, there's no reason why we should be folding the ace king. But these players have made it this far. They'll have their own set strategy, and sometimes people just not wanting to bust. But you'll do well if you can go over the last 5 years of streaming that we've done and find a situation where I've said for sub 30 you can fold ace king. It's just very rare.
Yeah. Jambo, where have you been this week? Where's Jambo been? The golf's terrible. I've played once since Vegas. Once. I've played once in 7 weeks. Shot an 82. Yeah, not been good. Tracy's still in the cup. Good luck. We'll see you later. I think that starts at 2:30. Why's Jambo not been down?
That's a very good question.
He'll have been golfing all week. That's what they've been doing. We'll try and get a payout ticket up. Obviously, PK's on the floor filming the action at the moment. We will get a payout structure on as soon as we can. And we'll keep telling you in the meantime, and keep you updated on what the payouts are at this current time.
2 people in the chat have put 82 on the front 9 at exactly the same time. Is that some sort of joke with Jambo?
82 on the front 9. Oh no, not Jambo. They were just saying I must have only played 9 holes if I've shot 82. Poor Kamel. Jambo's raging, he's missing all the gossip. But he's on his way to Vegas next week. Very nice. Oh, good to see you, Mel, when you turned up. The first night was interesting.
What do you mean the first night and the second?
And the second. And the third. Great to have you down here. You just couldn't miss the party. And thanks for donating for the charity as well, while you were sat at home watching and listening to Jokers Wild through the headphones that you could hear. We raised £7,000, by the way, if anybody wants to know. For Carers Trust, Jokers Wild this year raised £7,000.
And then Paul Fletcher, oh yeah, Mrs. Fletcher's working, so day 3 is on the big telly. Happy days.
Cheers, Binky Winks. Yeah, raised £7,000 for Carers Trust. Good night as well, as always.
Nigel Brampton's still in. Chris De Silva twice has come up top 100 in the WSOP main. Man has proven skills at deep runs and he's still in the mix today. As it says, thanks to the hangover on Friday, the wine was flowing. For Mel.
Is that what time the book was open? 4 AM?
I have no idea. Like I woke up this morning about 11:15 hour in at 25 past.
Benefits of drinking until 4 in the morning. You got Chris De Silva at 50 to 1.
What was originally up top in the Jokers Wild that got chopped 11 way. It was just under 10 grand up top, 9.8 around there. And then Eddie Fast, cashed in day 2, now watching this with envy and jealousy. Oh, why did I call that all in? Could have been here.
Because you might have won. And Jumbo, heading to Vegas, end of the month, back next year. Good stuff. I'm sure I'll see you before the end of the year with my golf sticks. Pretty certain on that one. We'll definitely be coming up to Edinburgh before the end of the year. Morning, Valerie.
Adam Val.
And co.
There's Davidson. Didn't make day 2. Had a great time. Thanks for the ticket.
Out of good morning, watching the live stream. One of the team mushroom chop the Jokers. I think at 4:45 in the morning, I think that's definitely the best thing to do. Everybody must have been happy. 11-way chop. Obviously we don't very often see that kind of thing, but charity event, a lot of drink was consumed. And they'll have been happy with the result. And we were as well when we found out we raised £7,000. We gave Jay the night off. Play as long as you want, Jay. As long as you want, take the night off. 20 minutes later, back in the comms box. Thanks to Danny Laidlaw and to Sam Orledge for jumping in. No Ellie bust in 82nd yesterday. She was up to 4 mil on the feature.
Yeah, she was. Zach, so just gone for it with 4-5. Day 3 of the Goliath. And Chris here for 8 big blinds, 2 infested. Queen Jack suited going to perform very well. So there's the call from Chris, and he's going to be shocked at what he sees.
5-4.
All in the call on feature.
All in and a call on the feature. Well, we hope it is 5-4.
What's enough?
You instantly think, well, it can't be 5-4, but it is.
Yeah, and going to be dead on the turn like 30-40% of the time here. Or closer to 30, just under 30% with a king, queen, jack or 8, but can just find the 4 or the 5. Well, that is it. Dead on the turn. And we are going to be losing another one.
Nice hand.
Zach Enescu
Zach, gone.
out in 35th, just decided to rip the 4-5. In it goes, why not? Day 3 of the Goliath.
Yeah, 36 with Adam Chang.
Yes, down to 34 players.
37 for Sean Chin, Cotter, we saw. Aito Valentin says, when is the next event with a joker? Because it was really the best experience in poker. Much funny. We only do it once a year. Goliath. We have a couple of charity nights over the course of the UK. The CAF Cup was on last year during Blackpool's GKPT.
That was a weird one for the 4-5 tower. Maybe he's seen that Chris is opening a lot of hands. And that's just the old FU. Like,
that's the way it goes. We sometimes question, is it really 5-4? And then they turn over and it really is 5-4.
Sometimes people at the table, they just get the ump with someone for opening hands. They're like, what are you doing? Stop opening. I just haven't had enough. I'm all in. Oh, he called me. And the other thing is, like, when we've got 8 BBs tower there, it's really strange that we see the all in because Chris will fold a small part of his range that opens for that jam, but a lot of hands that he opens are going to be calling it off, so we're just going to be all in, cards on their back with 5 high. It weren't a call, it went open Queen Jack suited from low jack, all in 4-5 off for just under 8 big blinds. And Chris called, well, 2.5 million, so just over 8 big blinds at 300k. So open, low jack, 2 BBs, all in from the big blind, let's say 8 BBs, and call from the Queen Jack suited.
2,200,000. 2.2.
Danny goes for 3 bet to 2.2 million hit with the ladies, facing the under the gun open from Rich. Probably hasn't got the information yet, but I think if I knew this man was folding ace king, might be going after him with 3 bets. I know Danny actually has it on this occasion. He's got the ladies, but
he will exploit Danny, but
I think it's
players like that.
I think it's good to get information on this particular day. If you sat there, friends, family, just texting you through some hands, nothing wrong with it. I think if you found out Rich is folding ace king for a 22 BBI, so it might be putting a lot of pressure on him, thinking he's not wanting to bust.
34 players left, £1,990 locked up. Pay jump at 31. When we get down to the final 3 tables of 24, we'll get a payout price ticker scrolling across the bottom. When we get to the 3 table redraw.
Yeah, this is a proper short stack table, the one that's been drawn to the feature for the first session of the day. A lot of shorties on this one, and like even the chip leader. That is Chris, only with just over 20 BBs. This is a toughie here for Chris, with the pocket eights facing Jonathan, +1 open. Tricky spot here for him. Just having a look at all the stacks around the table, thinking if there's ever a well where we can jam this. I don't think there is. I think we've got slightly too much. We are the biggest stack at the table. I think Jonathan, with a similar stack to us, well, Jonathan has us covered by 200k. So battling with the chip leader here may even see fold here, Tower. I know it seemed really nitty and really tight. It's a difficult spot to proceed for Chris. 3-bet not all in. Okay, he's going to go for the 3-bet not all in. I don't actually mind this now I think about it. I guess it gives us room to get away from it if we're met with some heat from Jonathan. I like the size choice though that Chris has gone for here. Nice and small, off of 20 BBs, just north of. Don't need to go that normal 3x sizing with position when we are this shallow, just north of 2x the original open. I think this is a really tough spot for Chris what to do here with eights. +1 versus +2.
Yeah, Jonathan, 900,000 to call, C3. And a fold, so Chris gets it through. Just seen, this was about 10 minutes ago, just a little bit earlier. Ace-3 for Adam Chang. There we go, just leaving us in 36th. Well done, Adam.
Yeah, the Twitch chat's not going to like that, Tower. They were all on Adam's rail yesterday when he was on the feature. Great run from Adam Chang, out in 36th.
So well done, Adam. Adam Chang departs Ace-3 against 2s. What time did the stream start, seeing as though we've already lost 12 players? Cookie Monster, it started at 11:30. 11:20.
Should have told him we were in at 7.
7.
7 a.m.
We started at 11:20.
And Tower's still not had a cup of tea.
Not one.
So I'm going to go and get that first tea on the day. I walk in, guys, at 28:29 past.
Yeah.
And Tower goes, "You want to get the teas?" I'm like, "No, I'll get the teas in a bit."
I was just going to tell him you were in bed.
Yeah, I wanted to start with you for the final day.
You
We've been
did.
here all week. I wanted to start for the final
Yeah.
day. So I'll go quickly get
Go
the
on
teas
then.
now.
We'll let you.
And the best thing is about Sunday, Tower, this time,
There's nobody there.
there's nobody there. First time all week.
There is nobody there. The payouts at the moment, we're down to 32, so the cash at the moment is £1,990. The next person out will get that, and then there's a slight pay jump to £22.50. Krista Silva is still in. So we saw Adam leaving, then we saw Zach leaving. Luke Johnson has been eliminated, and also David Clark, which means we're on 32. And I think standing up in the background, so on flop of 4-5-5, 9 of spades on the turn. Did Tom Hall play this year? I know he played something. I think he might have done. I think we can check somewhere. You know when you got 5-4 and flops 4-5-5? That's not a bad flop to have. So Jonathan checks again. Chris Trick C4.
One cup of tea.
One cup of tea. Best delivery today so far. Chris betting into him, drawing dead, as we can see. Yeah, already drawing dead and Chris betting into him, 1.4. Cheers, Mick the Mod, for the info. Thank you very much. This, are we just calling? I think we should.
Things out of position, Tower. Like there's a lot of hands that Chris might check back. Like we want to keep his bluffs in, but the annoying thing is, like a lot of the time we call twice, Chris is like going to start checking back some 4x, some turn 9x even, might not want to go for value.
Yeah.
Like flat's going to be fine. We do keep the bluffs in. Potential to let Chris improve and win a big pot. I wouldn't hate raise. Wouldn't hate call. I think either it's going to be fine here. I think if we have position, we're always just going to flat because we do get to dictate the action on the river, but it's just going to go for the raise here. Oh, did you see the all-in triangle then? That was like the bottle trick from the dealer. He's threw it and it's landed like that.
And they're thin. They are thin. If anybody can clip that for the dealer and we can show him, that's brilliant.
So yeah, it just goes for jam.
Mark Watts, great job to all the team. One disappointment is the live stream not focusing on Goliath. We need our 10x and opens and 8 callers. This is Goliath. This is the Goliath final 44 players. We're down to the final day. We won't be here tomorrow.
We've only been streaming the Goliath for 4 days.
When we changed over to final tables of the Mystery Bounty and the High Roll and the GUKPT to mix it up, because can you imagine 8 days of 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 1, 2, and the monotonous. If you don't get the 8x and the 10x, then what? You know, it sometimes become a little bit jaded. So we mix it up. You know, we've seen 3 final tables already, and we're going to have another one today. So hope you enjoyed the live stream, and stick with us, because Jay says round about 9 p.m. we'll be crowning the champion, if not before.
Unders, yeah. I reckon 7:30, 8 tower. As Mohammed here shoves the ace-4. Great BBs. Richard's in with the queens. Good to see that he does get this one in.
All in a
Or
call
just
on
sub
feature.
11. And he's out in front at the moment. Dash hand, yeah. I think would have just been playing 4-bet all in there. Talking about the Chris hand when he 3-bet the 8s as the original opener. Like we got ace king there, we're just going to send 4-bet all in. But back to this hand. Mohammed are going to need help with the ace-4. Richard holding at the moment.
Come on, baby. Nope.
Well, that's a great start for the queens. So just down to 2 outs now. Mohammed here. Going to need a black ace. Only way to get out of this one. Well, that will be that. Dead on the turn. Queen of diamonds. Going to lock it up, and we're going to lose Mohammed Mia from the tournament just before him. Couple of names that have gone, Tower. I'm not sure if you mentioned him while I went on the tea run, but I'll mention him again. After Zakanescu, we lost Luke Johnson, David Clark, Chris De Silva out in 32nd, and Anthony Reynolds, and then just losing Mohammed Mia on our feature table. So that leaves us with 29. 29 remain, 15 gone from the field already, and we're not even an hour into the day yet.
I wouldn't have played it if I had 20 gigs, you know what I mean?
29 left. 29 from 44. We've not been here an hour yet.
I said to her, I'll be surprised if this one's later than 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I would be surprised.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no time banks on the final table.
No, not Goliath. We don't use time banks at Goliath. Sean Hayden's here. Come on, Sean. You got to entertain us. You've been rubbish all week. Everybody said.
I've read the reports.
Come on, one more treat for the team in the house.
Hang on a minute.
We don't mind. We'll give
Don't
you.
just surprise me.
We can. You should be ready at all times.
I'm not officially here today.
I know. I did wonder when I saw them.
I wanted to see you one
I did wonder when I saw the boots. I thought, aye. Ask Sean if he knows Rob Temple at GUKBT.
Rob Temple, the hypnotist.
Is he a hypnotist, is he?
Yeah. And his best friend, Kennedy.
Yeah.
No, I've never heard of him.
Oh.
Right. What shall we do?
Right. Straight after this hand, Sean Hayden, one last time for the fans on the TV. He's been entertaining everybody all week. He's an absolute legend of Goliath. He entertains all morning, every break. The tricks are different every time we see him. I don't know. Can you remember the first trick you ever did?
It was the 4 jacks. You know the 4 robbers, where you put the jacks into the middle of the pack
Yeah.
and you say they're robbing the shop.
Yeah,
They jump at the top.
even I can do that trick, Sean.
I was 6, Jay. What's the first trick?
I learned it last week.
And then I saved her £1 a week to get the Paul Daniels Magic set with my pocket money, £10.
Nice.
And then I lost it all. And I bought it the other day for a vintage shop, like 40 quid. Just like that.
Oh, brilliant.
What you got for us, Sean? Are you taking the seat?
Come on, then.
No, you'll stay.
I'll stay. I want to watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, one last time, Goliath. One last time, Goliath.
You're
2023.
part of the trick.
Go on.
I'm part of
You don't
the
need to
trick. I
move
need
it.
to sit
No,
down.
just
I'm
move
part
a
of the
little
trick.
bit. Hey, I want you in sharp. There we go. Right. Look at that. Rose between 2 thorns. Pick a card, 1 each.
Can you not see it on the camera?
Oh, shit. Shut up, Jay. Shut up. All right. Look at him. God, tell them the secret. Don't let me see. Right, I'm going to do this without looking. Right, card number 1. I'll stand up. I'll stand up.
Yeah,
Card number 1, I think it's goes in the top off. Card number 2 goes in the bottom half the pack. So you can see we're doing a bit of a mixing like this as well. A couple of cuts. This is cuts. And a little riffle shuffle. There we go. Right, not at the top, not at the bottom. Card number 1. See if I can keep this. If I am lucky. 1 card. The potato clubs. But hold it for me, Jay. Say stop anywhere you like. Hold it a bit higher. Stop anywhere you like.
Stop.
You know what's going to happen, don't you?
Yeah, I know exactly what's going to happen. That was my card.
I know. I saw it in the camera earlier. I don't even know how it works.
He's been entertaining everybody all week, and the guy is just amazing. Nice one, Sean. Always a pleasure to see you.
It's always a pleasure to be here.
We get back to the table with an all-in and a call. Teach is in with the ace-king suited, shoving for 14 big blinds, and this should be getting through. We're not going to be able to call this off.
Yeah.
Ah, it's not on Rod. That makes sense. It's on Danny. And Danny here with the pocket sevens.
Yeah, pocket sevens, 5.1 million to call.
Real tough spot for him now. I don't think we'd be calling like sixes here.
He's not calling.
Facing gun.
I know Danny, he's not calling. He's not calling the sevens. Just a bit low in his range.
Just under 14 bigs, facing gun. Like if this was facing button from Chris or facing cut off, have to call it off because the deuces through sixes are in there. However, I'm not sure Teach is going to be open shoving deuces through sixes from under the gun and tower spot on. With the read, Danny out the way. Sean even knows where the ball's going to land on the roulette table.
Wish you'd tell me.
Your mate just went out in 30th, you've been told, Taraloo. Mohammed Mia was out in 30th. We saw it on the featured table about 5 minutes ago.
825. Raise. Well fun.
Ace Jack for Richard.
825,000.
Makes it 825. Teach.
Let's go, Teach.
Defends in the big blind. For 425 more.
It's usually quite accurate. Go straight away. Check it. Check.
Well, Teach defends the 8-3 off, getting the price 4.5 to 1, but 8-3 off. Need some folds from the big blind, can't just defend any two. And Richard goes for the check behind here. I think ace jack on queen 10 deuce. Double Broadway rainbow, third pot. Continue. What I would have liked to see. Maybe just on the hunt for showdown, but I'd love to see delayed c-bet now from Richard. Just flush out the equity of two random cards that are just going to fold to the bet. But now it is probably just going to go check, check. Now we never really need to bet the ace jack. Showdown enough of the time. Richard going to win this one with the ace jack, yeah. Is Nigel still in? Yes, Nigel Brampton still in.
Unbelievable. Well, they're all stood up on the outer tables.
Unfortunately, PK
Man
not
in
there
orange.
with the camera.
No, going to be running to and fro. Oh, there's a whoop. There's another whoop whoop. There's another whoop whoop.
Whoop whoop.
Yeah. We got a Ric Flair. Woo! The man in orange departs. And I think that was Owen, wasn't it? I think it was Owen in the orange who just stood up there.
Race to 1 minute.
Got Rod with the aces. That makes it 2.5x here. And Teach with the pocket eights tower and facing a cut-off open. Just going to be sending this, in my opinion. May be able to get away from it. But there's the all-in from Teach. It's good from Teach. Credit where it's due. We've just run into the top end of our opponent's range. So Teach going to need an 8. Rod set for a nice double with the aces.
Yeah.
But this is perfectly fine. It's actually really good from him, tower. We try not to look at the whole cards. We try and think about this in the long term. And shoving 8s over a cut-off open for 13 bigs is the only way to proceed. So off to the flop. King, Queen, Deuce, 2 spades. So ace is holding. Just fading 8s at the moment. Story remains the same. Fading 8s.
And does. The ace is double. Is Minji still in? Is Jimmy still in?
Yeah, Jimmy had
There you
chips as
see
well.
him. Right at the top with the orange on the left. We just lost Owen in the orange on the right. Which means we're down to 28.
I thought that was Nathan Slater's orange.
Gets passed around. Owen Lloyd for £2,520. Hannah has been eliminated. Where did Hannah finish? We saw her exit on the stream.
Hannah finished in 38th.
38th, Hannah finished. Simon Johnson watched the Royal Rumble that Ric Flair won last night. Oh, what a legend he is.
Is he still fighting Ric Flair?
No, he does. He comes on like as a manager, kind of talking every now and again nowadays. He's just got a bit part.
Yeah.
He must be nearly 70.
And the rest, I think he's got to be older than 70, right? He looked about 70 about 20 years ago.
Well, Vince McMahon's in his 80s now. Still looks pretty good.
Is there a pay jump? The next pay jump is at 27th, so yes, 600 pay jump, £660 a ladder coming up when we lose
One more.
one more.
So 25-20. We're down to 28.
Yeah.
4 tables at this moment in time.
Wayne Lloyd,
4 tables are 7.
last out.
Yeah, I can imagine. Going back to Ric Flair. 2022, his last match, and it was awful. Yeah, I can imagine. He's in his 70s. 74 he is.
850.
How much did Nigel Sutty in for, says Man of Straw? Nothing.
Yep, he won a free token via the live stream.
He got himself on the wheel. Unfortunately, Dave, always Dave. His name was missed off on the wheel, and we noticed what had happened, and we contacted Nigel, and Nigel said, "What would you like us to do?" He says, "Get Goliath ticket," and now we've changed it, and he's still in.
Only 93 entries in the turbo. I was told soft cap for 200 of all side events, so you can get yourself into the turbo if you come down.
What turbo's that?
The side event, £150 side
There's
event.
another side event.
There's singers today, there's a turbo.
We need to be bigger poker tournaments north of Edinburgh. What shall we have? And where shall we play it? And what's north of Edinburgh?
Aberdeen.
That'll be east of Aberdeen. That'll be east of Edinburgh. I suppose it is north of Aberdeen. No, is it northeast of Edinburgh, Aberdeen? Poor Dave gets some stick off used to. He's not even here. He's not even here. He drove home today as Dave. Because obviously with the social media down to the last 4 tables, no spoilers, so PK's on the case with that. Dave, another amazing job from Dave. Don't remember, we'll see him next. Where will we see Dave next? He doesn't do London.
Leeds.
Yeah, it could be Leeds. It's a proper all-round team effort, this one. All hands on deck, 9 days solid. You'd think Jay would take a night off and a few days off to recover, but no, we'll be jumping straight in the game tonight. Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, maybe.
Did you skin the dealers this week at all?
I haven't played them once
Not
yet.
once.
They're trying to get me. I said I'll go down to London maybe Wednesday night because I'm playing golf next week because they're in London.
Yeah.
And so I'll come see you, give you some money.
You'll be in the home article. The
The problem is it's not like GUKBT. Everyone is shattered tower at the end of the night. Everyone is just wants to sleep. It's such a taxing task being here this long, no days off, long days. All everyone wants to do when they finish work is go to bed and then wake up and repeat.
Yeah, exactly right. They'll get their well-earned few drinks tonight when everything's over. They do have a dealers party tonight once everything has calmed down. A well-earned few drinks from the dealers.
How are we doing, Vicky? Vicky Southworth. Hi, just having breakfast, then we'll be there to play the seniors comp. Hoping Adam is still in. Go Adam, go Adam. Worst timing ever yesterday, Vicky. Yeah, I had a few of my mates from back home that I've been friends with a long time. We're obviously up here, and we're walking through back from outside, and Vicky's there, and she asked for a selfie. So we'll have a selfie with her, and then I'm walking down the escalator, and one of my mates, he's shouting my name. He goes, "Jay, you the guy. He's like, "Give me a selfie." Oh, don't stitch me right up. Absolutely stitch me right up. He did. But good to see you, Vicky. Glad.
Absolutely. The outfit for Joker's Wild was class. And she waved hello mum on the live stream, and then 5 minutes later she had to say goodbye mum.
1.350. Oh, of course, yeah.
Dundee and Aberdeen, both Grosvenor casinos north of Edinburgh. And Trace says we can't go to Aberdeen, it's always Baltic. Oh, you'd love that, Jay.
Yeah, no Aberdeen for me. Teachers all in for 1.4 million, going to get that one through. That's a huge win with 3.5 big blinds. We nearly double up, just getting our shove through. Isaac Smith says top class bloke. Roddies goes to Vegas at least once a year to play the WSOP.
Nice. Fish Trick, bring the trophy back to Wales. Come on, Tricky. Yeah, Danny Bevan still on the feature table, seat number 7. Scrolling across the bottom, the payouts. £220,000 up top for a £150.
Even coming fifth tower, 42 grand is like,
Yeah,
for £150 you come fifth, you get 42k.
yeah. At the final table, yeah, nearly £16,000 just for the FT.
Raise to 1 million.
Yeah, Danny Bevan is on the feature.
Simon, I did message Tom, but he didn't get back to me. He's read the message, so I've just sent him a few question marks, so he can hopefully get back to us today regarding your alias that was given to me, as it could not be found. Speaking of online, should probably mention a lot of stuff going on tonight. We have our live stream free roll at 6 p.m. Be given the password away for that around 4 o'clock. Summer series going on as well. Plenty of buy-ins for that, ranging from €10 to €1,000. We've got the main event, single flight, €100 buy-in for that one. So plenty going on online.
All in.
We've got our daily satellites as always as well. Step satellites, get yourself in for cheap. Satellites every night, £5 rebuy and add-on, £30 freeze-outs. Check it all out on Grosvenor Poker, guys. So all in and a call, Queen 10 versus the Kings.
No real help for the 10 Queen. Well, we get it a 9.
4 outs.
4 outs. We need a 9. And it's not the Queen 10. For Teach. Teach has just been eliminated. Is our boy Nigel still in? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. What a story this could be.
So going in to the last level of the session. Minus 300k, 600k, going to be going up to, 250, 500k.
Wow. We're in seat 2.
I'll see what I can do, Jakey. We might be able to get Toddy on the next feature table. I'll see when PK's back in the room. Get the chip leader on. I heard as well, I don't know if you're in the group chat, Jake, but he's got 38 million, which is
Who's that?
Toddy. Alex Todd,
Alex, who we talked to last night.
Yeah.
38 mil. Wow, there's a redraw at 24. You might see him.
That's a good point. What Towers just said, Jakey. Actually, that won't be the case. If we get to the break and there's not we're not at 24, we'll keep the same table because then we'll have to do the redraw at 24. But probably in 40 minutes we're going to lose another 3 players the way things are going today.
Yeah.
As Chris is all in here with an unknown holding, gets it through. Wayne just lets the ace 10 go there, facing a Chris trick cut off jam for 14 BBs. I might have been putting it in there, Tower. Just think Chris is good enough to have these ace-x that we dominate, even some 10x that we dominate, king 10, queen 10, jack 10 suited.
Off to watch SummerSlam. Where? Where's SummerSlam? It's obviously got to be in the UK because it'll be on telly at midnight otherwise.
Will you guys be commentating on the 888 event in October?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes. We will. And we'll try and get you the template of what events are coming up as well. We've got that somewhere in the background. We know we've got London next. And there's London, Luton and Leeds before the next trip back to Coventry. So last stand at this level. And the blinds are going up.
Yeah, these too many bigs now to shove for Chris. I'd like to just see open the pocket eights here. 18 big blinds. Just come in for a raise.
I thought you meant you were going live, Apocalypse. I thought you meant you were going live. I might give that a watch myself when I get a bit of time. SummerSlam's in Detroit. Thanks for that. I shall be watching it myself.
I'm just going to be raise and take for Chris with the eights. Any pros or sports person enter this? If so, any names? Not really many.
No, not too many this year.
We had Pieface, Jack McDermott, big FIFA streamer.
Yeah, a few more Twitch streamers that have played. But no real celebrities is like, oh my word, look who's here.
Did Dean play it? Dean Hutchison?
Yep.
Yeah, Dean Hutchison's played it, who come 5th in the WSOP main event for 1.8 million. He was here. Rob Cowan was here, played the main event. Actually was one of the people on the bubble that chopped up that Mincash double bracelet win up. Rob winning the 50k PLO last year at the WSOP. Been a few names around, but heavily recreational field this one. Players turning out in force though. Unbelievable numbers, nearly 11,500. Yeah, I think Leo was here. John, he's currently in the cup. A lot of names in the cup. And no, we will not be streaming the cup after we finish the Goliath main event.
Yeah, I said earlier this week, you saw Paul Smith, one of the Smith brothers. Liam Smith's fighting again soon, isn't he? Liam Smith's fighting again. He's, I think it's a rematch with that Conor, Mr. Eubanks, Chris Eubanks Jr.
I don't know.
No, there won't be more days for the main event next year. Just
No.
be exactly the same.
Think they're there.
Yeah,
There they
you
are.
go.
25th of July, that's the Thursday, until Sunday, 4th of August.
It's all to do with like licensing, isn't it? How you
It is, you're only allowed a certain number of days of the year to have an outside licence as a casino, and this Goliath means it can't extend.
Yeah, so 9 days. Streaming again next year. We've got to close out 2023, crowning a champion in what I think will be around 7-8 hours time.
Qualify for the EPT Barcelona. Hoping for some big celebs to play that one, Matthew Pope. There will be at the Barcelona one. The 1K was the biggest one they ever had. Simon Johnson says, how many entered the first ever Goliath? 1,765. Sweden beat America in the football. Are England still in it?
What's that tower?
In the Women's World Cup.
Check.
There you go. England versus Nigeria tomorrow.
And don't forget tomorrow as well, guys, online we have the 50k guarantee closer. It's usually a 20k guarantee on that, but as it's Goliath weekend, it's been up to a 50k guarantee. 110 closer on Grosvenor Poker.
Massive.
Make sure to check that out. You can get in for cheap. Satellites running from as small as £1 if you want to go up the steps.
Read it.
And we've also got, as mentioned, our summer series. 2 times 100k tournaments, one that's a €50 buy-in and one that is a €100 buy-in.
Busy times online. Busy. Thanks. Whatever that was. Oh.
So Wayne
Cool.
just goes for call here. Might have gone for raise versus that size tower, but maybe a bit wary of the flush. Chris will have more flushes from the big blind. Wayne up to 12 million. I don't think Goliath's ever overlaid. We've never had a guarantee on it, have we? Has there ever been a guarantee?
I think they guaranteed 100k first time, made 175, then he went to 200 and made 2.5, 250, and then it was really no need. All in the corner on table 21. You can see PK.
Yeah, and expect it to be 150 again. That may change. We'll see nearer the time. Don't quote me on that, but
Yeah.
can't see too much changing.
All we know at this moment in time are the dates, and that's it. Not getting involved with anything else. Jim might be able to answer a few questions, but when I see him, there's usually an exclusive. Well, saying that, Jay gets them all nowadays. Gets everything. Phone calls of the lot.
Not my problem, is it, Tal? If he wants to call me and tell me, it's not.
I don't believe it.
Not down to me. As Chris just goes for the shove with the ace-deuce suited.
Yeah.
Mine's now at 500k big blind.
Was there a day 3 dress code? Everyone seems to be dressed in black or dark blue. Yeah, there's no bright colours.
That's a bit wrong. You got 50k too. Oh, yeah. Still 1.25 million.
So PK was at the table. We did have an all-in and a call situation, but nothing seems to have happened.
And we've gone from 27 to 26 tower, so someone must have bust, and that someone was Alistair Ball.
Alistair Bull.
Alistair Ball for 31.80. So 3,180 locked up for everyone now. And down to 26 when we lose two more. There will be a 2-table redraw. 3-table redraw. Total in the prize pool is 1,324,000. Steve.
When is the first break? We started streaming at 11:20, so 1:20
30 minutes.
will be the first break in 30 minutes time. I wore a tracksuit to a casino once by accident and was turned away. That was when the Grosvenor was the gala. Things have changed since then, Mijitsu. Things have changed a lot. You wouldn't get turned away now.
How many has Alex got? About 40 minutes ago, he had 38 million. I'm not sure how many chips he's got now. Don't think we're going to be getting him on the featured table as we're getting close to break. We need to lose two more players in 25 minutes. Otherwise, we'll keep this featured table as there is a 3-table redraw at 24. So Jonathan here with the aces raises the 1.1 million and Wayne kills the 7s in the big blind and 8-5 deuce, 2 clubs here. Going to see Wayne at least pay 1 street here with the 7s.
Oh. Is Luke Johnson still in, please? Says Danny Taylor. Luke, I think, has been eliminated. Early doors.
Yep, 34th.
Finished in 34th, did Luke. Krista Silva finished in 32nd. Aces for Jonathan in seat 3. Wayne in 2 with the 7s.
Yeah, Jonathan here just thinking whether to go for another street. There's not going to be too much deuce X out there. We're more worried about the flushes.
The min cash now.
We're at 31.80 at the moment, Tower.
31.80, thanks for that, Jay.
So does go for the second street here, Jonathan, with the aces. And now Wayne goes for the donk on the river. Looks like a tiny donk though, so more of a block. Well, 2.8 million, still fairly hefty here. Between quarter and third, with 7s. I guess he just doesn't want to... What? Whoa, and Jonathan just snap folds the aces, getting that price over 3.5 to 1.
Wow.
Faced with the quarter pot donk on the river. It's maybe the snap lead. Just lets the aces go there. How does he fold that one, Tower? I know the flush is there. But does our opponent go that size with a flush? Could he just donk her like a an 8x there, trying to prevent our opponent from going all in. But wow, aces just snap muck. Didn't even think about it. At least take some time, have a little think about what our opponent can have. We're playing for 220k. Take a minute. No one's going to say anything. Take 2 minutes if you need it. It's a tough river spot with aces there. But the snap fold is what I'm shocked to see. Not even taking 15 seconds. I guess he just reads into it that Jonathan never going to have a bluff there, and maybe thinking he could have one of these suited deuce X or turn flushes. That is a strange throw tower. Haven't got much to say about that other than not sure what's going on. Cheers, Simon Benson. Received this ticket. That's all good.
Oh, it's a call.
Selection on the outer table. Liam Piggott.
So queens against threes, and there's a three, and there's another three. She just deads it on the turn. So we lose Liam Piggott
to quads.
Queens versus threes.
And then we go check turn, Jack River, Queen's End.
The man making quads there. Unfortunate for Liam.
That
Gets it in good. Couldn't play.
I'm thinking you raise first.
Wow. Lost another.
Yeah, guys, going back to the hand before, I don't have nothing to say. I'm not sure how we can fold getting that price with aces there. Might even beat some values. A hand like Jack 8, perhaps, with a club, Jack 8, Jack of clubs. Rod might turn a better two pair, and not Rod, sorry, Wayne might river a better two pair, Jacks and 8s, and just go for the lead. It's a really, really strange fold. I don't think a flush is ever going that size, and I think a flush at least thinks about raising turn. A lot of factors in that hand. It's, I guess it just comes down to Jonathan doesn't expect it to ever be a bluff, and we don't really beat too much value. I guess we beat the Jack 8. That's about it. Maybe a hand like Ace Jack with the Ace of clubs that floats, picks up nut flush draw, and then River's top pair. That can make sense. I can't really come up with anything else other than Jack 8 for value there, which aces obviously beat. So when we start creeping into that range of beating some value hands, maybe Jack 8, maybe Ace Jack. I just think the price is too good. Nine, 8, 4, 2 spades.
Aces again. This time Wayne's got it.
Rod with a very loose pill here, Tower. Do not want to be calling 3-bets out of position with these small pocket pairs off of these stack size this deep in a tournament. But Rod goes for the loose pill, and now probably just going to have to check fold on the 9-8-4. Put in a third of his stack pre with the small pocket pair. But this is the Goliath, guys. If you watch this every year, this is what we see. We're not seeing immaculate poker where people are playing the hand perfect on every street. It's a £150 buy-in. You're going to get a couple of good players at this stage of the tournament, but mostly it's very recreational heavy.
Yeah, most of these were one of the biggest scores in their poker career. And Wayne, 23 million and 45 bigs. So,
yep, sometimes it's the money up top. You're getting closer and closer to it. You won't play what you know is the right game. Can be a factor. I just think the price there, guys, 3.5 to 1 on the call. Like, especially in this tournament where players just turn up with random hands, like sevens there. How on earth? You watch that back and Jonathan's like, how on earth has Wayne got sevens here? Like, Wayne's line with sevens is just very strange, but it's managed to get a better hand to fold on this occasion. Really strange hand from both, but Wayne was the one that took the pot.
So Richard is 1, 2.6 mil to call. Jonathan's all in the 3.7. Sixes. Sixes. What do we do with the sixes in this situation, guys? Can we ever fold sixes?
The thing is, Jonathan here should have some worse pairs, like situation.
He did fold ace king.
It's fairly close, Hotel. There's a lot of pressure on these players. It's for a third of his stack. I think like we might start folding fives, fours, hands that are very likely to be in a flip and then some of the time dominated. Like, Jonathan looks like the player here that might find some shoves with some fours, fives, some suited ace-x that we dominate as well.
Makes the call.
Richard does make the call. So we're off to the races. Richard with the sixes, Jonathan with the queen ten of hearts.
All in a call on feature.
All in the call on feature. Sixes against queen 10. Richard stands. It's Jonathan that's all in.
Chris De Silva is GG, out in 30 seconds.
Yeah. Well,
that could be it. That does have a king.
It does have a king.
Backdoor hearts.
The Mickey Blacks on the flop.
That king?
Oh!
How about that king on the turn?
One of them. Don't pair the board, he says.
The turns Broadway.
Don't pair the board, he says.
You're going to see the suck out, re-suck out. Or is the queen ten of Jonathan going to hold now? And does hold.
Wow.
Three of hearts on the river. Sixes flopper set. Four out of pings off on the turn for Jonathan. And Richard losing that flip. Back down to 6.8. Like, Wayne here should just be playing shove or fold tower. It's 16 big blinds effective at the table, and I'd love if Wayne could just start finding some jams, shove our all our ace-x, shove all our suited ace-x, all our suited king-x, and middle into higher suited queens, some suited connectors. Just play all these hands as open jams. There's a lot of pressure on these guys now, getting closer and closer to this final table where it's potentially life-changing money, and sitting there with 45 BBs and the effective stack being 16 big blinds at the table. Just want to play open jams here as Wayne, but I don't think in a £150 tournament we're going to see it too often. Like, even 8-5 of spades might be pretty close whether we can just open shove because of the stack distribution at the table. Jonathan going to take initiative here with the Jack 8, raises to 1 million. Just raising takes, so Jonathan gets that one through.
So we lose one more player and we'll get a 3-table redraw.
Update coming out of table. Rose asking, Alex Todd,
Yeah,
50 million.
50 million.
50 million for Alex.
Wow.
And he's coming to the feature after the break, I think, if we can get the tables changed, assuming we don't lose one more.
Ladies all in. How's Jack Nolan getting on? We will try and find out for you. How's Dane doing? Dane's still in. Bring you the chit counts when we can get them. The way redraw, don't know who is going to be on our feature table when we get down to 24.
Yeah, I've just been told as well, guys, what they are going to do is there's 12 minutes on the clock. If we lose one in that 12 minutes, we're going to go straight on break, so it gives them time to do the 3-table redraw, which I think is quite a good idea.
That's a great idea.
7 minutes on the clock.
That's a great idea.
17 minutes to go for the session.
And if you're in day 2 of the cup, the seating draw is on the app. Did you know that?
Yep.
If you're on day 2 of the cup, your seating draw is on the app. Please do not ask me to say, can you tell me where I'm sat? Because a refusal will often offend. But it is on the app, the day 2 seat draw.
So, Jay, what's the craziest thing you've seen this series? Alan's session was fun.
Did you?
Alan Doc session, Wednesday night, last session of the evening.
Did you not see that half a cup? The half a cup, there was nearly a quarter of a cup. Did you not see that on Tuesday?
I'll tell you what.
That was the craziest thing I've seen this week.
I'll tell you what I didn't see at all was the flapjack that someone brought in for me.
Still there?
Oh.
Still there?
No, that's a different flapjack.
He's still
I
there.
was talking about the one. Not that one's nice. That one was lovely, but the strawberry one, where it had nice strawberry icing on the top.
It did.
And they brought us 2, one in each, one for me, one for you, and never saw mine again.
Did
Just
you know?
disappeared.
Can't believe it.
Disappeared. Wonder where it went. The boat hand as well was funny, actually. That was a really, really funny hand. Open ace, king button, call threes, call fours in the blinds. Ace, 4, 3, 2 to a suit. Check, check, bet, call, call. Turn come the offsuit ace. Check, check, bet, call, call. River come the offsuit 7. Check, check, bet, call, call. Neither boat wanted to raise at any given point in the hand. And it was actually funny because Jack come to do some comms with me. He lasted one hand. He walked out. He said, "That's it, I'm done, guys. I can't do any more." He done one hand. He was doing some comms with us. He said, "I'll come and do some comms." He lasted about 4 minutes. He watched one hand of the Goliath and he went, "That's me, guys." He didn't, just went, "I'm done. I can't." Yeah, I found the cheese and crackers.
Yes, they're still there. We'll be nibbling on them very shortly when we get his next cup of tea. Cheese and crackers for breakfast. Be a bit of flapjack for afters.
What? Where's the flapjack?
Still in the box. Still in the box. That Talia brought in was beaut. How's Coventry City getting on today? What time do they kick off, by the way? I don't even know what time they kick off. Coventry City away this week, so no football fans in the building. I wonder if any Coventry City fans come to the ground to watch the matches on the TVs. Coventry are winning.
There you go.
Coventry City are winning away at Leicester City. Get in. Go on with Cov. One spot kick away from Premier League football.
Raising take there from Richard, and we are going to be heading out to an outer table, I believe.
Yeah. There's action going on there. There's Shaw. What's happened here? Jack Deuce. Jack Deuce, Queen 7.
How's that going, Tower?
Jack Deuce, Queen 7.
I don't know, but we do know it's Felix Ovey that's fist bumping everyone. Felix out in 25th for £3,840.
Whoa.
And I think that means, Tower, that after we finish our hand on the feature, there we go. We are going to be going
on a 20-minute break.
20-minute break, I believe. So we're going to be back at just around 25 to 2.
What a session.
Yeah, great session. We've gone down to 24 players from the 44 that come back. We've lost 20 in the first session. We still got 7-8 minutes left on the clock for the session to play when we get back. So
yeah,
going to be a 20-minute break from us. We will be back just before 25 to 2.
With a new table draw.
With a new table draw.
Excellent.
And I can tell you, on that table, I've got some information as we are on delay. The chip leader with 50 million, Alex Todd,
yes,
going to be coming to join us. See you soon.
What do we do with 50 mil? We'll find out in 20.
See you soon.
We've been surviving, we've been doing all right, and it's great that you come to join us for an hour with the Tower.
Yeah.
We're going to try and run through a little bit of what's happened to Steve Warburton, probably over the last 10 or 12 years, because that's how long it's been. If you've got a little bit further. When did you first start playing, and how did you learn? And when did you decide that this, do you know what, playing poker for a living, this could be a very good career?
Making me feel old, that. Every time I play poker now, everyone still sort of sees me as like the kind of young kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a few years, isn't it? I first started playing when I was like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
And I was a sort of typical kid. I had no idea what I kind of wanted to do for a living, except for the fact that I didn't want to work for anyone. So, you know, when you were growing up, you're always asked, what do you want to do? What do you want? Never had an answer. Except for, I don't know why, I just always said I never really wanted to work for someone. So when I started university, I kind of had this plan, which was to not really go to university and just basically use the student loan and basically start playing poker from there.
Yeah.
Which which didn't really kind of go down too well. I remember my dad specifically wasn't very happy that I was quitting university, and I've got quite a few aunties that are all teachers, and so I kind of had this plan of just get this kind of £3,000 student loan, and all of a sudden the rest of my life will just be sorted, which has kind of happened. So yeah, I basically went to university. I went to the first lecture that was on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And I remember turning up thinking, I'm just not going to come back. But I kind of had to tell it a few porkies the rest of the year, pretending I was going, I was committed.
Yeah.
All I was doing was just playing 1-2 cash games in the Manchester G from the age of about 18 years old.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I got started. I kind of played some £5 sitting goes with friends when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just, and it was relentless back then. It was like 5 or 6 games every night, waiting lists, constant action. Just everyone was coming through the door. What's this game? Do you know what I mean? No one could really play. Every pot was maybe 4 or 5 way. None of this kind of check calling, taking ages. It was so exciting when you first started playing it, especially for me anyway. And I just loved it. I was playing till 6 a.m. every night. Moved to Manchester. It was so exciting. It was this game that you didn't need to be that good at. You just kind of need to be better than your average Joe sort of thing.
Mm.
And it was fantastic. So
the early days were all cash.
All cash. What are you drinking, by the way, Tower?
Water. Believe it or not. Concentrate.
I thought I could rely on you, mate. Come on. Right.
Come on, son. Your first
drink, just so you know, I've got some Pims.
Yes, very nice, very posh.
Saturday afternoon, and I've also got a nice Peroni as well. Just so you know. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Multi-drinking as well. So you've played cash, but then you go on to your first ever Hendon mob. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, first ever Hendon mob. Well, basically,
I'll tell you it was a win.
Oh, I know what it was. So I was playing cash games every night. I thought tournaments were stupid. I thought tournaments were the most ridiculous thing ever, and it was too fast. And I wanted to kind of play deep and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing much has kind of changed over the years, but I played. I think it was Walsall, right? £100 side event.
That's exactly what it was.
I played £100 side event, and it finished at about 5:45.
Yeah.
They told us that if it got to 6 o'clock, then they were just going to say whoever had the most chips won.
That's when they closed at 6 a.m. That's correct.
Yeah, and I basically folded something like 15 hands heads up. So I'd fold. It was on him. He raised. I'd fold. And then they told us this, and I moved all in with Jack 5 offsuit. I got called by Jacks. Won the hand, and then won the next 2 hands, and basically won it. Obviously, looking back now, I had no idea what I was doing heads up. I was folding all these hands heads up and whatever, but yeah, that was my first one, I think.
Yeah, and then your first 7 cashes ended up being on GUKPT side events and APAT side events. So I'm not being funny, but I'm not being funny. You played cash, but every time you seem to play GUKPT or an APAT, you seem to cash in the sides.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with the cash games weren't as kind of good as they were. I was fairly lazy about I'm like studying back then, and now people study just an insane amount of things, and so you kind of maybe go with the flow of okay, what's next on is GKBT Bolton or Walsall or London, and so you're almost kind of forced into it. I didn't have lots of money back then, but when you've got maybe 10 grand to your name and there's a £500 tournament on, you kind of go with the flow, and it's all about people as well, Towers. When you play live, you just meet people every day. You're playing cash games maybe 8 to 12 hours a day. You meet people all the time, and people talk, and where are you going next week? Oh, there's this thing on, and so it was very strange how I kind of got into tournaments. It was more kind of that was what everyone was doing, and You know what I mean? So that's kind of where it kind of started.
It's a good job you went into side events, because in May 2011, you do realise that's nearly 10 years ago. May 2011, your first 5 figures cash for 11,000 at the Salford Megastack.
Raf White was running that.
Yeah.
And he said, I remember him saying something like, and this is one of my first tournaments, if you don't play, you're in trouble. And I was saying, oh, Raf, I don't really play tournaments. And, you know, and he was saying, you basically got to come down and stuff. And I remember we had 2 tables left. And Alex Martin was like the kind of big player back then.
Yeah.
And I think I knocked him out. And then from there, I won the tournament. And then probably after that, I was thinking, oh, tournaments are actually all right, aren't they? Completely being results orientated to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Pretty much after that one was when I kind of started playing them more regularly. Yeah.
Did that first 5 figure cash go straight into the bankroll, or was it just like party time?
Pretty sure that doubled the bankroll.
Yeah. Well, that's you got to start. You have to start somewhere.
Honestly, Tal, for probably the first 4 or 5 years I played poker, I had between 1,000 and £9,000 or £10,000, and never ever got beyond that.
Yeah.
I was just playing low stakes. You know, you kind of win a few quid here and lose a few quid there. To win 11,000 back then was like, wow. I mean, let's basically play these tournaments because you can win huge money. So I think I had about 4 or 5 grand to my name, and obviously won that one in Salford.
Yeah, and
I'm coming out with 11 grand in Salford, by the way. But
well, it wasn't a bad year 2011, because the GKPT 500s, you got 8.8 and 7.7. So now you must have been thinking these tournaments now. All right, cash is good, cash is nice to sit with the mates, but tournaments, I'm pretty good at these.
No, I really used to struggle with confidence, like a lot. I'm not saying I'm super confident now, but I was always very aware of what was happening, and I saw these guys win. And rather than looking at results, I was more looking at the hands they played, and I was thinking, well, if that guy had lost that hand with 15 left, he would have won that tournament. You know, it'd be something like ace queen against ace king, and he basically hit a queen or something. So I feel like I've always been quite level-headed when I kind of win or lose, and so I never really got carried away with what was happening. And I would say that I definitely put more effort in, and I maybe respected them more as a thing. So like the next few years, I was obviously more kind of focused and taking it more seriously. Definitely, yeah.
Well, it's been an interesting start. We'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton very soon in the next episode of An Hour with the Tower.
Looking forward to it.
So back with An Hour with the Tower with the fabulous. Can I just say? Can you just lean forward and show everybody that lockdown's not been favourable for most?
Mate, this is 4 months. 4 months of no haircut. So we went to where did we go? We went to Hampshire. It was me, Little Dave, Jake Fish.
Yeah.
This was about 3 weeks before lockdown started, because everyone in all the different countries was saying, look, this is basically going to come to you. So we basically went to lockdown, and I just thought, Jesus, for the next 3 months, no one's going to cut my hair. It's just going to be an absolute disaster. And it is an absolute disaster, but I've made no effort to make it better. Just so you know, this is literally just as it comes out. This is nothing.
It looks good. Back to the Steve Warburton story. 2011, your first Vegas cash. I'm guessing right now you still need ID to get anywhere in Vegas, because you're such a young-looking chap, and I mean that. And that's
time.
You will need a passport forever. 2011, your first ever Vegas cash. How was that?
Well, I mean, this was back in the day where if I basically walked around the Rio not playing a tournament, and was just, kind of looking for a friend or something. I used to have security guards march round all the way around and come up to me and just ask me for ID. And every time I'd say, I'm not gambling, and they'd just say, I don't, because they're really strict. Massive Hellmuth over there.
Yeah.
And the amount of times that happened, so I never set foot after that. Probably happened like 4 or 5 times. I would never go into a tournament room unless I was actually playing, because I just used to get ID'd all the time. But 2011 cash. That was probably 3 years before I actually played what I'd consider proper tournaments in Vegas.
Yeah.
I basically went to Vegas for 3 years, 11, 12, 13, and just played cash games. And I was very hypocritical in terms of everyone I spoke to. I'd say, why are you playing tournaments? Stupid. You should play cash and all this stuff. And then in 2014, I think I played the main event, and that's when I kind of really got hooked as well. So yeah, I think that 2011 one was just a random rogue cash, which is probably why no cashes from that until 2014.
No, we're not going to start with the rub downs at all in the slightest, but it is part of history.
Go on.
Your biggest ever shot at the time was a 5K buy in the EPT London.
Oh, disaster!
Unfortunately,
disaster.
Unfortunately, the crowd would have been cheering, roaring, and shouting and whooping because everybody's made the money. Because Steve Warburton became that unfortunate bubble boy.
I've never ever been backed. I'm really proud that I've never kind of borrowed money. I've never been backed. But that was the first tournament that I sold action. I sold 50%, and it was I think it was my first 5K. And so, I mean, I'm really competitive anyway. But to let someone else down, that's just, I hate that. And so, I think when we were about 15 off the money, I basically made the mistake of messaging everyone that had backed me and said, I'm 15 off the money, I'm all right in chips. And then I kind of dwindled down, and on the bubble I had, you always remember the hands you lose, don't you?
Of course, yeah.
Ace-king diamonds, all in against aces on the bubble. And we basically got all in. I'm thinking, oh my God, how's he got aces?
Yeah.
And like the first 2 cards were diamonds as well. So I was like, well, I've basically got 4 cards. Because also this was back in the day when it was like 1 card, not just 3 cards straight out.
Yeah, yeah.
So I basically bubbled, and I was in the very far end table of the room.
Oh, marvellous.
This is a huge, huge room. And the second the river card comes down, this guy's on the mic saying, congratulations, you're all in the money. And people used to get a lot more excited back then as well.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, Tower. That was the longest walk of my life. Everyone was high-fiving. Congratulations, you've made the money. I had to shake 3 people's hands on the way out because they thought I'd made the money. So I was just going with it. I got all the way to the end of the room, and one of my pals, he told me that if you finish on the bubble, you get a free for next year. So I'm thinking, oh, great. I marched all the way, found the TD, and he said, oh, no, we stopped doing that last year.
Double bubble.
So I've had to do it twice. I've had to walk to it twice.
Oh, dear.
Get out. I'm going to bring everyone and say, I'm sorry, you bet on your money. So,
But a couple of years later, you went back to London 2013 and you actually cashed. We ended up 22nd.
Redemption, kind of.
Which is pretty deep. Just under 20,000. Was it annoying not to go any further in the tournament, or was it one of those where we've just experienced a bubble a couple of years ago where everybody's opening you and you didn't want to be in that circumstance yet again?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I kind of felt like I was going to final table.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I just kind of lost a few key hands. And also back then, you kind of get very carried away. You know, when there's 30 left, you're so convinced you're going to do well. And it's one of those. I was kind of happy that I obviously didn't bubble and I went deep. But I was kind of disappointed to not final table.
Well, you started travelling about a little bit, and then obviously the year after GUKPT Manchester, you ended up chopping it with Rhys Jones and Simon Dedman.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. 39,000 for finishing third. And I actually remember.
So do I.
you actually remember you said that you'd cry if you won it.
Yeah, I
And
remember
I think,
like it.
and I think you would have. I think you would have done because I think Manchester's your home, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that was obviously where I first started playing 1-2 cash, and the amount of hours you spend there, and you know all the locals, and I don't know. Just I feel like with Manchester every year, I always seem to be in the mix and not really make much money based out. I'm always quite deep, and I might get a min cash or finish just before the money, and I don't know. I feel like 5-6 years ago as well, I got way more into tournaments in terms of I'd be like so invested mentally and emotionally that I remember on that last night, it was probably day 2, whatever it was, just speaking to you, just thinking, if I actually finally do this, I'll be so overwhelmed. And yeah, and it was more as well, like, I've always felt like I need to kind of prove a point, maybe to like my dad, like my family.
You were also, because you've been at the EPTs and because you started travelling around playing tournaments, people started pointing and saying that's Steve Warburton. This guy's pretty good at tournaments, you know?
Yeah, that was a bit weird because I'm a sort of guy who's always like feet on the ground, and I don't really get like startled by people, and so like for people to say that, I was a bit just like, well, I've kind of been doing this every day for a few years, and do you know what I mean? I haven't really changed, and you didn't notice me then, sort of thing. So I was a bit kind of weirded out by it almost. But that interview though, I remember it well, and it's slightly cringy just thinking about it. Watching. But yeah, and I think I actually like fell on the floor or something, didn't I?
Yeah.
I think I was like, oh god.
Yes, and finally for 2014, before we end this section, the World Series, we end up cashing in a side event for 3.5, but that wasn't the highlight. No, because we went and played the main event. And do you know where he finished? Will it always be etched?
I know it was under 300.
182nd.
Yeah.
Out of 6,682.
It was a good one because it was my first one.
Yeah.
It was the first time I'd ever played the Bane. I went really deep with my good friend Tim Hickling.
Mm-hmm.
He was somehow on the table next to me every day. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
And I remember on day 5, just walking in with him, and they had the music on and stuff, and you're just thinking, this is like how it used to be. You know, like I was saying before, when you first started playing, that real buzz of playing. So yeah, that was fun. But we obviously didn't go deeper than that, but it was nice to win wherever I won.
It was a very good run and a good ending to 2014. It would have been nice, obviously, because it was just, I think it was the first time it was 10 mil for the winner. So
I don't know, was that the JB Gold year, was it?
No, that was of course. Jamie Gold got 12, didn't he? Yeah, when he got 10 million, but 182nd wasn't until that ending to 2014 for you.
And it was maybe 40 or 50 grand, which again at the time, even now, it's so much money to win from a tournament. You're obviously really disappointed, but to just win that amount, it's
well. Coming to the end of this episode, we will be back with Steve Warburton very soon on An Hour with the Tower. Back with Mr. Steve Warburton for An Hour with the Tower, and we've moved on to May 2015 and the WPT Amsterdam. Has to be one of the favourite stops for poker players by far. 341 entries, and second, 150,000.
This was my favourite tournament of all time.
Yeah,
it was such a good tournament. Just everyone is just like, I don't know what it is about Amsterdam, and obviously 60% or 70% of the field are kind of Dutch, and there's just no one kind of taking the mickey and being slow with their play, and everyone's talking to each other, and that's like from day 1 to the end. It was just a really fun tournament, and I felt like as well it wasn't a tournament where it was just winning flips the whole way through. It was like a really good structure and stuff, and yeah, it was just a really fun tournament, and it was obviously my biggest score at the time. A lot of my best friends were there at the time. Again, it was just an obscene amount of money. It was just like so good. We had a fantastic few days afterwards.
What was the party like afterwards?
So good, Tower. It was just so good. It's just like I'm honestly, I'm such an old man. After about 4 or 5 hours, I'm just like my back aches and I want to go to bed. But when you've just got like pure poker rush adrenaline, it's just so good just to go out and you just like, yeah, it's great. It happens very rarely to win a tournament, but
yeah. It was a great effort. Then you go on to party poker high roll another second, and you lost to Alex Golder, but you're good friends with Alex.
Yeah, sure.
What did you? Was there a lot of chatting when you were heads up, or was it like enemies at the table and then just shaking hands and a bit of a cuddle afterwards?
We were talking about this recently, actually. This is when Dusk Till Dawn had basically banned you from making a deal.
Yeah.
And I remember we basically went outside to just have a chat. And Simon Trumper came out. He literally just tapped me on the shoulder and he just said, if you make a deal, you're barred from like DTD for life. And I was like, okay, just outside. So yeah, we weren't actually allowed to make a deal. And yeah, I don't think I actually won a hand heads up. Alex won. He was like typically smug about it. And, yeah.
As long as you're still friends, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
As long as you're still friends. But the biggie, in 2015, we head up to Barcelona. We play another EPT. We have 1,694 runners. There's nearly 10 million in the prize pool.
Yeah, it's big. Yeah.
1,070,000 for second.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
I'm going to obviously this is one of the moments I always remember while watching a live stream for one of the first times. Watching this, because obviously we all remember the chop. But what was it like at the final table, knowing what was at stake? There's a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really talked about it. Like, obviously it happened, and you know, people congratulate on the money and stuff. But I've never really talked about like the whole thing. I mean, I remember the night before I even entered, I was like pretty sure that I was just going to quit the game because I'd had basically a couple of years of thinking I was doing well and kind of knocking on the door and stuff, but just never actually making any money, you know, essentially from it. And I was just completely over it, to be honest. And so I kind of went into that tournament and played, I don't know, maybe what you describe as like really badly, because I just didn't care. Do you know what I mean? And I was just doing all these ridiculous plays and like ridiculous bluffs and ridiculous things, just thinking, well, this is probably.
You don't need a double up. You got 17.625 million. Oh, maybe I can't do it wrong, I don't know. That's going to be yours. Once everyone's sat down, we're going to change it all up. You got 5, 1 million, 1.2, 1.5, 1 point. Oh, hello. Sneaky. Hidden away. We good to change this one up, or we wait for everyone to sit down?
No, you're good to start.
As you can see here, we have.
Welcome back, everybody. Just a few minutes extra added on as the chip up and the chip counts got taken away, and then the 24 players had a redraw.
There you go. So obliterate like that. Completely obliterate. Is that your solo job of the week? That's all he does.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15.
As you can see, 5, 10, and 15. Yeah?
So coming to entertain us now with 24 players left in the Goliath.
Yeah, and on our featured table, 3 tables remain for the next couple of hours. Run you through the names. We've got the chip leader coming in seat 1, Alex Todd. 2, Andrew McKenzie. 3, Chris Dobson. 4, Balhar Singh. 5 is Paul Murphy. 6, Wayne Penford. In 7 is Ram Mayer. And in the 8th seat is Jack Nolan.
Yeah. Well, five's a dead seat. So it's 6, 7, 8, 9. I do believe.
Yeah, just busting before the break, we saw Felix.
Go on the Mackenzie.
With a 24 and tower.
And
there we go.
Boom.
So just shy of 50 million. Chip leading. Average stack 11 million tower. So 4x average, 24 left. Todd has got average stack for 6 players left.
Wow.
Which isn't a bad position to be in.
Wow.
When you look at it like that.
So Jimmy in second. People wanted to see Malari's on the feature table. We've got Jack Nolan on the feature as well.
Look at the Brampton back
Look
to
at
9.5 million. Nigel
So
Brampton.
Nige nearly on 10 mil. So there the chip counts. We are going underway right now. Can anybody topple Alex? We'll see this session. Good luck everybody. Good luck to Andy McKenzie.
You'd have just paying with $1 million chips.
I'm alright. I'm being on it regardless.
So look at that, they're beautiful. You may see them, sort of the yellowy gold colour. 500k chips are in play. Are they the 500 or are they the Millie Tower?
Great,
I think they're 500.
Good some muscles. That way I can muscle all these guys out of the pots.
Yeah? I need to get one then.
I think you've got enough to get.
Off we go, another 2 hours of poker. Well, 2 hours, 7 minutes left on the clock, so going to be bringing us up to around 10 to 4 when we finish this session.
But I might not necessarily be there. So they're doing
No, the millions are the yellows are the millie ones. Beautiful.
It is there.
Ladies and dealers, we are going to finish off the level we were on. 2,500,000, 500,000 with 500,000 big line Andy. 250k, 500, 500 dealers.
There we go. Simon has just said begin to deal. Seat 5 is now a block seat, 8-handed.
The rail closing in, I like as the tables break, the rail gets closer to the feature table.
And all the empty tables there in the background will be filled with the seniors from 2 o'clock. Or 2:30 on the stream.
They pull on the button here. 13 big blinds. Jack 10 off. And they choose to open. Yeah, then the million chips makes it 1 million with 1 chip.
I love it.
And Ram in the big blind at Queen 7 off here. Off of just sub 10. It can definitely defend off of these short stacks from the big blind. See if we can catch a piece to go with. See how Ram proceeds. Just going to take the tight approach and let it go. I do expect things to tighten up at this stage now. To our 3 tables out, you can outlast 16 more players, or 15, be at the FT, locked up 5 figures, and then the money starts to get serious. I think it's a good time for Alex, Minji on the outer table, to really build stacks, knowing that players are going to be calling off tighter than usual, probably not calling off correctly as they should. I think it's going to be a lot tighter calls that we'll see throughout the day as we get closer and closer to that final table. Minimum age to enter the seniors tournament is 50 years of age.
It is. And all those tables around the feature will be full a little bit later, from 2:30 onwards on the stream.
Final table this session, Tower. You reckon we'll get there? I think it's going to go very close.
This session?
In my opinion, I think it's going to go very close.
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
We'll go first half an hour at next session.
King Queen for Andrew here off a 20. Nice one to open. Great hand to attempt to steal with. Good removal from continue range. And with the 9 deuce, not going to be doing much in the small blind. Stu Dawson, kick on Nigel. Let's make it 2 Walsall regulars to win the Goliath. Raise and take for Andrew. He'll be happy with that. Picking up blinds and ante now is worth 1.25 million to our stack. Yes, this will end today, Isaac. I said around 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning. I'm going to stick by that.
Two 2-1 Leicester City. They turned it around against Coventry. Boo! Good luck, Andy McKenzie.
Yeah, and seat 6 on the table to your left. A man has just got up, and that man was Rodney Carrera. Rodney out in 24th for £3,840. So we're going to be down to 23.
23 left.
So Chris raises to 1 million here with the pocket 3s. Personally, Tao, at this stage, I'd much prefer to see fold here from Chris. Talk about it a lot on stream. I know we're not playing a big buy-in tournament, but even still, these small pocket pairs are just pretty trash at this stage. When we're deep and we're in early position, we're unblocking all the good hands, we're blocking all the trash, and we can't withstand the heat of a free bet, especially a free bet shove as Jack does here, like he should with the jacks for just sub 15. Now Chris going to have to get out of the way. But just like general rule of thumb, full ring, gun +1, +2, even low jack. These small pocket pairs just going to diminish in value.
And Jack with the table talk. Jack's got the table talk.
He's got a set already, Tower. I'll be talking as well.
I know, yeah. Yeah. Just to let you know before you call, I am so lucky.
Jack gets it through with the jacks.
He's got the talk, the Nolan. Jeff Crow's back home in Devon. What a first Goliath experience. Back every year for now for sure. 78th place. Great effort, Jeff, yesterday. A lot in the chat box rooting for you as well.
Tara and Jay, has there ever been in all the previous Goliaths a final table deal, i.e. all 8 players making the deal?
500.
500.
Lee Reynolds.
Lee Reynolds, that was the one.
Lee Reynolds did a 500 deal. Well, not Lee Reynolds, but the 5 players that were in it. Adam Verinda's still in, Carl. He's on one of the outer tables.
Raised to 1 million.
That's Paul. Like this from Paul here, opting to open off of 16. Like, we still want to have stills in our range. We can't just be opening the top end that we're happy to call off. We need some hands that we will be folding to 3 bets. So better to just open off of this stack size. So then when we open the King Queen off, the Ace X suited, these type of hands that we're attempting to steal with, we balance it out with the Ace King. Otherwise, if we're just shoving Ace King for 15, 16 and Ace Queen for 15, 16 and then just raising our Aces, Kings and then all the steals, becomes very unbalanced. If people pick up that you are just raising off of this stack with Aces and Kings and then you have all those steals in there, they can just go ham with the King blocker and the Ace blocker and just set us all in, knowing that our range for hands that can call off is going to be so condensed. So like the decision to open there off of just sub 16 on the man in seat 5.
So Rod makes it 23.
Raised to 1 million.
Alex, 46 million C1. 46 million. And 100 bigs just shy of at this stage. Jay said chip is average stack for about 6 players left. Lines been going up. After this hand, we had 7 minutes left on the last level when they did the table redraw, so they sent them on the 20-minute break, which was brilliant. So 300, 600 next level. 600k. I think we've got to 1 million big blind, haven't we? Big blind. Pretty sure we have. I'm pretty sure that there's been, Jay will tell me, he remembers more than me. What's the biggest big blind we've had in Goliath?
Big blind? I think we've definitely got to...
We got to 1 million?
No, we've got more than that,
Yeah.
I think we were at maybe 3 million? 3 million? 3 million last year, maybe 4? Expect this one to finish the 5 million big blind, so I'm guessing we got to 4 as we're going to have an all in here. And of course, we've got Ram Mayer.
Andy McKenzie is all in. Andy. Andy McKenzie from Edinburgh. Does he take out Ram?
Yeah, looking very likely that we are going to be losing Ram here. Mickey Black's going to need to find a set.
It's happened once today and still lost. That's no help. Well, he's got the club redraw.
Yeah, and
the
4 or 5. Yeah, 4 or 5 of clubs.
4 clubs.
Not the 9 of diamonds, that's a boring one. So Ram down to 2 outs. Going to need a 6 on the river.
Go on the Andy, there's the 4 of clubs. Andy McKenzie takes out Ram.
And straight over to the outer table because we have got Adam Verinda all in with the King 9 and it's Nigel Brampton. What has he got?
So spin the wheel, Nige.
And Nigel with King 10, so has him pipped.
Any chop outs?
We will see. Not looking likely on that board, so going to need a 9. Well, they have some chop outs now. That is not one of them. 5 of clubs on the river. Adam Verinda busting just before Ram Mayer out in 23rd. Ram getting 22nd. Both of them taking £4,500. And Nigel Brampton on the free roll. Over 10 million chips. If they make a deal of the bets void, no sir CBP, it's whoever will lift the trophy. Queen Jack. Wayne can get behind that fold under the gun, especially with chip leader sitting 2 to our left. I think Queen Jack off there, nice discipline lay down from Wayne. Alex does have the chips, but can't just. Well, he is going to open the 7-4 hit. Prefer like some sort of removal, even like a Queen X, King X, Ace X. We just got 3 stacks behind us. Not Andrew's, but the 3 players behind Andrew that all have reshove stacks here, so I kind of want to use a hand that's going to have slight removal, blocking some of those reshoves of our opponent. Not going to get through Balair. And even Balair here as well, even more reason maybe not to open Balair with 3.6 million. If he shoves, we're going to have to call off an additional 5 big blinds for 7-4 off and then have the best hand. Just being aware of stack sizes around the table and who can reshove, who we have to call off. Just think for that reason I would have let the 7-4 go here as Alex, and going to get punished by Paul with the King Jack. And Paul just recognising here But maybe Alex is going to be opening a lot of hands with all the chips. Paul making it 3.4 million. Out of position here, putting in essentially a third of his stack, just over. That will be that. It does get out of the way. So blinds are 300 to 600k now as well, guys. Should mention blinds are up to 300k, 600k level. That's why it's a 1.2 million open. Yeah, I think you can have a little flutter. There's no big risk because the maximum payout is like £1,000, isn't it? Maximum payout on the book of £1,000.
Yeah, the risk is something like
it.
£1,000. Yeah,
you can't just lump like 10 grand on yourself or something like that. It's not possible.
You're not going to change the outcome of any results with the amount of money you can win on the book. So you won't be thinking, I've got 20 grand on myself, shall I just not call?
Yeah, 11 o'clock in club, half 11 on stream. We are set and ready for a good day, but I don't think it's going to be a long day. I think we've probably got six hours or so left of this in terms of chips in play and the structure. There's Balair, love to see him find it tower. 7 bigs here, folded to us on the button. Can we find the shove with the queen 9 off here? I think it's going to... We've got fold equity, picking up these blinds and ante. Good for us, really like this from Balair. Credit where it's due, but unfortunately running into the 10s of Wayne, and Wayne with an easy call. We do have the overcard here with the queen 9.
All in a call on feature, thank you. Off we go, Balair. Queen 9 for his 3.6 million, 7 bigs. Fabulous from the dealer. 4-7-2. As dry as you want when you got 10s.
Yeah, not a single
against Queen 9.
Not a single runner out there for the Queen 9, so we've got 3 outs twice. Gonna need a lady.
Yeah.
Not helping on the turn.
That is it. 3 outs. Oh, it is not.
Next door, we lose Balhar Singh. Just before Balhar on the outer table tower, we lost Andre Vesti.
Oh, well done, Andre.
So Andre Vesti in 21st, Balhar Singh in 20th for £5,160 each. Everyone just laddered 1,500 quid, £6,620 locked for the field now. Going over to see the all-in from Andre Vesti. We know what's going to happen, but he was busted before Balhar.
There's 9. Block time. 2s. Oh, whoa. That's things you don't want to see.
Well, that'll do it.
That'll do it.
So dead on the turn for the deuces, and that is the end of Andre Vesti.
Oh, just another ace as well. Wow.
21st for him.
Well done, Dane. Dane pulls in more.
Andre 21st, Balhar 20th, 19 remain in the field. As we come back to the table, and it's Carnage Tower, all in and a call again. This time it's Chris and Paul.
All in a call on
Spoke to
feature.
Paul Murphy yesterday. Spoke to him last night at the end of the day.
So Chris Dobson with the best of it at the moment, but we are in a flip scenario, fading the 2 overcards of Paul here. Well, that is a sweat.
It certainly
Our
is.
opponent flops a royal drop.
A royal sweat for your life in Goliath.
Aces, jacks, tens and diamonds all working for the ace 10.
Oh,
and
I
that
thought he was there.
will lock it up, Tower.
That's done it.
We are going to be losing another one. 3 players in the space of 4 minutes exiting the field, and just improvement for good measure to the nut flush. Losing Chris Dobson.
Well done, Chris. Great effort.
19th place for £6,620.
Took like 6 mil off it. It was like ridiculous.
Wow.
How's the prediction for the final table looking now?
Yeah. It'll slow down. It'll slow down. We'll get a chance. We'll get a chance to get to the next break.
Yeah, next break going to be about 10 to 4, guys. Hour and 50 left of this session. We had 7 minutes on the clock coming back when we've done the 3 table redraw.
Well, 2 table redraw in 2 players' time. We've only just done a break for the 3 table. Wow. What a day so far. What a day.
Swept together.
I had one of those. Are you happy dominated?
Well, they are.
Literally.
The trickster's back. Chris Trick back in seat 3. Is Nigel Bampton from Coventry? I think he is. Come on, Grandad's Nigel, says Elise Brampton, watching Grandad on YouTube. He is in the field somewhere.
Yeah, I know, Phil. We'll get them updated as soon as possible. They will change. It's probably because we come back with 7 minutes on the clock, and our action tracker just didn't realise, and he'll put them up soon. Alex blind on blind here.
Yeah, so the pot's going to be a little bit bigger, 300, 600 now.
Going to be applying some pressure here with just before height with the chip lead. Makes it 1.8 million. Nice and big, putting Andrew in a tough spot, 3.5x here. And I think this one's going to get through. This is why we make it large as well when we are out of position. Try and deter our opponent from peeling with position. I expect this one just to be getting through and getting the better hand to fold. Nigel's from Walsall.
Line of 300, 600, they will change. 300, 600.
Did you have your biscuits, asked Phil?
I had a couple of Garibaldi's earlier with my last cup of tea. And we'll get a cup of tea on the next table break, which is in 2 players' time.
Joe Saunders in the chat. Come on, Toddy, let's go. Are you still in, Joe? Saunders?
We were asked about 40 times yesterday.
So many stupid questions were coming in. That one was top in the shop, I'll tell you that. Let us know, Joe, if you're still in the mix. Chris De Silva has busted. Minji is second in chips. Paul making it 1.2 from under the gun with the king three suited. Don't mind this from Paul. We're six-handed now, so effective. Low jack here, sitting second in chips on the table, but Alex looks like he may have ideas on the button. And in comes the pressure here, free betting, and it's very well timed because this is going to be getting through versus Paul's particular holding here, making it 3.1. Like the sizing. Wow, Paul's going to make a very loose pill here versus the chip leader sitting second in chips on this table. King three of hearts, taking it to the streets. Off we go.
227.
And this is just going to be Toddy's pot. Just should be check, small bet fold, 1.5 million thereabouts. Well, the pot's slightly out, obviously, because blind should be 300k, 600k. I'd still expect Toddy to be c-betting this one. So extra 250k in the pot. So still probably going to go around 1.6. Expect 20%. This type of board, this stage of the tournament. I think we're going to go really small here. This Toddy goes between 20% and quarter, 1.8 million. Like it, like the size and choice, and we're going to take down this pot uncontested, regardless of holding. Let's pull it out of there. For some reason, the cards just weren't picking up on the reader.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Get a read off on.
Alex with the 9-6. So the blinds are 600, so raises to 2.2 with the Queen 6 and the hijack. Oh, 1.2, apologies.
Yeah, and I might go for the free bet, not all in here as Andrew with the 8s. Obviously a lot of pressure on us, but Alex going to be opening a lot of hands here. I might just make this like 3 million, go for the 2.5x. Still room to get away from it, but I'm not sure if Alex is going to fight back with many like 4 bets at this stage. So I might have gone for the free bet, not all in here as Andrew. Off of our 28 big blind stack. That brings Paul in the small blind with the ace-9 suited.
So flop a 10, King, Queen. 2 million bet from Andy in C2. And now, I think Andy will just give up to the race.
I don't think it's a raise. I think he's putting his 100 chips tower.
Oh, is it?
It
No.
was just a call. He's putting 20 chips to call 2 chips.
There's me. Just a call. With the flush draw.
Yeah, so Toddy actually lets go of the best hand in the form of second pair, but can't be calling after a bet and a call from Paul. Not going to overcall the Queen 6 there. Very unlikely to have the best hand, although he did on this particular occasion. 7 of clubs on the river, so the 8s, if we happen to get to showdown, going to be good here for Andrew. But Paul going to have a stab at it here. I think this is just all to do with the turn check here. Imagine if we're Andrew here and we've got 2 pair plus on the turn. We're just never checking back. And this 7's not going to change anything. King 7, Queen 7, 10 7, not going to be a thing. So this 7's an irrelevant river. So Paul just going after all these 1 pairs, although size is fairly small here, 1.8 into 8.2 between quarter and fifth. Might have gone for a larger size here, put all these Queen X, perhaps 10X in a tough spot. Maybe just thinking that once Andrew checks back turn, he's never going to have more than a 1 pair hand here. 7 on the river, not changing anything and just going after all these 1 pair holdings. Might have sized up though here as Paul. Like the Queen X, I think's got a really easy call versus this size. The King X is never folding versus this size, and maybe we'll just target a 10 and a hand like Andrew has, which isn't always going to be firing on the flop. Let's see what Andy comes with here.
Flicks it in the muck. Nice bet from Paul Murphy in seat number 6. $18 players.
Nigel Bradman has 1 recorded cash for £740 on Hindenburg. Well, it's not a short.
You'll have 2 tomorrow.
Yep. 3 roll for Nigel, and he's locked up over £6,000.
What a story. We miss his name. We miss his name off on the wheel. We apologise. He gets a free Goliath seat for us missing, and he's in the last 18. What a story.
Imagine if he won, that would be incredible. Basically, I went to school with Paul and bumped into him on day 1. Good to see he's run deep. So 50 million for Alex. Between a 5th and a 6th for the chips in play. Probably got high 5 figures in equity. Lost price Paul. Middle to high. I said at the start of the day today, Peter Seeger was one to beat for this year's Goliath. Really can see him taking this down. Proper experience growing up. Says Stuart. As Wayne here should be shoving. Wow, is he just going to let the big blind realise equity here? King Jack off. Well, goes for the raise. Okay, I thought that was a call. I didn't see the million chip there. Just saw the blacks, but went for the raise instead. So I'm guessing was raise calling off, but can just open shove that spot for 13 effective. I probably wouldn't be opening this one as Andrew, although we're 6-handed into the chip leaders big blind. I'd like to see a fold from him. Definitely get behind that, out of the way. Queen 7 suited for Paul, he's going to open. Suited Queen. Makes it 1.2. Wayne out of the way with a 9-3.
The Bevan is still in. Esset.
easy spot to shove there for Jack, 6.8 million. And should be a snap fold from Paul. There we go, and as he does snap fold, off to the outer we go, because we've got an all-in and a call. Mo Khan is the player at risk.
There he is.
What's he working with, Tower? Cards.
Yeah, pyramid.
Nice to meet you guys as well, yeah? Family pot.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Mr. Chan again, who's involved. So there's been an all-in, he's been called in 2 spots, so cards are on their backs.
Look at the chips in the middle.
6, 8, Jack, 2 clubs. Probably likely to be checking this one down. 7 of spades on the turn.
Check. Check.
One check, check again. And 8 of diamonds. On the river. We'll probably go check, check again, I reckon.
Showdown. All cards must be shown.
What we
Let's
got
have a
there?
look.
Pocket 5s. Ace Queen.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And Ace 9. So the pocket 5s. We're going to scoop and we're going to lose one.
Going to lose Mo Khan. Mo Khan out in 18th for £6,620. Everyone ladders 1,400 quid. And we're going over here because we've got an all-in and a call. And it looks like Nigel Brampton.
Whoa!
Is it no? No, not Nigel.
We had a bust out here, so we lost one here. It's redraw time,
with the 6s. Just catching the end of that. So Jonathan doubling up, and we lose Mo Khan in 18th place. All in from Chris, call from Alex. Chris shoving for 10 BBs. Alex with the ace queen, obviously not going anywhere, so another all in and call, this time on the featured table.
All in. Alex. C1. 50 mil. Chris. King Jack. Does he survive? The trickster.
2 live cards.
Go on, Tricky.
Does pick up a gut shot, so 9's working now, gone from 6 outs to 10. No help on the turn, 4 of hearts, so about to lose Chris Trick unless he can find one of them 10 outs. King, Jack, 9, all working.
There's the 4, so another one bites the dust.
17th, £8,080, so going to be 2 table redraw time, Tower. 2 tables of 8, 16 remain, so probably going to be 5 minutes just to get that sorted.
I'll sit and chat to the masters, you fill my cup up.
Okay.
Go on then. Oh, so it's only way he gets his steps in, got to look after the lad. Got to keep him mobile. Sees us up on this chair. Jim, 1 minute. Space. 16-man redraw. Mr. Jim McShane in the building. What an effort from all the team, from top to bottom. From as soon as you walk through the door, the reception, 5 on every morning, getting the queues down as quick as possible. Straight down to the bottom, to the cleaners, to everybody. It's been amazing.
A week last Thursday seems like a long time ago.
walked in a week last Thursday, there was nothing there. I was half expecting it all to be done, there was nothing.
It's managed to rain every day in Coventry, so the summer's managed to, remember those films you used to do with ice cream vans? That doesn't happen anymore. Rain, and more rain every day.
We had the old Jamaican band outside with the steel drums and everything one year, ice cream man outside, they were selling umbrellas this week.
Just rain and rain. But we're 10 minutes away from the day 2 of the Cup starting.
Yeah.
And that's the last event that'll be up and running.
Is it day 2s where you can see your scene draws on the app the night before? Or is it, when is it done?
Whenever the seat draw's done.
Whenever the seat draw's
done. So if you play your normal local comp and you're buying in at 6:30. When the draw goes up at 7 o'clock, if you're sitting in the bar finishing your pint and sandwich, you can see your own name on the app before you get into the room.
Is it still alphabetical, your surname first and I can never work it out.
Post Goliath, so next app update, you'll go to full name.
Oh, right, okay.
Minus GDPR initials.
Yeah.
So the app reads, when the guys are in the room doing all the updates as they do as standard around the floor, everybody on that's GDPR yes, no as to Cardboard Magic.
Yeah.
That leads straight from Cardboard Magic onto the app. So if you're yes, your full name will get shown, and if you're no, it'll stay as initials. But we must be 96-97% of people at GDPR yes these days.
Yeah.
So it leaves us with an easy option to see. Unless, as you saw the other day, did you see 2 Dave Smiths, 2 John Smiths, 2...
How do you work that out, by the way? Date of birth. Do the players know that? Or do they just say, can I just sit steady?
No. Well, there's only 2. You don't have 100 Dave Smiths.
No, that's true. No, that's true.
So they get sat in the right way around.
Right.
We did have twins this year with the same initial.
Okay.
Different first name, same initial, same day of birth.
Yes.
But other than that, there's always some demographic that splits everybody to everybody. Yeah. If it comes to it, we can rock paper scissors. It's not the end of the world if they
wander around, see who's on your table and think, oh, that looks a bit tough. I'll go to the next one.
Yes, it's pretty easy going.
Yeah. Obviously, you gave us. Oh, we didn't. Sorry about that. We had the dates up. You told us that we could announce it. Jay got the phone call. So we got the dates: 25th of July till the 4th of August next year. He's on the phone. He says, "Hello, Jamie." Says, "Oh, can I announce it?" Says, yes, yes.
It wasn't me. I don't know who you're speaking to, but it wasn't me. It's Olympia next year.
It is. So because we slightly go back, but basically a lot of people had hopefully guessed that it was going to be the same week.
I spoke to a double couple this week. They come every year. They booked 4 weeks out 3 months ago. They announce it, they cancel it. They just block the book.
That's amazing.
And they just cancel what they don't need.
That is amazing. Yes, the Undertaker's coming into C7. He is indeed.
Mark Holloway.
He is indeed. He played locally for years and years and years.
Last night.
Yeah.
All I kept hearing was seat 5, seat 5, seat 5.
There's somebody on the rail that gets a woo every time he wins a pot, but I don't know who it is. I know Ric Flair's in the building, but I don't know who he's rooting for. Alex, is that what it is? Oh, Alex Todd, chip leader.
I mean, we've got day 3 of the main event.
Yeah.
Day 2 of the cup. The seniors, the turbo, the APAT, the red tooth, and the cash.
Remember when he used to be the final table, the room was empty, and all the dealers had already gone home or gone to the pub or whatever they were doing?
No, don't remember that.
None of that?
No, we don't do that anymore.
None of that? That's what you want in the background of the last 2 tables of Goliath. It's a full room.
Yeah. No, it's nice, isn't it? You know, you've got to maximise the opportunity. We'd only get the venue for so many days per year, so we've got to...
Yeah, we've said that. Why can't you extend this? Why can't you extend that? Obviously, the outside licence and the hiring of the hall as well. We have got the dates for next year. Obviously,
yeah, there's availability of the halls, there's the football, there's the student accommodation for all the team to stay in.
Yeah.
There's lots of...
one penalty kick away from Premier League football.
Well, we have the balance between Coventry and Luton, and the new Luton Stadium's right next to the casino as well. So obviously there's no Goliath in Luton, but there is a couple of GKBTs, so that would have affected them just as much. Can you imagine? Well, we don't know yet. We could have the last Saturday of Goliath next year could be a home game.
Yes, usually first week of the season is this week for the Championship football.
So we won't know that till March next year.
Yeah.
If that's an impact or not. But we take these things in our stride. We did Goliath last year, home game on a Wednesday. 2018, I think it was a home game, Shrewsbury, but home
somewhere.
So you know the club takes on its stride. There's always thousands upon thousands of people in this. You know, they just had a Harry Styles concert, so
nice.
if they can manage that.
Yeah, absolutely. Mick the Mod says, can we get bigger again next year? What is the aim?
Have we never got bigger before?
We've got bigger every single year.
Yeah. So, as always, you know, heads are a bit fuzzy this week. We'll get finished. We'll have a wash up in 2 weeks' time. We'll sit down. Yeah. The dates are in place. Goliath is happening. We'll put the plan together, what we're trying to achieve, put a schedule together to meet those expectations, and we'll get it announced as, you know,
obviously we know since COVID things have gone up, cost of living and all this malarkey, and even ice cream's gone up. Like, well, what's that going to do with cost of living? What's that going to do with price of everything? But it does. So obviously you've got a lot of things to work out between now and announcing some kind of schedule for Goliath. It ain't easy. Glad we're not on that side of it. We just leave it to them, and then we just get told what's happening.
I can't give any specifics, but I can say that Goliath this year costs more than double what Goliath pre-COVID cost.
Yeah, 2019.
More than double.
Well, yeah, it's the cost of absolutely everything that's just skyrocketing. The cost of Goliath is more than double this week than it is from 2019. Wow.
Maybe we'll do Saudi Arabia Goliath and we'll get bought out and take it over there. And we get 700 grand a week each. 3-year contract. Someone's asking about online day ones. The thing about online day ones is it's not about that. It's the issue that we have with our day ones is just to get enough people through to day two. We were capped at 1,200 people this year. We just got inside that, not by much. You know, if we have 1 or 5 or 10 online day ones, all it's going to do is qualify more people for day two, which means that day two just becomes bigger. That's why at this stage we stay away from online day ones.
So we have a table, 16 players left. You, San Chen, Danny Bevan, Richard Hare, Will Peacock, Phil Allen, Peter, Jimmy in seat number 9.
Jimmy's been around a long time.
I do like our 5s being blocked, I love that. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
And not just any random seat, I like that. I do like that.
Yeah, there's lots of little bits and pieces that we can do like that to try and make life easier, more practical.
Yeah. No, it's been a top effort. We're down to the final 16 of Goliath, and like I said, we've still got a full hall and people still coming in. And obviously everything's full, and can you still buy into anything now? Like anything?
So the buy-in for the cup finishes in 1 minute. So once day two starts, that's then done.
Right.
The turbo buy-in's still open, and the seniors is still taking alternates. Red Tooth is closed. APAT's closed from last night.
Yeah.
We did have 2 people come in this morning asking if they could buy into day 3 of the main event.
Really? Oh, interesting.
What did you start with?
Is that an option?
What were the blinds this morning?
Somebody asked if they could buy into
2 people. 2 people. What were the blinds?
What were they? 100, 200,000?
And what the starting stack? 25k.
25k. Oh, brilliant!
So yes, that was.
Interesting.
Yeah, Matty was happy to let them know the answer.
Brilliant.
So yeah, that's closed, but yeah, there's the cash room's still full.
Yeah.
So there's still plenty of people in waiting to jump in the cash.
Yeah. Igor Bear says more dealers will make it bigger and better. Remove yourself from 2 comps. Yeah. We had a situation where 30 dealers decided not to come when they said they were coming. That put massive pressure on these, and they coped admirably. We'd love to have 500 dealers. So would the World Series. So would the EPTs. You know, there's a lack of everything all around the world. It's not that easy. I'm coming. They don't come.
Yeah, you can only book so many people.
Yeah.
If we were waiting on a Friday night for a Saturday morning start. They don't turn up. We make some plans. We pull in some other people from elsewhere, and we do what we can. And to be honest, we had more dealers than we had last year.
Yeah.
You know, we sold out of everything, and the cash games were full.
Yeah.
At some point, we have to say we ran out of tables.
Yeah.
You know, we 167 tables in the venue this year. you know. And I'd pretty much say at one point they're all full.
Yeah.
So you can't really say much fairer than that.
No, absolutely not. Is Jay back? Oh, T-Boy's here.
He's got over mouth for the brownie.
I've got tea.
Pardon? You haven't got a tea. Here we go. The one he's going to say it. We were on a break.
Vinny calls me. He goes, "You want a cake?" I said, "Yeah, I have a cake." He goes, "Oh,
I can tell."
He goes, "I also need to pay my debt with Tower."
Who's this?
Vinny.
Oh, Vinny.
Vinny. He said he needed
Yes.
to pay the debt.
I've had one bet with Vinny in my life, who was on the cash games on a regular basis, and he's got me a cookie. There you go. Good lad. Good lad. So we're down to the final 16. We'll get back to the tables. Thanks for letting us announce the dates. Thanks for that.
Yes.
We're back in Coventry in October for 888.
We're starting the Vic in 10 days.
We start the London is on. London. I'll show you London actually because London's there. There is London. That starts on the 16th of August in 10 days' time. We'll be down there on Wednesday the 23rd.
I'm there Tuesday.
We're down there on Tuesday.
I'm there Tuesday. This Tuesday.
Oh, you're there this Tuesday. Oh, you get tomorrow off.
No, clear down tomorrow.
Oh,
I'll be in at 9, Jim.
Yeah. I'll wait for you, Joe. Hold my breath, yeah?
Brilliant.
I'll be in here tomorrow for clear down.
Yeah.
The Vic for tomorrow for
excellent.
Sort out stuff for the
So London's next. Next time we come to Coventry will be October for the 888.
Yep.
And
big event with them. I'm seeing their team, the 888 team, on Thursday.
Yeah.
So just doing the final bits and pieces with them to make sure everything's ready for Coventry.
Lovely.
Luton's out.
Yeah.
Leeds will be out before you get to the Vic.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, it's Blackpool in the grand final.
Thanks for another year.
One last thing to say.
Yep.
As of Monday, the new league table will come out post Goliath.
Yeah.
We'll see where we are with MPL after that, but we're looking like a 400k payout at the end of the season.
Wow.
So big money,
Pretty
more
impressive.
seats, more packages. More packages will be locked up once the money comes in from Goliath.
Yeah.
And what did we do last year? 36, 34 packages out of 72 at the grand final.
Yeah.
So it'll be good. And then in September we'll get 2024 schedule. So by the time you get to Leeds, 2024 schedule will be out.
Hey, dear.
We did take a couple of weeks off for the World Series, but since that.
Yeah, and I must say, and I said it this week, that on the first time I saw a lot of Brits over in with the World Series, the first thing was great that I don't have to check Google, great that I don't have to check the results to see that, and the people who were involved in it all just said, what a great idea.
No, that'll hold for next year. We'll have the summer break. We did put UCAPT Blackpool in as a late addition to help them out. Yeah. But other than that, there'll be a break again, little break over Christmas. Yeah. Just give everyone a chance in the MPL to have a relax and recuperate and then get back to it again after that. But
absolutely.
So I think it was 46 weekends out of 52 this year we did.
Wow.
Not bad then.
Not bad at all. It's been an absolute pleasure.
But thank you for everyone for the support. Everyone's enjoyed themselves. It's been my favourite Goliath I think we've ever done.
Yeah.
The numbers, the support, the people travelling, the feedback, the messages on social, the support we've had, the support of the team.
Yeah.
You know, it's been really, really strong this year, so it's my most enjoyable and appreciative Goliath I think we've ever done.
Excellent. Really enjoyed it.
Until Goliath 12.
We've enjoyed it. We've had a good laugh. We've got our chat box to entertain us as well. We have had a good laugh. And we raised £7,000 for charity at George as well.
We did. That's great as well. Well done to everybody for that. You can't say fairer than that. I think everyone loved Jokers. And
back to the action because we're going to have his first big pot. But we haven't gone full.
Wow.
We are now.
Here's a flop.
What a flop for Kings against Ace King. What a flop. William flops a set. Richard has got the Ace King.
Philip's
and
got
the flush draw for Phil.
How do you think Peter's feeling with his pair of eights? That's some action there.
Yeah.
Well, you're normally dead with Ace King against Kings when the King flops, but He's still live.
Not like that. So better 925. Better 925.
Third pot and a quarter of his stack.
He does call with one chip. I love the million yellow chip. Now then, Richard. Top two. This surely has to be a send. No, not really. Too big. We're 12 million in the pot. Effectively.
Well, he wants to take William on, but he doesn't know about the 6 million of Philip.
So just cut 2.5 mil is the raise. All in, says William. This will probably get rid of Phil with the flush draw.
Well, he's also got the queen flush draw to worry about, as well as made hands. It's gone three-way. Well, he knows he's going to see it, whatever he does.
Oh. He does get out of the way, so it is set for William. Top two for Richard.
He now wishes he called, I think.
So just William all in, set of kings. No, do it. So there we go, the set. Gets a double, the flush with the miss.
I was praying for the
ace king.
Ace.
That was it, done. On that note, Mr. Jim,
I'll leave you to
that was where I'd want to leave on.
That was a good hand to see.
Thanks for this week, been amazing.
No worries,
Well
thank you
done.
all. My favourite saying though on all-ins is when someone says we're both free rolling, and then someone gets knocked out.
Absolutely. Cheers, Jim. Information from Mr. Jim McShane about this year, next year, and what's happening regarding the 888 as well. So plenty going on. Jim McShane, head of poker for Grosvenor. Before he gets back on the floor, Jay was on the sidelines just watching in.
Just watching. I see we're down to 15 tower.
Yeah. Imagine a football match. Imagine watching a football match and the commentators are talking everything but football. Imagine a football being match on for 9 days. Clown.
You are funny sometimes, Sarah. That tickled me. That's funny. 9 days, 12 hours a day.
15 hours. We did 15 hours yesterday.
Oh, that's brilliant. Ace 3 for Jimmy. Raises to 1.4 mil. Oh, Min G at the table. Deep in the Goliath.
Indeedy. I saw him in Vegas actually, Jimmy. I didn't realise he actually went over, but yeah, I saw him in a couple of events. Big player. There's our Jimmy. Lines up. Next stands will be 400, 800,000.
Yeah, this is, in my opinion, Tower, way too loose. Spoke about already. These small pocket pairs this deep in the tournament, they just go down drastically in value. Like we're essentially just going set mine in here on the flop. Jimmy's got us covered. So much better for William to just play fold here with deuces. Like even like 5s, 6s, 7s I'm probably going to be on the line with. There's ace, jack, 5, rainbow rolls off. Yeah, Jimmy's a big favourite with his stack size for sure, Min G.
Yeah.
Used to playing for chunks of money. clubs on the turn.
Check.
Jimmy goes for the check once more.
King of Diamonds River.
Check. Check.
Yeah, Jimmy not going for one street of value here. Knows he's going to be good now once he's checked through. Ace 3 of diamonds. Best hand.
Andy McKenzie. Looks like he's in.
Good luck at that.
Andy McKenzie from Edinburgh stands up. He's got 10s. It's against Ace Queen. What's he in for? 1, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6, 7.
7 mil.
Yeah, 7.5 mil. So 10s. Yes,
Oh!
10 on the flop.
You see the ace and your heart pounds, but we flop a set.
Alex Todd still can find the king here. Well,
Oh, not anymore. Oh, just the
quadrillas. So Andy McKenzie gets a much needed double through the chip lead up.
Sit back, dude.
Only going to be a small chink in the armour.
Telling everybody in the chat, I've just doubled my quads. Let me just take a picture and show everybody. Well done, Andy. Well done, Andy.
Jack is still in the field. Jack hasn't lost it.
Yeah, he was on our feature table before, and then we had a 2-table redraw, and he moved tables.
Yeah, min cash now for 15 left, £9,530. When we get down to 13, everyone would have locked up 5 figures. Jay, wearing a cap over a number of years has scientifically been proven to cause hair loss. Now I'm not sure if you're actually bald because I've never seen you without a cap. I've never taken it off. I've been wearing it since I was 6 months old. I learned to wear a hat before I could walk. And here we are, still with it on to this day. I've got a good head of hair, believe it or not.
Yeah, he has.
Under here. I've got very good head of hair.
Cool. All in the cool.
All in a call. Phil with ace 4 against Jimmy. We could chop, we've got opportunities, but Phil is going to need a little bit of help.
That's no help. We do have the backdoor hearts. Backdoor wheel is a thing as well. So can find a 4 or a 5 to stay alive. Phil Allen.
And doesn't, he's a 6.
Next door for him. Philip Allen out in 15th, £9,530.
Well played, sir. Well played. Indeed.
Go. Off we go again.
What's happening now?
Is that the same clip?
Same hand?
No, it's not. Look at his stack tower. This is straight after he's doubled up, so he's just doubled up.
8, 10, 11, 13 mil.
He's all in. Ace 8, 6, 5 here, and it's the same two. Alex Todd is the man in question here. So he's in the tank. So it's bottom versus big blind here. So Alex on ace 8, 6, 5 in the tank here. Thinking whether to call this one off.
This is so sick, man.
Wow. Andy's trying not to give his call. Andy's trying not to give anything away. He's turned over. What's he turned over?
9-7 for the nut straight, and he's up against ace 6 for 2 pair.
Oh.
So Alex turns 2 pair, and Andy turns the nut straight, fading 4 outs, and Andy is going to be up to around 30 million chips. River is a 10.
It is.
So in 2 hands, Andy has
taking all the pictures,
taken
sunshine.
a fair amount off of Alex Todd. Jackets off, sits back down. He is loving
Bit of a
it.
fist pump there, the belly come out, the chest was out and everything. Go on, the Mackenzie. Oh, Mark Kelly's is waiting.
Yeah, back to the feature because we got an all in again. This time William blinds up 400, 800, just shoving here for 14 BBs from Hijack, and Yusan in the big blind with the King 10 suited here versus 14 BBs, a Hijack jam. I think it's closer than it looks, but I don't think we're going to ever be calling this off at this stage. With the Goliath, day 3, makes the fold. Yeah, so can let you know, Alex now with around 20 million chips, guys. Basically given, well not given, lost the flip ace queen versus 10 standard, and then cooled with 2 pair versus the nut straight, pretty standard again. So then 30 million chips are now sitting in Andy Mackenzie's stack. Alex Todd down to 20 million on the outer table.
I would have taken it. I would have taken it. Sometimes I want to fold.
All in.
Pocket sixes for Richard, 10 BBs, we got a pair. In they go. Oh, and here we go again. What is going on, Tower? There, all ins going on everywhere.
Everywhere we look.
Yusan asking for a count, but he'll know in his head that this is always going in from him. Just expect to see ISO.
Yep.
And down to 14.
7,950,000.
New Sun in seat number 1.
All in.
And he announces all in. Danny Bevan snap folds and gets out of the way. Yeah, Richard's going to like what he sees though. Knows that he's not dominating once his king's over, and we flip him. Jusan can definitely have some better pairs here. Off to the races here for these two. 18 million in the middle. Richard Hare, avid watcher of the live stream with the sixes, and Yusan with the big slip to the flop. An ace in the window. But 2 diamonds on board, and the 10-8 gives the running straight possibilities as well. Not over yet. And there is one of those runners. 9 of hearts on the turn. So the 6 is picking up 7s as well, but it's the king of diamonds for top 2 for the ace king of Yusan. And another one gone.
Well done, Rich. Just like that.
Richard Hare,
What's
14th.
the cash for? Nearly 10?
£9,530. 2k ladder just under for everyone. £11,250 now locked up. 13 players remain, and it's fast and furious here on day 3 of the Goliath. We come back with 44 at 11 AM. 4 hours later, coming up to, we are approaching that final table.
You know you love it when you're watching this over the Triton main. Hey. It has been a great day. You know, just move tables.
Yeah, Nigel Brampton getting some ladders. Love to see Nigel make the FT. What a story that will be. In for a free roll. And he is deep on day 3. And so just some news about the Cup Tower. Junior KPT Cup.
Yeah.
Prize pool confirmed. £73,000 up top in the cup.
73 grand up top.
73 grand up top in the cup.
Wow. Here comes the Terminator.
Cool.
That's the table should be on TV. Yeah, we swap table then.
6, 8, 10, 2 half board.
Yeah, he bucks it. Table 3. He bucks it. Not me.
And you saying after opening here, just sitting with king high, looks like it's going to see bet. Like button versus big ranges are both going to be wide. Whoa, that is hefty. That looks like a big bet from Yusan. Like 3/4 potish around that, 3.1 million. And this puts the bottom pair in actually a really tricky spot here as William. And we're faced with quarter, third, small size in choice. Probably happy to take one off. But facing this 3/4 pot sizing, can definitely get behind the fold. So credit to Yusan, picks it up with king high, gets the better hand out of it. We need a designated Nigel cam. Hopefully we get it for the FT. 13 remain. If he can outlast 3 more opponents, we will be seeing Nigel Brampton on that final table.
Would have been a good show.
A bit of raw emotion. A bit of raw emotion for Andy from Andy McKenzie yesterday against Martin Wood.
Prices start from 5,000, 5,000 active. We pay contribution today. As soon as the price goes, you will all get the screen.
He does get a bit flustered every now and again, does Andy McKenzie. But he's a top lad.
At this rate, we'll have a winner by 5 p.m. It will level out a bit on the final table, but there was loads of shorties coming back today. I still think it's going to be 7:30, 8 o'clock. Thought it last night, thought it this morning. Going to stick with it today. Don't blind on blind here. Folds to the small. Looks like going to opt to complete for 400 more. Peter with the Queen 6 checks his option. King, Queen, Jack, 2 diamonds here. I wouldn't mind seeing check here from Peter. Yeah, I really like his decision to check. Blind on blind, second pair, when 1 overcards there. Against a very wide range and small. Can pick off some leads on the turn. Can potentially let our opponent catch a piece that is then happy to put chips in and get value with. But on this occasion, just 9 high, making the fold.
Hiya Scotty. Afternoon fellas, great comp. Thanks again for your commentary. Spoke to you briefly, Jay, when you were heading up the escalators. Definitely helped my deepest run in the Goliath this year. Good lad.
Cheers, Scotty. I like the brief chats. I said this yesterday. Nice little 30 seconds. All we need. I don't need to hear when I'm out there on my break for 10 minutes how you've got unlucky, how someone's hit a 3-outer on you on the river. I don't need to hear it. I've heard it all before. I've been commentating all week. I'm out there on my break. I'm reading the transfer news. I don't need people coming up to me telling me how they got unlucky.
I got one from last year this morning.
It's just like...
I got one from last year.
From last year? What, they tell you, man, from last year?
This morning.
It's just they watch the stream telling. I know I've been working all day. They see me. I finally got a bit of time off. Little just break. Little 10, 15 minute. Oh, you never guess what's just happened to me, Jay. Go on. What you got for me?
Ricky Guinness says, Tower, medic needed on table 1 in the seniors. Some of them are dithering and turning blue due to the aircon. I did notice it was a lot colder in the room today than it normally is. I did notice that. Walking round. I did notice. Don't know if it's something that can actually be changed. But I did notice. It was considerably colder.
Yeah, 13 left, top right of your screen you can see on the TV.
13 players, 2 tables, average stick, chips, 22 mil. 22 mil.
There it is, here's the question that I said last night when we finish. I go to the lads, it's looking like an early finish tomorrow, but who's going to be the first person in the chat to ask if we're streaming the cup when we finish? Carl Davis, how are we doing? Got back to North Wales with the mushrooms this morning. Thanks for a great week. Thanks for entertaining commentary. Is there any stream of the Cup Day 2 later, or is the stream done after the final table? Hold on. Andy?
Nice one, mate.
Danny Bevan's all in, and unfortunately he's just run into Jimmy's boots. He's just run into Jimmy's aces. Danny Bevan from just outside Blackpool, plays in Blackpool all the time. What a flop. We need running straight cards that are a different variety. And that is it. Danny Bevan is going to finish
13th.
In 13th place for just over 11.
Yeah, our first 5-figure payout, £11,250. 12 remain, 2 tables of 6.
Alright. So we're getting a player over. We're down to 12.
Yeah, Boar says, I think I did that to you when I got KO when you were getting some water. You said, yeah, unlucky mate, turned around and walked off. I'm literally not if you see me on my break, guys, I'm not trying to be rude. I just like some time to myself. A lot of the time I've got to reply to some messages and get some stuff done. And if you want to tell me your bad beach story, come on stream and do it while I'm working. What would your job be if you weren't playing poker, Jay? Well, at school, when I was doing like my A-level maths and you're doing your UCAS and all that, it was I was looking at an actuary. So that's what I was going to go down, that sort of route. But here we are, winging it for a living in the comms booth with the tower. But it was something going to be like maths based, Gary. But actuary was sort of the path that we were having a little look at when I was 17, 18.
Is actually that thing where you aim at a target it from 100 metres away?
You're a clown.
No?
You're an absolute
Is that not
clown.
one of them?
How does actuary sound like archery?
It does from where you come from.
You know, Craig David was in the archery team at the Olympics, but you never knew that.
Was he?
Yeah, he was their bow selector.
Oh, no.
Last one of the week, guys. It's been a long week. It's been a long week.
Oh, love it.
So it's Paul Murphy.
Paul Murphy in the pan. And Andy again. Andy McKenzie again stands up. Oh, is there going to be another chest bump?
So he's in front. He's got the ace queen.
There's 3. Can't see. Slow down, dealer. Slow down. Can't see. Oh, a fist bump, the Murph.
So Paul Murphy out. What a bit of heat for Andy McKenzie for the last 25 minutes. He's going to be close to chip lead now, Tower. He's gone from one of the shorties to the chip leader. What a bit of heat in the last 25 minutes for Andy McKenzie.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, Nige. Come on, Grandad, says Elise. We're down to the final 11. He is still in. He is still in.
And we get to the river here as William with top pair checks it over to Jimmy, who's probably happy to show this one down. Very difficult to get called by worse. I doubt we're folding out better. Maybe some rivered 7x we fold out, so like the check here from Jimmy. And William going to take it with the 10-7. The free roll password, I will give that out at 4 o'clock. Or should we give it out now, Tara?
Go on, give it out. I have no idea what it is.
So,
is it Godiva?
No, it's Go the Cake.
Pardon?
Go the Cake. God Cake.
God Cake?
I don't know. I don't know. Password for the free roll is God Cake. This is what I said last week when I said the password is Godiva. Below it, it was God Cake, and they both start with Go. So I don't know if Godiva / Godiva and God Cake of some sort.
God Cake.
That is the password. God Cake. GODCAKE. God Cake.
Somebody Google God Cake.
I don't know. I don't want to.
£500 live stream free roll starting at 6 o'clock. The password is God Cake. Somehow. God Cake. Somebody let us know. First in, Monkey Magic. First thing that came up in Google was Coventry God Cakes.
There you go.
Traditional name for the triangle of grass that occurs at a road junction. On minor roads created the road splits. The name originated from Warwickshire and is named after a puff pastry cake which originally from the city of Coventry.
Okay.
Okay.
So God Cake, that's how you're spelling it, Sean. Yeah, GODCAKE.
God Cake.
All lowercase.
There we go. All lowercase, Sean's little family. God cake. So now we've learned what a God cake is.
That's when I was chatting.
Thank you very much. Chat's brilliant.
Dilly's not said anything really.
God cakes are a sweet bake comprising puff pastry holding a filling of mincemeat with an extra splash of brandy or rum mixed
Why have we
in.
never had God cakes sent in while we've worked in Goliath
There you go,
ever?
Tara.
We've been here 10 years. 10 years. Now we do the 888.
I agree.
Every now and again we do a GKPT on its own. Have we ever had a God cake?
No.
Not one.
The free roll is on Grosvenor Poker.
Yep.
Takes 2 seconds to download the client. And if you fancy playing some buying events on Grosvenor Poker tonight, we've got our €50 100k guarantee. We've got a €100 100k guarantee. Summer series is ahead. It's been going all weekend, and today it's Sunday, so going to be some bigger events. As well as that, we've got our closer tomorrow, 50 grand guarantee on that for the GUKBT closer. And it's an extra big guarantee because it is Goliath weekend. And what a sight for you, Sant, with the boots.
Absolutely. Seen the aces quite a few times, to be fair.
So not acting yet, Yusan, taking his time with this one. Just weighing up stack sizes around the table. Going to make it 1.75 from the looks of things. 1.8 is the size of choice. Or 1.75, it rounds up, doesn't it, on the graphic, so makes it 1.75. John with the King 7 here. Tough one to be defending off of this stack. we have only 4.5 big blinds tower. And we don't have to be up against aces. We can be up against some queen jack, some jack 10 suited hands. We're actually ahead of against the ace-x without a king or a 7. We're going to have a nice 35% equity, but unfortunately for us, we run into the top end here. And Yusan with the aces. John stands up with his 15% equity. And is it going to be final table bubble just like that?
King 7 needs to get extremely lucky to survive Goliath 2023. Is Jack Nolan still in? Yes, he is, Stephen. But you're watching John. Douglas Smith all in. Well, we flop a king.
Yeah, 5 outs to survive now, Tower. Kings and 7s both going to work for us.
We flop a king.
There's still some hope here for Jonathan Douglas Smith. Next door on the turn.
King on a 7 needed. Oh, we're down to 10. We're down to 10. Great effort in the biggest Goliath ever. Jonathan Douglas Smith finishing in 11th. What an effort. What a good effort. 12,980 pounds. I think it's all lowercase, Raymondo. It's all lowercase, Godcake. The password is Godcake. Try all lowercase. So the final table bubble, 10th, will be £12,980, and then when we hit the FT, they'll have locked up £15,880, which is huge for a 9th place payout. So we're just waiting for a player to move across. They'll be involved in a hand. They're still playing, obviously. They've got to wait. No dramas. We'll see it away. Andy McKenzie's not in the hand. I can see him on his blower. He's on his phone, so we can see that. Yeah, that's the thing with poker, isn't it? Imagine the mixed emotions of winning 13,000 and walking away with the face look like you just lost your last tenner. It's a bizarre game, is this poker? Jay, I'm a Horrible's bad beat story this week was queuing behind you at the burger stand and you took the last 2 gourmet burgers. Did you give the other one to Tower? No, I didn't get one. I've not had a burger this week at all. He's just nipped out. Well, we are waiting for a player to move. See, get some God cake, that'll cheer you up. I've never had one, I've never even heard of it.
What is God cake? Did you find out?
Never heard of it, it's some spiced cake. Look, we've been in Coventry 11 years. Have we had it ever? No, not once. Cardiff City 2, Leeds United 0.
Oh.
There you go.
Not quite. But if someone
He took the last 2 and put 1 straight in the bin. I need to ask him. I'm a Horrible's worst bad beat this week was standing behind you in the burger queue and you took the last 2 gourmet burgers.
Who said that?
Who did you give the other one to? Because it wasn't me.
That's quite funny. Oh, he's talking about me, not you. I've just read the comment. Jay, my bad beat was cool behind you at the burger van on Monday. First break when took the last 2 gourmet burgers. You did give the other to the tower, I hope. No, that was for Alice. That was for Alice. Sorry about that.
The final table is 9. We are 10-handed. Well, we are 10 players. 2 tables of 5. Yeah, 2 tables of 5. We'll just move 1 from the outer table to level it up. We are on 2 tables of 5. We will stop, obviously, when we get to the final table. There'll be a 30-minute break.
I can tell you, you could ask for it. Yeah. It's 9 o'clock. Oh, you should have let a vlog come down. Break the club. Yeah, I'd rather just have that.
I got your water, remember? You asked me for water and I went straight there to get you water. No question.
So we're on 10. The FT is 9. Whenever that will be. Obviously, if it's on the outer table, we'll get it in the pan for you. You won't miss it. Wayno says, see you next year, guys. Log says, we have a flop of ace 10. 4. 2 pair. You, San and Jimmy.
Oh my word.
A bet of 950, a raise and a call.
Blind on blind. 2 big stacks.
5 of hearts turn.
And Jimmy's going to do a lot of chips here. Tower, he's just going to throw the check calls in now. Once he gets raised on the flop, I think he's going to be check calling this. However, what I will say, very interesting point about this hand. Ace 10's probably going to raise pre once limp 2 in the thing. So the only real 2 pair we're worried about is the ace 4 specifically. With a 4 in our hand as Jimmy, we reduce the combos of that. No, only 6 combos of ace 4 out there with 2, 1 on the board and 2 4s accounted for. So going to be very tough for Jimmy to have a fold. We blocked the pocket 4s as well, just 1 combo remaining of that. So I don't see how, unless it's like an ace on the river, something really wet.
Oh, the ace on the river.
Yeah, so this is actually a really good card for Jimmy here.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to save him.
Save him a lot of chips.
4 on the river would have been ill, Cookie Monster.
Yeah, that'd have been like a 60 million pot something. Does this save Jimmy in C number 9? That's the question.
It's a tough one from Jimmy's perspective because once Yusan raises flop, like blind on blind, we can start raising some like top pairs for value. However, like the ace X is one of the top pairs you don't really want too many raises with, just simply because we don't need to deny equity to overs. We've got the top pair and it's always going to stay as top pair. So then once Yusan does raise flop, repping 2 pair plus awesome bluffs in this scenario. Jimmy just goes for the call, and I'm guessing that's why, because like the flop is actually really condensed now once this ace pair's on the river, because ace 10's going to raise pre. We've got a 4 in our hand as Jimmy, so he's basically repping ace 4 tower. That is literally basically, I'm trying to think of another hand. Ace 4, deuce 3 as well, which gets there. Deuce 3 would definitely be a hand that can be in there, that can raise flop as a bluff and get there on the turn and continue firing, but I can't fault Jimmy for the call there. Really condensed range of value after the board runs out like that when we take that line. Yusan stacking chips.
Indeed. Orange, must say, amazing job done by everyone. See you all next year. Thanks for the pork pies. Oh, they were delicious. Well, Curtis. Oh, hey, Tower and Jay, hope you're both okay. Just got back to Ipswich. What a Goliath series it's been. So well run by Grosvenor and Car Direct staff. We'll enjoy watching who's going to win all this. Nice one, Curtis. Good to meet you, and well done on your big cash.
Yeah, lovely little cash in the main event.
Yeah. Well done. How many chips does Andy Mack have? We reckon around about 40 million. He had 2 massive hands about 15 minutes ago. Yeah, to be fair, Orange, the first one was devoured during Joker's Wild, and I get back into the comms back on Thursday, and there's the empty wrapper as a saviour.
Hold on a second.
What?
Can we really talk about leaving food on the table and eating someone else's food?
Just
I don't like pork pie, so it wasn't me, so it couldn't have been me. It was obviously one of the jokers that were back here. But can you really comment about food being left somewhere and someone else eating it after?
Just explaining what happened to the first pork pie. Huh? The second one was delicious. I had to hide it.
You've still not found the chocolate cake. Oh, where could it be? And action occurring on the outer. If anything happens, we will head over there, guys, but play is paused here, which is strange. Are we hand for hand on this FT bubble tower?
Yeah, but I don't mind this, to be fair.
For the Goliath, that's fair enough.
I don't mind this. There is massive tanking going on, and I think Sean's just asked him to pause as well. I don't really mind this. I think Sean just asked him to pause.
How many entries? Entries for this were 11,493 entries. Yeah. The payouts are across the bottom.
Yeah.
So £220,000 for a £150 buy-in. Don't get much better than that. Not many places you can pay £150 to play a tournament and be playing for life-changing money. The hand's still going on out there. You can see PK on the floor, so we will head over if anything does occur, but deal one more hand, says Sean. So still on the FT bubble.
I'll just stay on the turn game for the other guy too there.
New blind level. Blinds up next hand, as the dealer says, with the blind at 4-8, because we held our chips in and got told to pause. Nice one, dealer.
Yeah, once a year, Max Mirage.
Yeah.
The dates are out for next year, 25th of July to the 4th of August is when we will be here in 2024 for the same event, and probably going to be bigger and better. 1.324 million prize pool for this one, and we're down to the final 10 players, as there's a raise here from Wayne in the small blind, and
I think it was just the word all in as well. So we'll just have to wait till this hand is over.
Well, it's over tower because William's going to fold from the big blind here. So I think we're just going to head over. Although it is a min click here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they've just heard the word all in. So maybe it's just the end of the hand, but slowing it down just in case.
So here it is. We go. So it's Toddy again, Alex Todd. He's in with the ace jack, and he's up against what looks like King 5.
Every hand. King 10, 2-2. And the Queen of Clubs. Sorry, unfortunately didn't see
Ace jack, yeah. So made Broadway on the end. He caught the king, and Alex went running Broadway. Sorry guys, cards weren't brought into the middle there.
And that's Alex getting a few chips back.
Yeah, so going to put Alex around.
Yeah.
40 odd million.
There we go.
There's the hand happening
there we go. There's the cheer. We're on the FT. Everybody has made the final table. Everybody has now locked up £15,880. That is huge. That is huge. And that is an FT of Goliath. There's a huge rail for Alex. There's a huge rail for Andy McKenzie. There's local fans for the Terminator. This is going to be huge.
Yeah, and we're going to be back at 5 to 4. I've been told, guys, just over half-hour break. 5 to 4 is when we are going to be returning. So half hour basically, and then we'll be kicking off with the final table. The final 9 players are all locked up. £15,800 and playing for 220k. See you in 30.
See you in 30 minutes for the final of Goliath 2023.
40 minutes away from the break. We're going to have like a quick 5-10 minutes because we're going to have to count everyone's chips. But, it's not going to be a full break. Yeah.
Chips in the trays and then chips in the trays, yeah, they're going to count them out and all that kind of stuff. So interviews and stuff, yeah. Oh yeah, lots of interviews. So it's November 9th, so the final will take place in November.
You have to get your own flights back then.
Yeah, absolutely. Do I put any chips in the tray, mate? Or Richard?
Do we need more trays?
We're probably going to need another tray here, yeah. Okay, 2 trays.
Little break there. Yeah, we're going to set it up, and the clocks will be up on the screen soon.
If I think someone's not got a good hand, I'm basically just going to put them to the test almost. And so there are so many hand histories in that tournament where I'm just completely putting it off. Never getting called. So I was never, in a situation. I think there was like one reported where I like 5-bet or 6-bet that that's a jeans guy. He plays like PLO online, and there's just this like ludicrous hand history where I've like 3-bet and jack 3 off. I'm 5-bet, sorry, and he's called. And it's come like king 6 deuce, and he's checked and I bet and he's folded, and I've shown it for some reason, which I never ever do. And I'm just looking back now, just thinking there was just so many hands like that where I was just like, well, let's just try and win it or not. And obviously, so lucky to actually go on and chop it and things.
Yeah.
And the final table was just loads and loads of fun.
Well, it was also famous for a rowdy rail.
Super rowdy rail. There was obviously the hand where John DeWanders folded kings pre, which would have basically knocked me out if I'd not hit an ace. Ace king suited. I think it was 7 or 8 left.
Yeah.
It's gone like open 3-bet, 4-bet from the small blind. I ended up jamming because we'd basically just been for dinner, and he was basically saying something along the lines of, "There's 3 short stacks. The money jumps are big.
Yeah.
We kind of don't need to get involved." And so from that, I kind of took it as, right, you're not going to want to kind of get in some huge kind of confrontation pre-flop. And so I was pretty confident he'd fold queens pre. I would obviously never have done it if I knew he had kings, because no one folds kings pre. He ended up folding, and we basically did the deal three-handed, which was obviously life-changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't really feel much pressure, because I just had this mentality of like, I don't really care. And it was a really strange tournament, to be honest. And I really kind of wish now I played every tournament like that, because it was almost just like no fear. Do you know what I mean? You just didn't really care what was.
Yeah. And you're doing a deal for 7 figures, and you get one guy to pick to negotiate just to make sure he's got the right deal. And somebody walks on stage with 2 bottles of beer in his hand, and he's like, "Yeah, well, it's only 7 figures." Yeah.
Well, that was because it was either Fraser Mack, who was very notorious at the time for doing every deal, wasn't he? He was always there, kind of, or it was Feraldo, who I kind of knew but didn't know as well as I know him now. And I remember Toby Stone came up and he said, "You're only allowed one person to come in up and kind of helping you." And Fraz Mack was like, "Right, yeah, it's me, it's me." And I was going, Feraldo, I'll take you, which was probably a mistake, because Feraldo was half cut, wearing a hat, holding beers, as you say. But actually, he was really good, because you basically only get a couple of minutes.
Yeah,
I was completely lost in like the whole what was going on, and he was very just like, you need to do this, this, and this. You shouldn't do this, and he basically gave me some really good advice, actually. And yeah, from there onwards, I think I said something along the lines of, "Well, we don't have to deal. I don't care about the money," which is a complete lie. I was desperate for a deal. I just literally just wanted to do it, and I was like, "Oh well, if you guys want to do a deal, up to you. I'm not bothered about the money. Just trying to get more money out of it, obviously." And then as soon as it was done, I was like, "Right, this is the greatest thing ever. I can just do whatever." But yeah.
Obviously, went straight to bed afterwards.
Again, that was an absolute. I'll actually tell you something as well. We basically went out afterwards, and I basically got mugged. Well, not mugged. I basically got robbed, because I actually had no money on me. I basically won all this money, and we basically had organised, this kind of massive thing afterwards that cost loads of money, and I didn't have any money. So I went round almost every person that was there and asked them for money, just like a massive pigeon, just like, if you got 500, if you got 200. And after an hour and a half, I'd collected something like, I don't know, it was like 10 or 15,000 euros in cash. And I basically put the euros in my pocket. And obviously around there in Barcelona, on those beaches, and stuff, everyone's watching. Within 5 minutes, Phil, that had been swiped. So when the bill came, it was like, you need to pay. I had no money, so I had to then go round again. I had to ask everyone for a second time, and everyone's going, "Well, I've just paid you 1,000. What's going on? You basically just won this million." So yeah, it was like the best time to ever be robbed, because you didn't care, because you kind of cashed all this money. But yeah, I basically got done for about 15 grand.
Wow. And on that note, we'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton and more stories very shortly. Welcome back to Mr. Steve Warburton and an hour with the Tower. Huge 2015 that we were talking about before. Absolutely huge. 2016. Did you slow down? Did you play more cash? Was it a case of I'm not travelling around too much?
It's so hard to think when 2016 was in terms of what was happening. I'm pretty sure I was still playing, as in like tournaments and things. But now, kind of looking back, you kind of have these purple patches, don't you? There are so many players that they'll have a cash, and then you'll see them cash again and again and again, and then for like the next 12 months, they just kind of don't. And I don't know. I don't know if it's confidence or what just happens. But yeah, I was still playing in 2016 quite a bit, and obviously not having the cashes I was having the previous year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know as well. I never really got carried away with tournaments. I was never really one to play 60 events of the World Series or every single DPT and stuff. I was always quite kind of level-headed.
But one of them you do like, as we can see, GKPT Manchester. You've got so many entries in the database, 2018 to 14, 2020. for 20th. You got so many cashing 3 of the last 4 years. It has to be the favourite stock. I know it's your local one, it's your home one, but is it classed as your favourite stock?
It's the favourite stock because it makes up for all the other GUKBTs that I'm just doing my money in. You know, I can't go to Luton or Walsall or Bolton and just do 4 or 5 buy-ins.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I feel like with Manchester, I'm always trying that little bit harder because home stock, most players, the kind of great camaraderie of people. So that's always fun. But yeah, I mean, I've no idea if I don't know. I think I'm probably slightly up on GKBTs because of that.
Yeah.
Sort of shop with Deadman and Thingy, but I've put a lot of money into them, don't you? Don't you worry about that. Yeah.
Norwegian Championships came to Britain, and they started being played around the country. You had three tournaments where you cashed for well over 60,000. I heard they used to be crazy. I heard the cash tables used to be mad as well. Was that one of the reasons why you played them?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the absolute best stop on the calendar every year is the Irish Open. It's getting better and better. I think it's going to be the biggest it's ever going to be next year.
Yeah.
I basically booked my flights in January this year for it. Obviously, it got cancelled because of everything that's going on. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they're having 60 or 70 cash game tables every single night.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's just crazy. You just don't see that anymore. And yeah, again, it's a little bit like what I was saying in the 2015 WPT in Amsterdam. Everyone's just on the same wavelength. You know, everyone's chatting away, and do you know what I mean? It's kind of how poker should be. You know, there's tanking, no one's dressed silly, there's no without talking, trying to, you know, like piss people off and stuff. It's just kind of nice, fun poker, and yeah, it was a good one, yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Your strangest ever Hendon Mob entry. Blackpool Tuesday nights, free run. 60 entries, you finished 7th for 40 quid. And it ended up being on the Hendon Mob. That's please explain what happened. Why? Why is it there?
I think I maybe need to blame PK for researching this, don't I? I don't really know how that's on. I think that's 15 entry or something.
I'll just check up on Steve Warburton so we can have a nice chat while we're all in lockdown and we've not had a haircut for 3 months, and we get it was a free roll on a Tuesday night and there were 60 runs.
Times were tough, Tower. Times were tough. That 1.8 million you were talking about before had gone. I had nothing left.
Oh, brilliant.
I remember what happened. We basically gone to Blackpool to watch I don't know if we're watching the darts or a footy.
Oh, right, okay.
And what we did, we all rang Dina, and we made Dina extend the late reg just so we could get to this thing. And it was one of those classic ones where you basically want to bust quite soon so you can go to the bar and just have a few drinks. But I ended up final table in it. Yeah, ridiculous.
The UK Poker Championships in 2018, the Eye Roller. Your final table, you finished 8th for 7,000. That wasn't the story. The story was Mr. Jake. The story was Mr. Jake Cody and the viral video that you were involved in and crazy scenes. How did that all come about?
How long have we got?
Well, is it really that long?
The short version, what I remember is we'd all been out the night before, and I mean we'd all been out to the point of in day 2 of this tournament, there was 5 or 6 people who hadn't arrived. You know, Jake for one, not mention names for other people, but Ludo and all the Scottish boys.
Yeah.
And with about, 50 people left, I remember Jake saying, if I win this tournament, it'll be so unjust that I'll put it all on black. And Ludo was on the rail, and Ludo heard this, and he never shut up about it from 50 all the way down. He was on the rail with the drink, obviously, and he said this, and all of a sudden, me and Jake were on this final. I've no idea how I was there or he was there. First thing he did was get shots for the table and stuff. He had the tournament director literally over every hand because he was showing cards and chat. You know what I mean? He was just yeah, whatever. And so I think he got three-handed, and I'm not entirely sure. I think they might have done a deal, did they, or something? Or
I'm not sure how it ended. All I saw was the video about an hour later. Was it straight after the? Was it literally straight after the tournament finished?
It was literally straight after, and obviously when I busted, I was sulking because I always sulk when I bust. I basically went and played cash, and then the next thing I remember, honestly, is Jake coming up to me and saying, "I don't really want to do this, but I've kind of been forced into it." Rob Young, by the way, Young had walked in the casino to pick up his car keys, so he wasn't even going to be there, and he'd basically heard from Scally.
Yeah.
He basically wants to do this. Rob being Rob was just like, yeah, fine.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's kind of gone from I don't want to do this, Swabs, to us marching over to the table. It's all in. And then like, there's just no chance that Jake's ever going to lose there, by the way. And I was like slightly fuming that we didn't all get more on ourselves, like, because it's like, that's Jake. And also, the other thing was Rob basically said if it went on 0, that would be a chop as well.
Oh, right, nice one.
Yeah, it was a proper good bet, really. But
brilliant. You know, I remember the video on it. It just went absolutely mad, didn't it? It just went viral, and the shouting and the screaming.
It's just ridiculous how it happened, because it wasn't. It's just not really a thing that was like planned. It just kind of happened randomly, organically, and then obviously it was again a really sick night after that. But
absolutely.
Yeah.
But then we head over to Canada.
More responsibly, you're supposed to say after that, Carol.
oh yes, absolutely. Do what Jake
It's not big. It's not big, and it's not clever.
But we're still traveling. We end up in Canada, the Bahamas. I know we do Vegas on a regular basis, but it's not bad, is it? There playing a few card games for traveling the world, is it? It's not that bad.
I mean, over these past 3 times 10 minutes or whatever, it sounds like it's all like roses and money and it's all amazing. But I mean, it is quite tough at times, I've had probably 2 18-month to 2-year periods of just not winning. You almost feel like you can't win a hand.
Yeah.
Having said that, super lucky to do what I do. Like it's fantastic to meet everyone, and I still get that buzz when you go deep in a live tournament. That's great. I've never really been one for playing, 16 tables online tournaments. I used to play heads up cash and short-handed cash online, but that buzz you get from tournaments is good, and all these kind of party poker stops and things. Like recently they've been amazing. And Montreal, Bahamas, like you say, are absolutely fantastic places. So yeah, you can't knock it. Yeah.
Absolutely not. One of your best friends, Andreas Olympius. You've got a lot of friends in poker, but railing Andreas for his WPT. Is that ex-best friend?
He's been stolen away.
No way.
So Dre has fallen in love.
Oh, good lad.
He's fallen in love. He's absolutely whipped to the core. So we never see him anymore. He's finished.
But just tell us what it was like being on the rail for Dre's WPT.
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. I actually forgot about that one. Yeah, that was a really good one. There's probably 20 of us on the rail. I remember him messaging me the night before he final tabled. We were actually living together, but I hadn't seen him for maybe 2 days or whatever. And I think this was his last tournament, and he'd sold a bit of action to people as well. And he'd not had the best summer, and this was like the kind of final straw. And it was like some sort of turbo, and he was down to one big blind or half a big blind, and he'd spun that half a big blind to 15 big blinds, then made the final, And then all of a sudden, I'm kind of getting the message saying, right, I've made the final, let's go down. So we basically all went down 4 or 5-handed. What's that? Do you remember that guy who came second in the World Series main? Is it Jay Farber? Is his name?
Oh,
Farber?
you're asking me to remember?
I think it's called Farber. It's like the kind of guy that basically runs like the Vegas nightclubs.
Okay.
He's basically trying to organise some sort of deal between the last 4 or 5, because I think he's got a piece of the guy or whatever. so basically, me and Drake decided that we basically didn't want to do a deal, and so we had to pretend that we were ringing our backer back home and saying, "Is it okay to do this deal?" Completely lied and just blagged it and said, "Oh no, I'm sorry, we can't do the deal because our backer in England is saying no." This was all complete nonsense, just because we thought that Dre would basically win because he was playing well, and it was like I think there was 5 left. He was definitely the best player, and then from there, it was the best final table of all time. He just won 6 of 6 all-ins. Yeah. Everyone was constantly cheering. It was fantastic. That is probably the best final table I've ever
always seemed to be the bridesmaid, but he came up trumps at the WPT. It was,
and it was great because Dre is a fantastic guy. He's such a nice guy. So it was great to see.
Yeah, we are just about to end an hour with the tower, so we're going to quickly run through some quick fire questions if you're ready.
Go on then.
The best poker player you've played against?
Midi, by far, Tom Middleton. He will put you under it like no man you've ever seen. You can go out for a beer, you can go out for a dinner with Midi, and 2 minutes later you'll be on the poker table and it'll just be putting you bang under it. Tom Middleton.
Who is your poker nemesis?
Tom Middleton. It is though. It's not even. It is Midi. Every time I play with him, I probably win 1 of 30 hands. And if you play it live, you probably only play 6 or 7 a time. So, yeah, Midi.
The most underrated poker player you know?
Did you ever watch Catchphrase?
Yes.
And there was a guy who got asked the questions at the end and he kept saying Turkey, Turkey, Turkey. This is me saying Midi, Midi, Midi. Midi is an unbelievably highly rated player, but I still think he's the most underrated player, genuinely. Because, I don't know, when you kind of talk to people, they think he's good, but I genuinely don't think people realise how good he is. He's got absolutely no fear playing live. And let's move on to the next question because my cock is so far up the top. I need to stop.
If you could have one superpower, what would it be? To see these cards.
No. Do you know what I'd do if I had a superpower? Of all the things you could do, I would attach a zip to Wilkersooth's mouth and I would close it forever. And let's leave it at that.
Favourite food?
God, favourite food? Where's that come from?
Question.
Huge fan of going out with everyone and eating together and stuff. I like all foods. I'm a huge fan of like a guacamole. I'd like to put guacamole in everything.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
At the time, a lot of things, but I'm not really one for dwelling on what you've done in the past. You can only move on, mate, can't you? So nah.
Awesome. Steve Warburton, you've been an absolute superstar. And when I said at the beginning of this, I
believed you. I genuinely believed you.
One of my favourites. I 100% mean it because you are one of the nicest guys to sit down, to chat, to laugh, shoulder to cry on if you want it, and you've been there and done.
Yeah. I love you, buddy.
You're an absolute star. Steve Warburton, thank you very much. And thanks, everybody, for watching An Hour with the Tower. Ta-ta. We've been surviving. We've been doing all right, and it's great that you've come to join us for An Hour with the Tower.
Yeah.
We're going to try and run through a little bit of what's happened to Steve Warburton, probably over the last 10 or 12 years, because that's how long it's been. If you've got a little bit further. When did you first start playing, and how did you learn? And when did you decide that this do you know what? Playing poker for a living, this could be a very good career.
Making me feel old. That every time I play poker now, everyone still sort of sees me as like the kind of young kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a few years, isn't it? I first started playing when I was like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
And I was a sort of typical kid. I had no idea what I kind of wanted to do for a living, except for the fact that I didn't want to work for anyone. So, when you were growing up, you're always asked, what do you want to do? What do you want? I never had an answer. Except for, I don't know why, I just always said I never really wanted to work for someone. So when I started university, I kind of had this plan, which was to not really go to university and just basically use the student loan and basically start playing poker from there.
Yeah.
Which didn't really go down too well. I remember my dad specifically wasn't very happy that I was quitting university, and I've got quite a few aunties that are all teachers. And so I kind of had this plan of just get this, kind of $3,000 student loan.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the rest of my life will just be sorted, which has kind of happened. I basically went to university. I went to the first lecture that was on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And I remember turning up thinking, I'm just not going to come back. But I kind of had to tell it a few porkies the rest of the year, pretending I was going, I was committed.
Yeah.
All I was doing was just playing 1-2 cash games in the Manchester G in the age of about 18 years old.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I got started. I kind of played some £5 sitting goes with friends when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just, and it was relentless back then. It was like 5 or 6 games every night, waiting lists.
Yeah.
Constant action, just everyone was coming through the door. What's this game? Do you know what I mean? No one could really play. Every pot was maybe 4 or 5 way. None of this kind of check calling, taking ages. It was so exciting when you first started playing it, especially for me anyway. And I just loved it. I was playing till 6 a.m. every night. Moved to Manchester. It was so exciting. It was this game that you didn't need to be that good at. You just kind of need to be better than your average Joe sort of thing.
Mm.
And it was fantastic. So
the early days were all cash.
All cash. What are you drinking, by the way, Tower?
Water, believe it or not.
You're not. I thought I could rely on you, mate. Come on. Right.
Come on, son. Your first
drink, just so you know, I've got some Pims.
Yes, very nice, very posh.
Saturday afternoon, and I've also got a nice Peroni as well. Just so you know. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Multi drinking as well, mate. So you played cash, but then you go on to your first ever Hendon mob. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, first ever Hendon mob. Well, basically,
I'll tell you it was a win.
Oh, I know what it was. So I was playing cash games every night. I thought tournaments were stupid. I thought tournaments were the most ridiculous thing ever, and it was too fast. And I wanted some, to kind of play deep and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing much has kind of changed over the years, but I played. I think it was Walsall, right? £100 side event.
That's exactly what it was.
I played £100 side event, and it finished at about 5:45.
Yeah.
They told us that if it got to 6 o'clock, then they were just going to say whoever had the most chips won.
That's when they closed at 6 a.m. That's correct.
Yeah, and I basically folded something like 15 hands heads up. So I'd fold. It was on him. He'd raise. I'd fold. And then they told us this, and I moved all in with Jack 5 offsuit. I got called by Jacks. Won the hand, and then won the next 2 hands, and basically won it. Obviously, looking back now, I had no idea what I was doing heads up. I was folding all these hands heads up and whatever, but yeah, that was my first one, I think.
Yeah. And then your first 7 cashes ended up being on GUKPT side events and APAT side events. So I'm not being funny, but I'm not being funny. You played cash, but every time you seem to play GUKPT or an APAT, you seem to cash in the sides.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with the cash games weren't as kind of good as they were, I was fairly lazy about, kind of. I'm like I was studying back then, and now people study just an insane amount of things, and so you kind of maybe kind of go with the flow of okay, what's next on is GKBT Bolton or Walsall or London, and so you're almost kind of forced into it. I didn't have lots of money back then, but when you've got maybe 10 grand to your name and there's a £500 tournament on, you kind of go with the flow, and it's all about people as well, Towers. When you play live, you just meet people every day. You're playing cash games maybe 8 to 12 hours a day. You meet people all the time, and people talk, and where are you going next week? Oh, there's this thing on, and so it was very strange how I kind of got into tournaments. It was more kind of that was what everyone was doing, and you know what I mean. So that's kind of where it kind of started.
It's a good job you went into side events, because in May 2011, you do realise that's nearly 10 years ago. May 2011, your first 5 figures cash for 11,000 at the Salford Megastack.
Raf White was running that. And he said, I remember him saying something like, and this is one of my first tournaments, if you don't play, you're in trouble. And I was saying, oh, Raf, I don't really play tournaments. And, and he was saying, you basically got to come down and stuff. And I remember we had 2 tables left, and Alex Martin was like the kind of big player back then. And I think I knocked him out, and then from there I won the tournament. And then probably after that I was thinking, oh, tournaments are actually all right, aren't they? Completely being results orientated to the whole thing. Pretty much after that one was when I kind of started playing them more regularly.
Did that first 5 figure cash go straight into the bankroll, or was it just like party time?
Pretty sure that doubled the bankroll.
Well, that's you got to start. You have to start somewhere.
Honestly, Tal, for probably the first 4 or 5 years I played poker, I had between 1,000 and £9,000 or £10,000, and never ever got beyond that. I was just playing low stakes. You kind of win a few quid here and lose a few quid there. To win 11,000 back then was like, wow. I mean, let's basically play these tournaments because you can win huge money. So I think I had about 4 or 5 grand to my name, and obviously won that one in Salford.
And
I'm coming out with 11 grand in Salford, by the way. But
well, it wasn't a bad year 2011, because the GKPT 500s, you got 8.8 and 7.7. So now you must have been thinking. These tournaments now, all right, cash is good, cash is nice to sit with the mates, but tournaments, I'm pretty good at these.
No, I really used to struggle with confidence, like a lot. I'm not saying I'm super confident now, but I was always very aware of what was happening, and I saw these guys win, and rather than looking at results, I was more looking at the hands they played, and I was thinking, well, if that guy had lost that hand with 15 left, he would have won that tournament. It would be something like ace queen against ace king, and he basically hit a queen or something. So I feel like I've always been quite level-headed when I kind of win or lose, and so I never really got carried away with what was happening. And I would say that I definitely put more effort in, and I maybe respected them more as a thing. So like the next few years, I was obviously more kind of focused and taking it more seriously, definitely.
Well, it's been an interesting start. We'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton very soon in the next episode of An Hour with the Tower.
Looking forward to it.
So back with An Hour with the Tower with the fabulous. Can I just lean forward and show everybody that lockdown's not been favourable for most?
Mate, this is 4 months. 4 months of no haircut. So we went to where did we go? We went to Hampshire. It was me, Little Dave, Jake Fish.
Yeah.
This was about 3 weeks before lockdown started, because everyone in all the different countries was saying, look, this is basically going to come to you. So we basically went to lockdown, and I just thought, Jesus, for the next 3 months, no one's going to cut my hair. It's just going to be an absolute disaster. And it is an absolute disaster. But I've made no effort to make it better. Just so you know, this is literally just as it comes out. This is nothing.
It looks good. Back to the Steve Warburton story. 2011, your first Vegas cash. I'm guessing right now you still need ID to get anywhere in Vegas because you're such a young-looking chap, and I mean that. And that's
time.
You will need a passport forever. 2011, your first ever Vegas cash. How was that?
Well, I mean, this was back in the day where if I basically walked around the Rio, not playing a tournament, and was just, kind of looking for a friend or something, I used to have security guards march round all the way around and come up to me and just ask me for ID. And every time I'd say, I'm not gambling, and they'd just say, I don't, because they're really strict. Massive Hellmuth over there.
Yeah.
And the amount of times that happened, so I never set foot after that. Probably happened like 4 or 5 times. I would never go into a tournament room unless I was actually playing, because I just used to get ID'd all the time. But 2011 cash, that was probably 3 years before I actually played what I'd consider proper tournaments in Vegas.
Yeah.
I basically went to Vegas for 3 years, 11, 12, 13, and just played cash games. And I was very hypocritical in terms of everyone I spoke to. I'd say, why are you playing tournaments? Stupid. You should play cash and all this stuff. And then in 2014, I think I played the main event, and that's when I kind of really got hooked as well. So yeah, I think that 2011 one was just a random rogue cash, which is probably why no cashes from that until 2014.
No, we're not going to start with the rub downs at all in the slightest, but it is part of history.
Go on.
Your biggest ever shot at the time was a 5K buy in the EPT London.
Oh, disaster.
Unfortunately,
disaster.
Unfortunately, the crowd would have been cheering, roaring, and shouting and whooping because everybody's made the money. Because Steve Warburton became that unfortunate bubble boy.
I've never ever been backed. I'm really proud that I've never kind of borrowed money. I've never been backed. But that was the first tournament that I sold action. I sold 50%, and it was I think it was my first 5K. And so, I mean, I'm really competitive anyway. But to let someone else down, that's just, I hate that. And so, I think when we were about 15 off the money, I basically made the mistake of messaging everyone that had backed me and said, I'm 15 off the money, I'm all right in chips. And then I kind of dwindled down, and on the bubble I had, you always remember the hands you lose, don't you?
Of course, yeah.
Ace-king diamonds, all in against aces on the bubble. And we basically got all in. I'm thinking, oh my God, how's he got aces?
Yeah.
And like the first 2 cards were diamonds as well. So I was like, well, I've basically got 4 cards. Because also this was back in the day when it was like 1 card, not just 3 cards straight out.
Yeah, yeah.
So I basically bubbled, and I was in the very far end table of the room.
Oh, marvellous.
This is a huge, huge room. And the second the river card comes down, there's guys on the mic saying, congratulations, you're all in the money. And people used to get a lot more excited back then as well.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, Tower. That was the longest walk of my life. Everyone was high-fiving. Congratulations, you've made the money. I had to shake 3 people's hands on the way out because they thought I'd made the money. So I was just going with it. I got all the way to the end of the room, and one of my pals, he told me that if you finish on the bubble, you get a free for next year. So I'm thinking, oh, great. I marched all the way back, found the TD, and he said, oh, no, we stopped doing that last year.
Double bubble.
So I've had to do it twice. I've had to walk to it twice.
Oh, dear.
Get out. I'm going to bring everyone and say, I'm sorry, you bet on your money. So,
But a couple of years later, you went back to London 2013 and you actually cashed. We ended up 22nd.
redemption, kind of.
Which is
Yeah.
pretty deep. Just under 20,000. Was it annoying not to go any further in the tournament, or was it one of those where we've just experienced a bubble a couple of years ago where everybody's opening you and you didn't want to be in that circumstance yet again?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I kind of felt like I was going to final table, and then I just kind of lost a few key hands, and also back then you kind of get very carried away. You know, when there's 30 left, you're so convinced you're going to do well, and
yeah,
it's one of those. I was kind of happy that I obviously didn't bubble and I went deep, but I was kind of disappointed to not final table.
Well, you started travelling about a little bit, and then obviously the year after GUKPT in Manchester, you ended up chopping it with Rhys Jones and Simon Dedman.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. 39,000 for finishing third. And I actually remember.
So do I.
You actually remember you said that you'd cry if you won it.
Yeah, I remember it like it.
I think you would have done, because I think Manchester's your home, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously where I first started playing 1-2 cash, and the amount of hours you spend there, and you know all the locals, and I don't know, just I feel like with Manchester every year, I always seem to be in the mix and not really make much money based out. I'm always quite deep, and I might get a min cash or finish just before the money, and I don't know, I feel like 5-6 years ago as well, I got way more into tournaments in terms of I'd be like so invested mentally and emotionally that I remember on that last night, it was probably day 2, whatever it was, just speaking to you, just thinking, if I actually finally do this, I'll be so overwhelmed. And yeah, and it was more as well, like, I've always felt like I need to kind of prove a point, maybe to like my dad, like my family.
You would also, because you've been at the EPTs and because you started traveling around playing tournaments, people started pointing and saying, that's Steve Walton. This guy's pretty good at it, you know?
Yeah, that was a bit weird, because I'm a sort of guy who's always like feet on the ground, and I don't really get like startled by people, and so like for people to say that, I was a bit just like, well, I've kind of been doing this every day for a few years, and do you know what I mean? I haven't really changed, and you didn't notice me then, sort of thing. So I was a bit kind of weirded out by it almost. But that interview though, I remember it well, and it's slightly cringy just thinking about it. Watching. But yeah, and I think I actually like fell on the floor or something, didn't I?
Yeah.
I think I was like, oh god.
Yes, and finally for 2014, before we end this section, the World Series, we end up cashing in a side event for 3.5, but that wasn't the highlight, because we went and played the main event. And do you know who he finished?
In C3 with 43 million chips, Min G. In C4 with 44.15 million, Alex Todd.
Go on, Tony!
In C5 with 17.8 million, Nigel Brampton. Our current chip leader in C6 with 52,725,000, Yusan Chan. In C7 with 20,475,000, Wayne Kemper.
Come on, Wayne!
In C8 with 44.45 million, Richard Birchall. And in C9 with 21.225 million, Peter Seeger. With best of luck to all players, the one has been drawn to seat number 5. Your lines are 1 million, 1 million, and 1 million big plane.
So here we go. I told Jay he got 5 minutes and then the announcements were on. Here he comes. Welcome one and all. This is the final table of the Goliath. In seat 1, you just heard the draws there. Andy McKenzie in 1. Will Picott in seat number 2. Jimmy G in 3. Alex Todd in 4. Nigel Brampton in 5. Yusan Chan in 6. Wayne Penford in 7. In 8, it's Richard Birchall. And in 9, it is Pete Terminator Seeger. So there we go. That was my fault. He's a little bit late because I said he got 5 minutes. So this is it. Scrolling across the bottom of the payouts. So the first all in, as we see, Yu San Chan. Why don't they do walkouts like Triton? Because it's not TV and the production like it's like Triton is. They spend millions on TV production and fireworks and all that malarkey. And they stop for the final table and have a day to get it all sorted out. We had 20 minutes. Totally different, man of straw. Totally different. 2 different productions. We've got 2 days to set it up, then all is good, I suppose.
You said it yourself as well, you didn't
Hi Dino Rob. Richard kept his word, saying he would get to Goliath Uddy if he made day 3. So the final table, bang underway. Started with 44 today, we're down to 9. Did I see the WSOP cash walk on? No, I don't. I didn't see that. Can they do deals? Yes, they can if they want to. They can always do deals. It all depends what players are left. Depends what they're playing for. Depends how the chip stacks stand up. So it's just one of those things. You don't know if the players that are left determine what the breaks are. That's all it is. If they do decide to do deals, but all player dependent.
Pack FT.
Right, my bad.
Ready to go. Yeah, Tower.
I give him an extra 10 minutes.
He goes. We still got 10 minutes yet. I walk up outside and I get a text. Literally as soon as I get outside, he goes, "Jay, we're back." Running through the casino.
Getting them steps in. That's what it's all about.
It was a light jog. I got a little light jog on, I think, Tower. So to the action at final table time. I take it Tower's run you through who we've got.
Yeah, indeed we have.
Nigel Brampton, what a story.
Unbelievable story.
It's a great story.
One of the best. And he's a local player as well, plays in Walsall a lot. It's such a great story.
Yeah, in for free. Was participating.
In for free because it was our fault.
Yeah. Was participating in one of our giveaways to get on the wheel. We got on the wheel and then when the wheel spin happened, his name weren't there. We messaged him about it, we apologised, we said we'll give you a £150 Goliath seat if you want it. He said, yeah, I want to play Thursday. He bagged up yesterday, was on the feature table last session, and now here he is at the FT, set and ready to go. I don't think this is going to be a long one, Tal, just with the structure and the chips in play, but I think we're going to get a good 4 hours in here for the final table.
Who had a couple of pound on Grosvenor Sport this morning? On any of the players? One of the best back players today was Chris De Silva.
Yep.
He would have cost chunks.
Yeah, 50 to 1 to 14 to 1. He was backed into. Went from 50
it was
to
like
14.
a nag at the Grand National.
Yeah, it would have had pocket eights. They're all accurate. The only time that we ever get a card reader error is when a card is pitched across box 1 or 9 into the 8 or 2
and we
seat.
showed you exactly what happened yesterday.
Yep.
Regarding the player in seat 1 had that many chips. Sorry, in seat 2. He dragged his card all the way around and pulled it through box 1.
Yeah. This is a £150 buy-in tournament at Dearly, so you're probably not going to see hands that may go in a 1k or 2k go into the middle. A lot of money up top for these guys, and look at this flop for Richard. Kills the 4-5 suited on the button. And Alex got a nice continue here as well, so expect to see C-bet wrap around that jack, blocking some of the Jack X combos with the Queen and the 10 in his hand. Can get better to fold for sure, some King highs and Ace highs. Can get out the pot, opts for third. And now over to Richard here. With position here, I wouldn't mind just seeing flat as Richard. We've got position on Alex, we're mega deep with him. 4-5 suited here. Probably aware that he may C-bet this board relentlessly. Yeah, big fan of this from Richard Tower. Like the decision just to call here. Our hands really strong. We keep our range wide as well. Oh, he's gone for raise. My apologies.
Raise to 8.5.
Okay, so we got some new chips in play there. They must be 2.5 million apiece.
Andy McKenzie and one of his holdings.
Yeah, so we're going to get continues here. The times Alex has the top pair, the Jack X, some spade draws, and then the over pairs, which are all going to be in his range as the EP opener. But Alex here with Queen 10 out of position. One of the worst hands we're going to have, so just going to be getting out of the way. I expect not much we can do here.
So 7 bigs are short stack at the table. Will Peacock's in seat number 2.
Is Joe Saunders still in? No, we're at the final table. This is not day 1, level 2. Joe Saunders, we lost from the field.
Asks Joe Saunders.
Oh, I didn't even realise that.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Great to see a full room again. The cup's going to go on forever. The seniors is in. There's a turbo going on. The APAT's going on. And the red tooth.
And it's Scott Clarkson, afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Scotty.
Everyone just starting to tune in for the final table. So Peter here just goes for shot for 14 with the ace king on the button. Can get behind it. Maybe a hand that we can also go for the raise call. What we do with the ace king here, we can potentially get small blind or big blind to shove some like suited ace x, some smaller down ace x that we can just call off, which they wouldn't be calling off against a jam.
He's in.
Will's in with his 5 big blinds with the queen 9.
First all in and the first call. We have Queen 9 for the all-in player. Is Will Pete the Terminator in seat 9. Local player.
Queen 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an all-in and a call in the Goliath main event. We have William at risk. He's holding the Queen of Hearts and the 9 of clubs. And he has been called by Peter. He's holding Ace King, Ace of clubs, diamonds, free flop.
What's just happened, ladies and gentlemen? Wow.
Flop has come down 6, 5, 3, 2 spades. Queen or a 9 will survive.
So board come 3, 5, 6.
Turn Jack of Hearts. No change.
Turns the Jack of Hearts.
And river.
To the Queen 9.
River is the
Leading the
4
Queen,
of diamonds.
4 and 9 on the river. Find it. And lose one.
We'll just get the lads on the case, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely no idea what's just happened, and we'll try and figure out what has just happened.
Yeah, so what happened there, guys? The screen you see in the background's changed to the clock. They're trying to figure out what TV to put the slave on to run in the background.
I don't actually think that you missed it. I actually think you saw the hand.
Yeah, but the screen that Tower and I had just blacked out.
It just blacked out completely.
So we had no hand, but I watched it on YouTube. So my commentary might have been 15 second delayed on the hand.
Oh, wow.
I actually went onto YouTube to watch the hand, the Ace King versus Queen 9. But fortunately getting some issues our side, that should be all fine for you guys watching at home.
Phew. It was our problem, not yours. And I shouted the boss. So hopefully on your side, nothing happened.
Sound good, man. Joe Saunders update, question mark. You can go back and watch our day ones on YouTube if you want to see the days Joe was in the field. This is day 3, Sam. Come on. Let's not ask silly questions. Queen Jack for Andrew here.
2.2.
All seems good our side now, guys, which is good. Panic for a second.
Panic station's on our side and everything seems good.
Yep, free roll password is Godcake. All lowercase. Godcake. Ah, look at this from Alex.
3 bets to 8.5 million with 6-5.
We saw these two battle tower. Andy took most of Alex's chip on the outer table, and Alex just goes for the free bet with the 6-5 off, trying to take the initiative here, setting the tone. Does create that dynamic as well with Andy. These guys already played a few pots on the outer, 2 that we went out to, but for the FT, does let Andy know that we are going to be free betting from the big blind some of the time, and what this can do, make our opponent less inclined to open light. Gets that one through.
£220,000 up top. Next one out, £18,350.
Jay, what day did you say the FT coverage was worth a listen? Really good hand breakdowns. I said the featured table coverage, the best session of the week would be Wednesday night, the last 2 hours. That would be the one to watch. That's when we had Alan Dock on the table, and it was just carnage. So that's a really good watch. You can find that on our YouTube channel. But saying that, every stream this week has been quality. We've had different talking points, different days. It's been a really good festival here in Coventry, and we're down to the final 8. First out, William Pickett for £15,880. Oh, was it Tuesday night, Alan? Oh yeah, because Joker's Wild was Wednesday. Thanks very much, Andrew Speed. It was the Tuesday night session where we saw Alan Dock entertain us.
Yes. He cashed, but he didn't hang around too long on the Saturday. Oh no, Jay's going home.
What?
Jay's going to have to... Oh no, if Jay goes home now, we know why.
That's it, put your hoodie back on. Someone get that aircon up by the featured table. What's he got that under his jumper for, Tower?
Must have thought it was a fancy dress.
Yeah, literally. If he wins and he takes the winner's picture with that top on, don't take the picture.
Or pay him.
So we've got a little bit of action here. We've got Nigel flopping middle pair, and Jimmy with the second nut flush draw and overcard. Nigel opts for the donk here on the 8 high board. Like, shouldn't really have donks on this board, Tower. Like, if the thing is, if the 3's a 4, this is how intricate it is. If this 3 is a 4, then we can start having some donks just because of the straight advantage, all 16 to 7-5 combos wise. But Nigel gets a nice looking turn card. Turn in 2 pair, making it less likely that we are up against an 8x handed Jimmy. Looks like wants to go for another street here. 2.5 million, quarter pot from Nigel Brampton on a complete free roll here. And it comes the 4 of diamonds on the river. So Nigel gets the check mark. Nigel goes for 2.5 again. It's a 6th pot on the river. A little block here, and I don't mind it at all, Tower. From Nigel Brampton. Jimmy never calling. Is he thinking about trying to blast Nigel off of a 3 or a 6? I think with Jimmy's, well, he is going to go for it. He is going to try and blast Nigel off of a 6 or a 3 in Jimmy's head. I think Jimmy thinks he's always going to be up against 6x or 3x, makes the assumption that Nigel's probably going to choose a bigger size here with trip 8s. So I think this is just hand reading from Jimmy and understanding that Nigel's so weighted to 2 pair with this line. A lot of the time it's going to be a 6 or a 3, and Jimmy just going after that part of Nigel's range, and now Nigel in the blender here. And this is a tough spot for him. Does have the top 2 pair with the king kick up, but needs to think about what Jimmy's supposed to have here once Jimmy goes to the raise on the river, and although Jimmy's on the button, he still definitely can have an 8 here. Like, Jimmy's going to open probably 8-5 suited plus, 7-8 off plus. Can have a catalogue of 8x here, which would play the hand in exactly the same manner. They'd call the donk, they'd just call turn after making trips, and then they'd go for value on the river. So Jimmy here can definitely have an 8. It's not a question of under the gun open where 8x is going to be fairly short in terms of the 8x variety. It's a tough spot for Nigel because, as I say, it's not like Jimmy can't have an 8 here. He definitely can have an 8. You know, Nigel going to let it go. So Jimmy just taking the initiative, understanding where he's at in the hand, and made the decision to go with it, believing that Nigel would fold a 6 or a 3, and he was spot on. Nigel out of the way with a 6. Jimmy gets a big bluff through on the final table.
Good luck, Nige. Sat with him on day one. Nice fella. Although he didn't roll me when he opened down with another flush draw.
Yep, this is the final table, and for those asking, free roll password is God Cake, all lowercase, no space. God Cake, GODCAKE.
Yeah, it is a free ticket. It's a free ticket.
Yeah, and Nigel has 1 cash to his name, Tower, on the database. This is a free roll for him. He won his ticket because of a giveaway on the live stream, and he's here at the final table. Either way, he's locked up a heap of money, £18,350 he'll be going home with at least.
Yep. Nigel got himself a free roll, £150 ticket courtesy of us, because we did full day of Jay and Tower Thinks to get on Spin the Wheel, and we missed his name off by mistake. We asked him what he wanted to do, and he said, I'll play Goliath, and we did.
Jimmy opens the 4s from the hijack, and 2 big stacks here at the table, Yusan and Jimmy, but still ace king. Definitely going to want to be free betting here and know that Jimmy's aggressive opponent going to be opening a lot of hands. It's just good for us the times that we pick up the 2.2x open plus the big blind and ante. So Yusan here probably wants to make this around 7 milli Tower, thereabouts. Definitely wants to be going north of 3x out of position. 50 plus deep to start the hand. Let's see what Yusan opts for.
There is no football on in the background in the club as Yusan raises it up.
It goes for 6.1. I think we need to go larger here, Tower, with how deep we are with Jimmy out of position here. Again, in the field, Jimmy a regular on the UK circuit. I believe the only player at the table that plays this game full time. Like, if we make this 7 million, I think Jimmy probably lets go of the 4s, and now we're going to have to go post out of position. Got to find an ace or a king. Well, does find exactly that.
What a flop. What a flop.
Yeah, in the king board, free bet pots Tower. We've got the ace king. Going to be a really small size in here. When we elect to continue as Yusan, can go really tiny like this from him. Does go small, I think. Is that I know, goes 8.5, goes fairly hefty. I keep getting confused because the 2.5 million chips have come in play and they look slightly similar with the light into the 250k. But went for 8.5 million and Jimmy just snap folds the fours. If we go a legitimate size there, Tower, we probably get a streak from the fours. If we go quarter pot, if we go 20%, I think we're definitely going to get one streak from Jimmy. But the big 60% sizing loses his customer, but he'll be happy to take what was in the middle there, over 13 million.
We've said it once, well, we'll say it again with the MPL points. If Jimmy wins this, he ends up about 4 points behind Cal. On to second place in the MPL. What are the points? Like 100, where is it, 124
yeah,
points? Yeah,
124th winning. Cal's on 340 something, I believe.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so I think he goes second and 60 points behind. Yeah, he goes 60 points behind Cal and into second.
Straight into it though.
But then 60 points, Tower, that's just a GUKPT main event and a cash, and there's your 60 points there, so the race could be on.
Yeah, there's been some good stories regarding getting to the final table of the main event. Andy McKenzie in seat number 1, won his seat online. He managed to spin up from 300 chips, folding Ace King on the bubble for a seat. He was down to half a big blind in the satellite. He got himself a ticket, and it's his only entry. Andy McKenzie in C1. Locking up £18,350. Good luck if you're playing the free roll tonight.
Yeah, not just the free roll. If you fancy playing some other events, we have a €50 100k guarantee. We have a €100 main event 100k guarantee. Lots going online on Grosvenor Poker tonight. We've got the summer series. That's going to be a good turnout, so check all that out, guys, on Grosvenor Poker. And even if those buy-ins are too big, we have lots running. We have £1 feeders into 5, into 30 if you want to get in for cheap. There's satellites and feeders running every day. And then we will be having the live stream free roll. Well, we cover the final table. Password for that is Godcake.
We didn't know why. The Godcake is some kind of savoury delight.
Where is Alex from? I'm not actually sure where he's actually from. I think it's like Essex way. I know he knows Chef Brad, Sam Goodman, that lot. So I think it's like Southend area, Essex, South East, I'm going to say. I'm sure someone in the chat will let us know what town he is from. Yeah, it is Southend, says Mark Bunting.
Southend. Dave Knowles sat in the £70 comp in Walsall, watching and rooting for Nigel and Pete. Good luck, good on you lads. Nice one. I hope everybody's in the Walsall comp. Hope we're going to on one of the monitors so everybody can see it.
Yeah, USAN chip leading with 66 million at the moment. To the flop. 3 deuce deuce, 2 hots. So Alex, if we're opening ace-4 off from +1, this is just going to be a continue on this board, especially versus button. I think we fold out all this like king queen, king jack, stuff like that. They're still going to have decent equity versus our ace-4 with 2 cards to come. Then the times we are called, we still got the ace to hit versus some overpairs, as well as the 5 for our will draw. Just not going to be any deuce X in Richard's range here on the button. like we'll have some 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, this type of thing. And the other thing I will say, Tower, I don't think people are going to be floating correctly at this final table. Like for example here, if Richard had a Queen Jack of diamonds, Jack 10 of diamonds, like that's going to be a viable call, getting 4 to 1 with position, taking turns, potential to bluff on some run-outs and potential to turn decent backdoor equity or top pair. And that's the other thing as well, where I think we can relentlessly see bet boards like this. I just don't think people are going to be floating correctly with position at this particular FT. Nice pick up from Alex with just the ace high.
Nice setup on the back with all the chairs for the people to watch it. They've got a massive 150, well, it looks like about an 18-inch screen on the right hand side with all the action. So they won't need to see, they'll be able to get themselves up and watch the all-ins.
Cheers guys, so Benfleet in Essex is where Alex is from.
Benfleet?
Not Southend. See you later, Jack.
Nice one, Jack. Great effort this week. Take tomorrow off, son. Take tomorrow off.
How are we doing, LJ Poker? Great coverage. Thanks, Jan Tower. Really appreciate the kind words on the feature table last night. Your commentary when I binked the king on the river to crack aces and knock out 2 players was amazing. Luke Johnson. Oh, I remember the hand. That was a fun one. Aces v kings v ace queen. King on the river. Right, so we got Richard here, making it 2.3 to go.
Good effort, Luke, this week. So they're all watching him Walsall Casino. It's on at most of the TVs, which is good to see. King high flop for Rich. C8.
It's a top pair for Richard. I think we're just happy to fire here versus the big blind. King 6-7. Board, plenty to get value from. Lots of straight draws out there on this texture. Front door flush draw, 7x and 6x should be calling once, and then obviously the worst kings.
Better 3.8 million and a king high flop. King 7-6.
So it goes fairly big tower, 60% goes for the bigger bet, gets it through.
Why don't Jimmy change chairs as well as changing seats? You son Chan, chip leader. Michelle Baldy shouting, "Good luck, Andy!" There's all a lot of Scottish down, which is fabulous to see. All know each other playing Edinburgh and Glasgow. Tracy's on the rails that said to you, "Don't go to Aberdeen." Tracy done on the left. If you do want to play the free roll, the password is GodCake. Good luck. £500 free roll as well.
Jimmy completes in the small blind, and Alex here, ace-8 off in the big. I think either or here, tower. Like the ace-8 suited, I think would just be a clear check. Ace-8 off, I think we can go either way. The suited aces, this deep, blind on blind, perform very well as check behinds in the big blind. Also nice to have some of the ace-X that we do have in the check range. And Alex does go for raise and just takes that one away. Shows the ace to Jimmy, lets him know he's not messing about. Didn't show the 5-6 off to Andy though, did he?
No. 18,530 pounds next out for 8th in Goliath. I think that was second place prize money the first time we had it.
He plays it so well. There's no yeah, we used to be with our house for the table again. Probably not too bad. No, it wasn't too It's 2.3.
King 4 suited for Richard opens to 2.3 million. King 10 off here in the small. As Alex, similar stack size. Rich having a slightly covered. I think we want to let this one go. Just want to be playing tight from the small blind in terms of hands that we are going to flat. Well, if he's going to take this approach, Tower, I much prefer this as Alex. I think this is an option at a small frequency. I think call's probably the worst option. Much prefer to see the aggressive route here. I like the size as well. Nice and big out of position, 8.2. Really nice sizing choice in my opinion. And Richard now with the King 4 suited, just going to have to get out of the way. So Alex going to take the initiative and take this one down here with the King 10 off. Nice hand choice. I think we're only going to take it at a very small frequency. Does pick a nice sizing, gets the King 4 out of it.
The 3 rolls on at 6 PM, I do believe. And we're plenty in it already. Password is Godcake.
You shot off a chip that's going to cheat you.
We had to go, you never know. It might be the time.
So blinds up to 600, 1.2.
See what I'm doing now? 2 men on the drill, then I talk about bolts and apertures, and then I'll try to sort that out.
We're going to open the A6 off from the hijack here as one of these middling stacks, Tower. I'm not sure about this, but I guess he's got an ace, got removal to continue range of opponents. I like as the middling stacks, I think those that have regular viewers of our streams for the GUKPTs, we want to be playing very tight, lots of ICM pressure, big risk premium on these stack sizes. And Alex was thinking about the free bet there with the ace-9 off, but probably thought we've already free bet him once. Maybe we'll start playing back at some point, raising into the big blind. Usam with the chip lead. Just a take for Andrew. We'll be happy with that. 2.5x open gets through. The A6 offsuit.
Main event final table, you have a new blind level. We are now playing 600k.
So 600, 1.2.
Jimmy gonna win it. Minji.
So 1.2, 600, 1.2 new blinds. Did you say they were 3 million last year? The blinds?
Yeah, I think we got to 3 milli tower, and we'll get there this year. I think
Yeah.
it's going to probably be 4 or 5 milli.
Yeah.
Big blind when this finishes.
Wayne with the raise, with the kings, no. Well, Nigel down to 3 big blinds and 4.6 million. I've got 4.6 million chips and I've got 3 big blinds. Doesn't happen in many comps.
That's very unlucky then.
Stefan Lazar, the rule is if you expose your hand while facing a bet, your hand will be dead. The example you've given me there is the player went all in himself. He thought that the hand was over and he's exposed his hand, so his hand wouldn't be dead, he'd just lose all aggressive action. Mike states at the start of every flight this week that if you expose your hand facing a bet, then it will be dead. The example you've just given me is not facing a bet. He was already making his action.
This is the final table. Jiu-Jitsu. This is the FT. We're down at 8.
Love to see it. A 5x open on an FT. Goes for the 6 milli here, Peter, from under the gun with the ace queen suited. And that, I speak about it so much, sound like a broken record. Just want to go 2x, 2.1, 2.2x is fine. But when we start going this size tower, we're not getting ace jack to call. We're not getting hands to call that we want to put money in the pot. We want the big blind to defend wide. We're not going to get the defend from some ace x that we dominate or some suited queen x that we dominate now. We're only going to get action from hands we're flipping against the same hand or ace king with this open size as Peter here. So probably just going to get through. If you, Sam, woke up with something here perhaps.
Yeah.
Now, this is the problem, Tower. We just
we are all in with now at risk.
It's going to go in anyway, these two hands, in my opinion, for 20. Maybe not on this FT, but Peter, at least he calls it off straight away. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
And like I say, these two hands probably going to go in anyway, but would have preferred to see them in click.
So there we go. Wayne with the kings. So Peter Seeger, the Terminator, with ace queen. Wayne Penford has the kings.
Oh yeah, sorry guys, 5x. Big blind is up, we're at 1.2 million now.
Yeah.
But we're still at the milli. 5x open.
Is round. Even Leo's on the rail. So flop, queen 9-6, gives us help.
Additional 2 outs. Peter, ace or queen needed.
Ooh, it's a jack.
Not changing anything, still the 5 outs for us, ace or queen.
Ace or queen to survive. Well, the Terminator's gone.
Remember, it's the 5 parts, so we will lose Peter in 8.
Terminated.
Peter Seeger.
Well done, Pete. Peter Seeger, local.
Not much you can do there, Tower. It was always going to go in. I actually thought we had 20 big blinds, but blinds are at 1.2 now, so with 16 bigs, it's always going to go in them two hands, ace queen suited versus kings.
Indeed.
So although it was a big open size 5x, he was always destined to go broke.
Always play the GKPT Walsall when it was on. Had a quick word with him last night.
Nigel with the ladder with 3 big blinds. Nigel Brampton.
Yes, that's right. 22,510 now locked up with the 3 bigs. Well, just checking the stack. Make sure. Just checking the stack. Yeah, a lot of chips in play. I think Wayne has him covered. Wayne Penford. Do you think we have to bring him back?
Benj, once he makes it 5 big blinds, I just can't see how he can fold even with 3 big blind stack. I can't see a scenario after we make it 5 big blinds where we can fold there with the ace queen suited. It's like just getting too good a price, and do we really want to invest third of our stack just under with ace queen suited and then fold it? Obviously the scenario where he min clicks it and then gets jammed on, that's a bit different. But once we make it 5 BBs, it's just always going to get in my opinion.
Not back of shit, but my back of shit's worse.
Had like 1 million.
Yeah, you moved to 6 on you then.
Yes.
That's right, he was behind us.
Yeah, you were big blind.
Oh, I missed one here, yeah?
And this is a £150 tournament at the end of the day. Yes, they're playing for 220k, but I doubt any of these guys are going home, sitting on ICM sizer and running sims every night. And I think they're just here. They've obviously played well to get this far.
Absolutely.
Playing for chunks of money, but I don't think we're going to see immaculate poker in terms of how you should play on the final table, which is understandable at this buy-in level. You just get to enjoy the action. Yeah, I would have opened that one, as you said there, as the chip leader. King do suited from cut off, but takes the tighter approach and lets it go. Final table as the chip leader. These suited kings, suited queens, most of the ace-X, if not all, just going to be good opens for us, putting a lot of pressure on these guys. But then you flip that, and if these guys aren't understanding the middling stacks, how they don't want to fight back and they just need to lay down and do a lot of folding, and then it does become irrelevant. Like we open king do suited and someone's going to shove like ace 10, 16, 17 big blinds, then that just all goes out the window. A hand that probably wants to be folding or should be folding, and Nigel sat there with 3 bigs. I thought we were going to see Usan open that hand for sure. Now it's over to Richard and Andrew. And Andrew gets a nice flop after calling with the pocket 5s, and I actually like Richard's raise here, Tao. I actually think this is really good from Richard at some frequency. Spots where we want to be polarised, blind on blind in the small. We want our trash holdings, want our best holdings, and 9 deuce definitely falls into the remit of trash. So I think this is fine from Richard. Small c-bet on the 7-7-3 board. Goes for 3.1 into 7.9. Around 40%. And Andrew with the 5s making the call with position as he should. Maybe even like a small raise could be a thing there, Tower. I don't think enough people find the raise here with like the 3x and the pocket 5s, the pocket 4s, these type of holdings. But now just giving up here as Richard, once he gets called, and Andrew's going to check behind on the hunt for showdown. Six of spades on the river. Now, Richard, we've got the 9 in here, blocking 2 straights, and we're probably at the bottom end of range here. I'm not going to win at showdown with 9 high. Nothing we beat now. Even the 4-5, the 6-4 and the 6-5 get there. Thought we might see Richard go for a stab there. One of the worst hands we're going to get to the river with. Never a bad thing to be betting this part of our range. We can never show down, but does go for the give up, and I'm not sure whether Andy will call or not. Maybe a tough spot for him with the 5s. Just goes check, takes a nice one, 14 milli pot.
The rail go wild. Go on, Andy. 22,510 locked up.
Cheers, Alan. Glad you're enjoying the coverage, mate. Don't forget, guys, as well, if you are watching, make sure you check out socials. See pictures from the events on Facebook. Have all the results for the side event at Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Twitter, or I should say X now, and /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch for all your live stream coverage. And we're back in London in 2 weeks for a GUKPT. You can follow, you can hit subscribe, you can set notifications on so you get notified whenever Tower Online do go live. King Queen for Alex makes it 2.4. Standard open under the gun here for him. Into Jimmy's big blind. Jimmy with a 10-8 off and versus Mim. Doubt Jimmy's going to be folding this one tower. Expect to see him defend here. Oh, he is going to fold. Going to take the tight approach here. I thought Jimmy would be wanting to get involved in this FT. 10-8 off, probably on the cusp. Just giving Alex credit. Opening from gun. I don't know what's the worst question in the chat tower. How did Towers treble do, or is Joe Saunders still in? I'm trying to figure out what question is more stupid. What do you think? How'd the treble get on? Never comes in, didn't come in.
It wasn't a very good start for Middlesbrough, Swansea and Carlisle. That's all I can say.
And the football season's just started. Can't wait for the next 40 weeks.
My other treble came in though.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, what, the one you put out to everyone?
Stoke City battered Rotherham, Barnsley battered Port Vale, and Bolton Wanderers won easy.
Yeah, so Jimmy going to take the king blocker here and just make it 5.5. Just exploit here, Tower, making the assumption that Andrew here is not going to be limping any strong hands on the button. So just makes it a meaty 4.5x, trying to just flush out all of Andrew's limp range here with the king blocker. Looks like Alex has a decision. Oh. Gonna go with call. Jimmy's not gonna like that. Out of position now to a player who can have a lot stronger range than Andrew here after Andrew limps. And I doubt Andrew's gonna come along with ace-8 off now. Not the best playability. Bad reverse implied odds the times it comes ace high, and Alex has like an ace jack, ace 10, these type of hands that not choosing to free bet versus Jimmy. in terms of range. Board that I expect to see check here from Jimmy Tower. Like, this is a really interesting one. This is a board that is over c-bet because it's ace king high mono. Like, you see a lot of players c-bet this board, Tower, when in reality we don't actually have too many flushes here as Jimmy. Once the ace and the king of diamonds are on board, like, our flush combinations reduce drastically as the raiser here. Like, it's going to be hands like queen jack of diamonds, queen 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds, 10 9 of diamonds, maybe like a jack 9 suited as well. We've probably got like 6-7 combos of flushes, whereas like Alex is going to have a lot more. He'll peel some more suited connectors, suited gappers from the big versus small blind range once the button limp range is just really weak. But Jimmy does get the c-bet through, but just note to self, these sort of mono boards where it comes ace king high against the razor, especially from early position's a better example. They don't actually have too many flushes, and a lot of players bin themselves to times that they do go for the c-bet because it's ace king high, but just not recognising how our opponent's actually going to have the range advantage in terms of more flushes in these spots. C-bet on that occasion does the trick. When are you going to introduce a winter, Goliath?
It's felt like winter outside this week. It's done nothing but rain.
Dash hand, last hand of the Goliath day one, under the gun, 10 big blinds, min raises, small blind jams for 35 bigs. We're in the big blind with ace king off and 15 big blinds. What's the play?
Depends how much you think you need a min cash by the sounds of that.
The thing is, you've got the stack, which is locked for a min cash at the back end of day one last day. Like I was saying, you have 30 minutes until we're at the bubble, so you can get in the money 100% with that stack. But ace king there, it's a really tough spot.
Question is, why is 10 bigs min raising?
To be honest, Tal, from under the gun, like, you can start raising off of like 10, 11, 12. It is viable just because all the players to get through. The robots do actually like a lot of min raises off of like a 10, 11 big blind stack from under the gun. But when we get middle position, late position, we just start playing open shove because of less players to get through.
Ryan says, how many are left? And Aaron says, this many.
Yeah.
This is the final table.
Yeah, and
we're on it.
We've got two hands colliding here, Tower. Oh, okay. I was thinking Jimmy's not got cards and he's got ace king. He's got them in box 3.
He's moved
with the ace king. 3 bets Richard here, and Nigel's still sitting there. Tower really short, has the ace 9 of spades, and says, "I'm all in." Our free roll.
Yeah, no man, he's getting looked up. Our free roll winner,
giveaway winner, whatever you want to call it.
Never got his name on the wheel. We span it. We realised it wasn't on. He messaged us. We said, "What do you want to play? You want to play Goliath?" He says, "Yes, please." And he is now currently at this moment in time 7-handed.
Yeah, and Richard just going to play cool here, Tower. 6.9 to win 17 milli, 2.5 to 1 our money, and we're protected in these spots, which is great. So, like, we're not going to get bluffed off our hand, or at least we shouldn't. Jimmy's just going to be playing check a lot of the time, unless he does make a hand. Well, if he finds the fold. Wow, what a fold from Richard. Lets the ace queen suited go. I've probably just taken our price there, Tower, knowing that Jimmy has to play honestly post with a player all in, looking at a hefty ladder. Like, we're not going to get bluffed off our hand by like ace jack. It comes 10 high.
Yeah.
A lot of the time Jimmy's going to check behind.
Come on.
Come on, Nigel.
Come on, Nigel.
We are rooting for Nigel.
Rooting for the local lad. Free rolling.
Channeling the 9, Tower.
Free rolling because Dave cocked up.
I'm channeling the 9.
It weren't Dave's fault. It weren't Dave's fault this time, I must admit. Come on, the 9. Come on, local lad.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Come on, the 9. I'm channeling it. I'm channeling the 9. It's coming.
Go on, the 9.
9 ball for Nigel. Everyone's rooting for him in the chat.
2 spades on the flop would be good as well. What a free roll this is. Flop time. Oh! Come on!
We got chop outs, we got a flush draw. That's a nice flop to see without a 9 on it. 9 outright, spade outright, 5 to chop.
Oh, that doesn't really matter, we need a spade.
Well, it robs us of our chop outs tower and of our 9. So gonna need a spade. Nigel Brampton, river. It's the 3 of diamonds. What a run though, Tower. He deserves a round of applause. Nigel Brampton in on a free roll. Was watching the live stream. We got him £150 Goliath seat. He turned up. He bagged day 1. He bagged day 2, and he's taking home £22,510. What an effort!
What an effort! Absolutely amazing. Oh dear. What can you say? Well done, Nigel. Well done, Nigel. Fantastic effort.
Depends what I think your range is, right? Yeah, I never gonna fold. Yeah,
What a run.
What
a cracking run that was. I wonder if he's still here. He's still here, so we can have a word with him.
He might be, Tal.
You might roll there.
Yep, 0 into £22,000 by guessing one of Jay's Jay thinks.
Is that between the whole table?
That's going to be one of the best cashes coming from the stream free roll, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yep.
No, I was too low. I don't know who it is. I said, should we split it? I said, it's that 500k each.
So a fantastic effort from Nigel Brampton. Super effort. Yeah, he won one of our spin the wheel guesses. And he got himself a free roll. £500 free roll tonight on Grosvenor Poker, starting at 6 o'clock. Password is Godcake. We're just checking the stacks here. I think there was he in $500,000 chip or something? To 250 chip in the stack. So we're just checking.
I don't mind, we can check the number. Lads, I'm just saying, if anyone's interested, we could probably lock up 80k each and play for some more up top. I don't think I'll sleep the moment, sorry. We're all pretty even. So if you look at the number, just ICL, the number, scale we will know. Yeah.
The tea run time, Tower. Shall I go get the
tea
teas?
run while that's a great shout.
While they're doing this, it'll probably take 5 minutes. So
yeah.
I'll quickly go get the hot drinks.
I'm just checking the stacks. I think somebody said that there was a 250k in the middle of the stack somewhere.
I don't know. I'd probably say
The free roll is on Grosvenor Poker. Starts at 6 o'clock. Password is Godcake. 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 Apparently it's a thing in these parts. Never heard of it.
Alex is kind of right now, so it kind of makes sense to have that screen there and see what you got.
If you look at the number, it's ICM, right? ICM, yeah, I'm good out there again. There's no point doing ICM at this stage. It doesn't make any sense to do like 5 big lines less, 10 big lines less. That's why I'm saying make a guarantee for the next prize.
Yeah. Never heard of it, and obviously never heard of it, and obviously never eaten one. But apparently it's a thing. Maybe it's a really, really old thing.
I know this. I play this on
So they're just checking the stack. There we go. Looks like we're right. Looks like things are bob on. You, son. We're just checking stacks.
Yeah, we can look at the number, then we decide. At least we left something to play.
So we're on 6, as you can see there. They're trying to think about an ICM or a deal or whatever, but the cards are out, so nothing's happening. Yeah, they're just general chit chat. If you pack up now, you could lock up something like 70 grand each or something. That's what it looks like they're talking about. Need a shorter TD.
At the end of this level, we can take a half an hour or a 40 if you wish.
After this, we should take after, because look, we're not playing four levels after this.
So let's place it in the level and then we can...
Into level and then 20 minutes? Yeah.
Half an hour, 40.
Half hour after this level?
Okay, so half an hour at the end of this level, guys.
Yeah, you guys, after this match, yeah, these two, I don't know.
Yeah, what are your thoughts? I'd like to get a break in and out.
Play to the break. Let's play to the break. Okay.
Yeah, you can't have a break now. So it looks like there's a 30-minute break at the end of this level. That's what it looks like. That's what it sounded like, to be fair. By the sounds of it, there's a 30-minute break at the end of this level.
Yours anyway, so that's only fair.
Sorry,
as I said, they're all yours anyway, so I'll let you have them.
I mean, you could do something like make next be placed at 70k and still keep the top 3 prizes, for example. And then you got
Locked up now, £29,130. No, they're not chopping. No deal. No deal. And no talks of anything else until the break.
Absolutely. I think that's a good time to look at it. Let's just play to the break and then go from there.
Playing to the break, and then they might look at it. That's what they sound. That's what it sounds. It's definitely there. It's not an app. It's on the Grosvenor Poker site. Not on the app. It's on Grosvenor Poker. It should be there at 6 o'clock. That's where it's God Cake. It's definitely there because somebody said I'm already in. So we are heading towards the 30-minute break. £29,130 locked up. Prize breakdowns on the screen. Flick it up again, just in case you missed it. There it is. There's the 6. There's the 6.
But that's like what you say, lock up a decent amount.
That's if they allow that kind of deal.
I think they'll allow to do whatever.
I'm sure they'll have a chat. And whatever they come up with, if anything happens, we'll let you know.
Let's go.
Yeah, 10% of the remaining price pool.
We're not looking until the break, right? So we're still playing. Let's play 10 minutes. Oh no, you was the one that said that originally, right?
Then you keep on talking. So.
You want to do a break set? I'll do it now if everyone's doing it.
Just stop the clock, doing that now.
Stop the clock.
What's the difference doing it?
What?
Wait, I want to have a proper break.
Did you say stop the clock? I don't want to stop the clock.
What's going on? Well, they're arguing about stopping the clock now to discuss a break, and there's 10 minutes to the break. So you Santa says, I don't want to stop the clock. So now they've all agreed to play. And if you want to chat at the break, which is in 10 minutes time, that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, they've agreed, I believe, live. I was just out, I just spoke to one of the floor staff because I saw that there weren't no one on the feature. So I said, what's happened? They said they're having a 30-minute break.
That's right.
After
They've just agreed the 30-minute break. They agreed the 30-minute break and to look at figures whenever they want.
So basically, I went and got you a cup of tea for
Thanks.
nothing. You could have got it
I
yourself,
could have got it myself.
in 10 minutes' time.
So what I'll do is on the break, I'll sit here waiting for the next one. That's what I'm going to do. 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. There is a 30-minute break. Then, if they do come up with some kind of deal, then we'll find out after the break. PK will be there on hand to post it on social media. Don't get comfy, you. Come in with 10 minutes to go.
What?
Well, I've seen you for 5 minutes in the last 9 days. Yeah, exactly. You're busy, mate.
Couldn't even give your old friends an hour break once this week.
Walks in, nicks his chocolate. Walks in, nicks his chocolate. Thinks he's here for the session. There's 9 minutes left on the clock.
I'll do the next session.
No, you're all right. Don't come and take all the glory.
Yeah, come back. Come
Now
on
you've
the
been here
final
for 9
day.
days.
Waits for the final table, the glory time. Yeah.
I've got 30 minutes to down your 13% stout. That'll be enjoyed tomorrow.
You'll verify all the stacks and stuff. You'll check all the stacks then. So
That will be enjoyed tomorrow after golf. Now, to be fair, we won't be leaving here till 1, 2 o'clock, that is for sure.
We are down to the final 6.
yeah, on the break they check all the stacks and that's a good time.
Yeah, there you go. Alex has just said it right. We'll get an exact chip count at the break and we'll take it from there. So the question is now, if you're thinking about doing the numbers now, would you play a hand in the next 9 minutes?
Well, this is the little nugget that I always used to say on stream. I don't think I've said it in a while, but if you're at a final table and 5, 6 players left and everyone's like, we want to discuss a deal, be like,
You're just going to move.
the great thing to say to her is go, well, I think 6 or 5 is a bit too many. We'll have a look at numbers when one more busts. And then you can just go really aggro, and then that one person busts and be like, all right, maybe wait till one more busts. It's a good little nugget. It's a good little nugget because everyone tightens up. They're like, oh, one more bust, and it's going to be deal time. So you can actually go through the gears. Everyone's playing really tight, trying to wait for one more to bust.
Yeah, I know we're not playing down at your local pub, but if you look at the actual numbers they're playing for £150 buy-in, that's why it might be totally different to a GUKPT. You never see it, hardly ever see a GUKPT that chops 500 or 600. So, are you playing out today, Katie? Played. Okay. Have you finished your Goliath buy-ins?
I have, yeah. I bought it direct today to the cup. It was doing well.
Needs to finish.
Yeah, so it's perhaps I could start it with less lines to start. Because you start with 500 lines, it's very deep mistakes.
Yeah.
So
I think if anything last night they should have played 4 or 6 more levels.
yeah,
And so that'll be whittled it down.
absolutely. But they repeat one level and then go through, don't they? So that kind of
Yeah, we'll give you the information on the cup when we get closer, but we're, what are we, 7 minutes away from the 30-minute break? 20 off the money. Unlucky. 7 minutes to the break, and then a 30, and then we're back with the final 6. Any news during the break, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. No alcohol on the final table. I think it's because they're playing for £220,000. That's right. I know it's Goliath, but this is the final 6.
Andrew goes to the call here with the Jack 10 suited in the small blind, facing Richard's button open for 2.6 million. Queen 8 off here for Jimmy in the big. Dicey one three-way. I think either or here could see tower. I think like Queen 9, Queen 10 we're definitely going to defend. Queen 8 right on the cusp and is going to come in for the call. I think heads up, always happy to defend once we go three-way. Splitting equity three ways, obviously equity is going to diminish. Still think going to be fine here from Jimmy getting that price and three-way action for the flop.
Off we go. 9, 9, Queen, 2 clubs. Any straight draw flush abouts?
Yeah, what a flop here for Andrew. And Jimmy is flop top pair, but should be playing check to aggressor. And Richard here, unknown holding, but is going to check behind to the turn, which is the 7 of diamonds. So I wouldn't mind seeing some leads here now from Andrew. We've got Jack high, we can fold out some ace highs, some king highs, some 6s through deuces, pocket 8s even. And then the times that we are called, we've got very good equity to get there. And as well as that, we will have some 9x, ace 9 suited, 10 9 suited, jack 9 suited. All these suited higher up 9s in the small blind going to be a big part of our range.
Checked all the way around, and Andy gets there. Andy McKenzie, I know we can't see what Richard has.
I'd love to see check tower, because Richard will have a lot of king x, and the times that he doesn't, he may choose to represent. If he's got like a suited ace x that's just whiffed this board completely, he may try incredibly represent this king. So really love this check from Andrew here on the river. I think it's very good tower, because this is a card in terms of range that we expect Richard to be firing on, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. So delicious check from Andrew, and now it just comes down to size we want to make it. So it's check to the river. Unlikely that Richard's ever going to have a queen or a 9 here. So his value hands, once he bets on this king, is going to be king x. So we've got to choose a size here that's really trying to eke out that value from the kings in Andrew's range. And he goes to 7.5 million, which I think is nice tower, like 3.5x here. The value bet of Richard on the river. I actually think this is a nice size to choose from Andrew. Now all the king jack, the king 10, king x suited that just gave up on the flop is in a really tough spot on the river here. I think Andrew's actually could have definitely led small blind, but once we get to the river, big fan of his check. And what's Jimmy up to? Oh, Jimmy. Is he going to find the free bet bluff? Better candidates. Like Queen 7 would be one that we choose. Queen 7 would be like the nut candidate in my opinion here as the free bet bluff, blocking the boats, but Jimmy thinks better of it. Would have been way out of line there with the Queen 8, and now back on Richard, and hasn't insta folded, so I'm guessing he does have one of these King X holdings that we were talking about.
We're all the way down to the river. Could he have ace king? After initially raised on the button? Maybe as strong as that on the button? Probably not.
No, I never got king queen. That's always, if it checks flop, always delayed c bet in turn. It's just, I just think he's got like a suited king x here, king 8 suited through king deuce suited that's given up on flop. Once we go three-way, I think king jack, king 10 going to be credible bets on the flop. Maybe delayed c bets as well. So I think a lot of the time here, Richard's just going to have like king 8 suited through king deuce suited tower, hands that would open on the button, and river top pair here and go for value. But we'll see what he comes in with, if he is going to pay it off. The way he's counting his chips, body language is indicating call from my perspective here. And someone counts the call out in one hand and then counts the rest of their stack with the other hand. I think a lot of the time that is indicative of a call. And then puts the chips back.
He's in the tank and in a bit of a sweat. Here's Richard.
And that's the other question, tower as well. Even with a king here, How often in a final table in a 150 comp are we ever seeing a bluff raise on the river? How many people at this final table will have that in the locker? I don't think many will. Playing for a lot of money, and let's say, for example, Andrew had a good candidate to do it with. Let's say he's peeled in the small blind, trying to think of a good hand to do it with. So he's got like ace 10, ace jack, blocking the straight, blocking the stronger king combos. Might be a candidate he chooses, but is he ever really going to unload the clip and go for the raise as a bluff? I don't think so. Like, these raise river spots are just so underbluffed in live poker. I'd say it's so much. How often over the years when we've been watching the stream, when someone raises river, is it a bluff? It's just so weighted towards value. But there we are. That's the call from Richard.
And he shows him the 10 jack.
The bad news that we're ever going to get to know, but I think he had a king. Yeah, I think he had to have a king from Richard. Maybe
that
mentioned
is it. We are now on a 30-minute break. Andy Scoops in the crowd go wild. Oi, oi. And I do believe they're on a 30-minute dinner break now. They're all got their vouchers. They're going into the hall. They're on a 30-minute break. Anything happens in the break, we'll let you know what's happening. They're going to do a full chip count for everybody at the table, and we will be back in 30 minutes. 6 left, Goliath main event.
See you soon.
See you soon. When we started an hour with the tower, Andy from Cardroom Direct, he says, you know what, I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys? Why not? So it is my pleasure. And the heart's going a little bit because even though it's absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time money list. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all, to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Hellmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, who shall we get? And we were like, well, why not aim for the top? And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after. Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which was in my backyard, the World Poker Tour here, because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him, and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party, and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. And actually I did really well. I won a lot of money, and I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks, and I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well, and one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which just keeps getting new customers, and we're growing, and it's crazy.
Yeah.
And so spent some time talking to the company founders that that I'm on the advisory board of, and so I'm surprisingly busy, and so I can't really say that I've been bored, And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya, and then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back in stay in place.
It's certainly strange times for everybody, and obviously everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker, Europe. And that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever, and I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, safety minded.
Yeah.
And then, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the ARIA, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the ARIA for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, I think it's, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the ARIA.
Yeah, well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. It is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that. And then you went like that. And
I saw that picture.
And it's a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. Obviously, we win it. If we'd have come second, if we'd have finished second to Johnny Chan, who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black nines, but there was a hand before that, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very and you have to remember, I mean, there's lots of times, as if you want to be, one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats, and but I have to, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace-10 of spades. Don Zuin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit, and be thankful And that's a good question though, because who knows? But I know this. I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere, and I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continue. Oh, obviously, and continuing. Obviously, 1989, you win the lot. But your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So, master's, I mean, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone, there's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, I mean, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player. And in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, and so, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December. And he flew out and he saw me in, one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And, you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever. And I turn and I look, you can see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because, and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through. And within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Benz. And then I married a doctor. And then, and so, and I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
You turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you. And 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
not 3 bracelets and 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year. And Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year. And I won 3 bracelets that year. So, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18. And we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in 1 day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant, and I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon. And I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep. And I entered the Limit Hold'em event. And I played poorly at first, and I remember going into the dinner break. I didn't have a lot of chips, but at least I was able to, I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour and a half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands, and I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the Limit Hold'em bracelet. So I won one at, I want to say 4 in the morning, and I won one at 10:30 at night, and it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before. And if you want to throw in there, I'd won 2 events on that day, so it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in 1 day, and then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart, and that's on me. I mean, I was running good, I was playing great. And the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone to handle 3 bracelets and the main event.
So the news has just come through from Binions that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. It looks like it could be forever. Binions, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, Binions is just such a classic poker. It's just, there's so much history there, and and we've faced this for many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time, and it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've heard this hundreds of times starting in the 80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like, I know the numbers in the late 90s. Each slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines, 4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table. And maybe 6, and so that's a lot to compete against. And so when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables, and when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But listen, I can't blame Binions because I mean, it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now, where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play, but I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binions did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binions gets rid of their poker room.
Yeah. I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binions. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binions anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binions about 1.5 years ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics. And she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binions. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's there's some negativity there. And so I've been a huge figure, looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, I mean, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Yeah. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have say 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. and then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world, and they play with 10, 15 businessmen, and so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world, you win bracelets, you win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets, and it can't just be a bunch of high rollers, because there's a lot of great players. A lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time. I think Negreanu is one of the best players in the world. You don't see him out there all the time in all the high rollers. You don't see Ivy out there in all the high rollers. You don't see me in all the high rollers. And, so you have to pick your poison, if you want to be great. And they all pick the poison of playing in World Series of Poker tournaments. And, and so I mean, yeah, there's always going to be critics, and that's just a natural, there's always going to be haters. And that's just that's a natural way of the world. I do get a little bit upset when they throw me under the bus, but you know what? It's also motivating. I called Negreanu and I said, man, you've been one of my biggest critics. I mean, he was telling me in 08 and 09 and 10 that I'll never win again unless I start playing like they play. And I said, I think you're crazy. And he's like, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah. Well, that guy disappeared a long time ago. And then the next year he said, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 different name. That guy disappeared a year later. And, 2011 and 12, I think I was second in player of the year, both of those years at the World Series of Poker. I think I won 2 or 3 bracelets. I had a bunch of, I don't know how many final tables, but, and so, and then, recently people are like, oh, well, Phil can't play in faster paced tournaments, the ones where the blinds go up every, Phil can't play in tournaments that go up every 20 minutes or half an hour. And then I won one of those, and then I final tabled one. And then I think I have 3 final tables in the $5,000 faster tournament. What do they call it? Turbo.
The turbos.
Said, oh, that can't work because Phil doesn't understand the math. So it's always Phil doesn't understand this, Phil doesn't understand that. Now, the interesting thing is most of the people watching this interview say, oh, well, what is Phil talking about? We all know he's a great player. And that's true, because you're really talking about a select few people. Yeah, but it's a little aggravating, but they also motivate me. And so then they also fail to see what I'm doing every year. I mean, in 2019, World Series tournaments, what did I have? I had a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and I mean, like there's a handful of people that had those kind of results.
16 catches in 2019.
Yeah. And so, I mean, so whatever. I mean, I think, yes. Does it rub me the wrong way sometimes? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I hear those voices every day? No. I mean, sometimes I don't hear somebody criticize me for 40 or 50 or 60 days because I'm not on all the forums, but I'm aware of it. And then when I see it, I'm always a little bit bummed out.
Yeah. If we had a Champions League triple crown of poker, you've won the World Series main event, you've won the World Series Europe main event. What would make up that triple crown? That would be like, those are the 3 that you need to win.
Okay, that would be the 3rd one. It's the Poker Players Championship, the PPC. Yeah. And I had a 2nd in that. And that one really hurt because I had Brian Rastall in 3 times. And to win one of those hands, I guess I was 84%, they said, to have that. And that would have been nice. That would have been an unassailable triple crown.
Yeah. We've got 15 braces. Do you need to be stranded on a desert island for people to catch you?
I mean, you've got Phil Ivey, who can win 2 or 3 bracelets in a year. You've got Daniel Negreanu, who's just like how many final tables a year does he have? And he has so many seconds.
Yeah.
Like he and I were battling for, I think I have 12 seconds and he has 11 second places now or something. But he tied me for seconds for 1 minute there. And unfortunately, I had a second over in Europe that I really wanted to be a first. And he was at the final table with me. So there's some people that are just great. Who knows what the future holds for Dominic Nietzsche? Who knows what the future holds for Adrian Mateos? Who knows what the future holds for some of these guys that are there playing all these events? Now, a lot of the young guys don't play all the mixed games, but I think, what do I have? I have 2 bracelets in Raz, and all the rest are in Hold'em anyway. If you're great at Hold'em, you can get there more often because there's more skill.
Out of the 10, 11, 12 second place finishes, and I'm just gonna read. This tweet from yourself was just amazing. Hitting my number 1 live goal at 24 was amazing. By the time I was 28, I had 5 WSOP wins and a new life goal was to become the greatest poker player of all time. You figured you needed to win 24 bracelets as recognized as the greatest of all time. If all those second places would have been wins, would have got there. But why did you say 24?
24 is a number that kind of like, I don't always have a perfect understanding of, I'd almost say mystical things. You know what I mean? I know that our minds are very powerful, and some of that is kind of untapped and unknown. And, my book Positivity talks about, how I've kind of, harnessed some of that potential, and how other people can harness that potential. And so for me, 24 was a number that I came up with at a young age. And I just thought, you know what, I can win 24 bracelets. And I came up with it in 1993, 94. I figured 24 would make me unassailable to the whole world. I remember in 2005 when I passed Johnny Chan and I passed Doyle Brunson, and they both came up and congratulated me. And that was classy, right? We all shook hands. They were all like, great job, Phil. I mean, there was a big, when they awarded me that bracelet in front of the whole room, that night right after I won it, there was Chan and Brunson.
Brilliant.
And at that point, we were crazy. Johnny, and I think it was 05, but Johnny Chan and Doyle Brunson and I maybe it was 07 I passed them, but I mean, there were years where they'd win, Doyle would win 2, Chan would win 2, and I'd win 1 bracelet. I think that was 03. And so we were just winning them in bunches, even in the modern era. And so that battle was great. And so, you're never safe. There are people that can catch me, but now I have the records, and I just have to keep raising it.
Any of those second places you would have thought, you know what, I really wanted that one?
Yeah, I remember there was a second place where a guy was very, very lucky against me repeatedly, and then and I still had a chance to take him out. I think I had pocket 5s and he had ace king, and I limped in with the 5s. We were playing 3-handed. The other guy had a peanut of a stack, and he raised, called, and it came 10 jack 7. And he bet and I raised with the 5s, and he just called, and I knew he had ace king. And the turn, I bet, he raised, and I re-raised him, or at least I called him with the intent of calling on the river. And for some reason, I bailed on the river. All I had to do was call 500,000 on the river. I'm going to bust him. The other guy has the tiniest stack ever, Eugene Todd, and so that one really hurt. Because I also had the guy all in. I think he had king 10 suited when I had ace queen. I had him all in. We had a flip one time, and so that one hurt. I mean, of course, when I finished second to Brian Rast, that's the one that hurt the most, because I had him down to no chips, and the whole poker world was watching. The stands were full of people at 3:30 in the morning. That would have been the one, the Poker Players Championship. I probably regret a bunch of those second places. I remember one in 1994 where I had 2 aces, and I had a guy named George Rodas on with a king and a 10. Howard Lederer had a short stack, and he was all in before the flop with king 10, and he somehow won. I remember it came Jack 10.
I'm not sure that guy's going to win it. Guys, ready? If I go back, you ask for the ICN numbers.
What's happened to the sound?
On ICM, Andrew, you get 99,732 pounds. There's Jimmy, you get 108,085. Alex, 106,031. You Sam, you get 115,998. Wayne, you get 97,336.
I'm gargling my sound. It's how do I sound? Is it me as well, or is it just the table noise? I don't know why everything's changed. We've not done anything. We've not changed anything. I'm fine. It's just a table sound. Thanks for sorting that out, guys. We'll get it sorted, and we'll get me and Jane making sure we don't turn off our feed to keep the sound going while PK works on it. It's only the table sound, so we'll keep chatting. Looks like we're looking at numbers. Our side normal-ish.
That's looking at every other 70k. That's playing on the position to go out.
assuming my messages are absolutely.
I think it's like certain Scott be different.
Well, I don't know, maybe just take a bit off. Because if you look at it, like, everybody gets paid just so let's play cards. Let's play cards. What I want to do is big by 90. Just a reminder that the clock will reduce down to half an hour once we head down 5 players. Okay? We'll show the best of the guys.
Well, we're on, guys. Paul's going to have to work in the background for the table audio. There was no deal, and they can't do it. They can't even talk about a deal now until they get to 500. There is no deal. They looked at the numbers. They said no deal. So they're going to be can only discuss another deal now when they lose one more player. So here we go. Let's do it again. So no deal. Andy McKenzie in 1, Jimmy G in 2, Alex Todd, Yu San Chan, Wayne Penford and Richard Birchall. They're the players left, 6 players left. £220,000 up top. It was an ICM chop that they looked at. Whoever it was said no deal, and you can't now deal until one player gets eliminated. So they've locked up £29,130 for 6th. And they just said, let's carry on, boys. So here we are, 6 left, Goliath. We are carrying on.
So off we go again. Saw Nigel on my break, wished him well, gave him a big congratulations. I think he had his son and daughter with him. I think he's going to be chuffed with that result from a free roll, £22,000 and change. We are at the 1.6 milli level. Pocket 8s for Alex here. Awkward one for Alex, although we've got 8s blind on blind, huge hand. We've got the one player on the table behind us. Well, I think Andy's actually got us covered as well now, but Yusan Champ has us out chip behind. So do need to proceed with caution. And Yusan with the ace-8 off here. And either way, I think check would be fine. I think we can try and raise to just take this down now. I think I said it earlier, better to use some suited ace-X as our checks in the big blind. So he is going to take the aggressive route here. Yusan going to raise this up with position, blind on blind. And like there are some situations here, Tower, where we can be aggressive with the pocket eights, as Alex hit. But with extreme risk premium, one of the only players at the table that has us covered, a couple of shorties there, just going to be calling out of position like this from Alex, not bloating the pot, just making the call and going post. Jack, Jack, 4 rainbows the board. Very dry texture here, so Yusan wants to come with a lot of small sizes if he does elect to c-bet here, Tower. But ace-8 high, definitely good enough to be seeking showdown already, but small bet can just flush out equity of 2 live cards. Like even getting like a 10-9 suited to fold here is going to be a win for us as Yusan. Still going to have like 25-30% equity versus our hand. So it does go for bet, but goes fairly big, 4.5 into 8.5. So north of half. And Alex here, interesting with the 8s, never folded. So he makes the call. Not sure if raise could ever be a thing. Small check raise, like 2.5x. Maybe not at the stack depth. And with the ICM implications. 2 of spades on the turn, good turn for Alex. And now over to Yusan here. I like these boards are the easiest to hand read on Tower, like the Jack, Jack 4 rainbow. Alex's range here versus over half is going to be 4x, Jack X, some ace highs, and then some sort of like wrapped around the Jack, wrapped around the 4, the 5-3 suited, the Queen 10 suited, these type of hands.
6 of hearts river.
There's been no deal.
Nope. And now I can't negotiate or talk about a deal until we lose one player. That's the Grosvenor rule. I don't know if it's a world rule or whatever it is, but the Grosvenor rule on GKPTs and everything like that means you can't start negotiating when you've still got the same 6 players. There has to be one person eliminated.
And Alex here on the river tower might be seeking some value after turn goes check, check. And that's exactly what he does. Trying to get called by some ace high holdings perhaps. The thing is, once we call on Jack, Jack 4 rainbow, Yusan should be aware that not really many bluffs here, other than the ones we spoke about, the floats with like the Queen 10 suited, the 10-9 suited, wrap round a card with 3 to a flush and 3 to a straight. But then again, I think versus north of half, these floats are just going to let it go out of position versus the chip leader. So maybe we can eradicate these type of hands from Alex's range. So therefore, going to be 4x, Jack X, ace highs that call on the flop. Ace high is not going to bet river. Ace high is just going to check and try and get to showdown. So I think this becomes a pretty easy fold for Yusan. The fact of the matter that Alex probably isn't going to have these floats versus near 60% c-bet size. Whereas if we go quarter, it may be a more plausible call because then Alex should have these like Queen 10 suited, 10-9 suited type hands, 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight. It looks like he's counting out chips. Face with 7.6 on the end here. And I think it comes down to flop c-bet size in here as Yusan. Once we go near 60%, I think Alex continues range literally becomes Jack X, 4x, maybe some smaller pocket pairs and ace highs. And I think we have to just take the floats out of the range once we go for that bigger flop sizing. Because Alex is then less inclined to be continuing these hands versus at such a big size on a board where you expect to see a small c-bet. So I'd be really surprised if he called here with ace high. I think it'd be really optimistic. Need to think about, wow, is he gone for raise? He has gone for raise. So what's he trying to rep here, Tower? As Yusan, is a Jack not going to go for it over 3 streets here? Like if we have Jack X, are we not going to go bet, 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 try and get it all? Versus a worse Jack perhaps, or a hand like Alex has. So Yusan just putting Alex in the blender here, but the thing I will say, look at this price already. Alex is getting 4 to 1 on the call only needs to be right 20% of the time. But how often do we see this? The bluff raise on the river. We see the raise on the river, and Yusan actually has a bluff. He goes for the reverse live tail as well. He goes for the drink, acting like he's comfortable. He goes for the reverse live tail, leans back, goes for his water, acts like he's not fussed. And let's see what Alex comes with here. But what I will say, Tower, as well, you think about flop sizing. If we flop trip jacks on Jack, Jack 4 rainbow, blind on blind, are we really going to go 60%? Are we really going to choose that big size with such a huge hand on the flop? Probably not. So Alex, if he deducts that, we'll probably start eradicating some Jack X from our opponent's range. So what's he supposed to have? Pocket sixes? Makes sense for value?
Is he counting out the call?
Does he ever raise aces, kings, queens, these type of hands, Tower, for value, thinking that Alex has just always got a 4 or a hand like he has? But it's down to price. Getting such a good price, and what on earth is Yusan supposed to get to the river with in this style? Jack X isn't betting that big on the flop. Why would we go so big on Jack, Jack 4 rainbow? We wouldn't. And he sniffs it out. Sniffs it out with a pocket eights. Finds the hero call and loves it. Chip leader up to 78 million. Finds the hero with the pocket eights, and Yusan says, "You are good, sir."
Security. Get them sat down.
And I think this is a great example, Tower, of make sure your story makes sense. When you're playing against a competent player, someone that's going to think through the streets, think about what hands you have in your range and what line you would take with those specific hands. You need to make sure that the story checks out. And from Yusan's perspective there, it doesn't really check out. A Jack's not going to go that big on the flop. Jack's probably not going to check back turn. So we're basically repping a hand like pocket sixes, or maybe a backdoor 5-3 that was just going for the trash end range raise on the flop, on pre-flop. But what a call from Alex. Still got to find the call. I know we can talk about it in the chat, saying you got a call, we're getting the price, what's he repping? But when you're sat there
can see.
and you can't see the cards, you've still got to be able to find it. And a very nice call there from Alex on the river. And now chip leader once again, and in pole position.
Absolutely.
To potentially take this down.
And now it's time for the story. It's time for the story.
You found him.
Free roller.
Come here, sunshine.
Go on,
come and have a sit down, you. A quick 2 minutes with the man. Here he is. Sit down, Nigel.
Cheers, thank you.
Nigel Brampton, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what a story, man.
What a story.
What a story. We forget to put your name on a wheel.
Yep. Then they give me a close the ticket choice or the Goliath.
Close the ticket or a Goliath. You decide to play Goliath. And you've just cashed. We've seen your Hendon mob.
22,500.
Absolutely outstanding. Outstanding. How was it? You've just played the biggest Goliath ever.
Yeah, it's the first major tournament I've played.
Yeah, you're playing Walsall.
I play in Walsall.
Yeah.
But obviously this is the biggest I've ever played in.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, £150 buying, and you make day two. Was it plain sailing day one? Was it all right?
Yeah. Few chips. Just kept chipping up the small pots.
Yeah.
Trying to get the chips up.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then we bag up, so we know we're very close to the money.
Yeah.
Obviously, on the beginning of day two, you saw the running round that we did.
Oh, yeah,
with the 21 all in and calls in two hands. 21 all in and calls. You were in no danger. You weren't one of the guys that needed to think, well, I've only got an orbit or something like that.
Yeah, I think I had about 2 million. Something like that. So.
Yeah. And then we bag up for day three. And then you're looking at the stats and you're thinking this could be life changing.
Day three, I think it was 465,000.
Yeah, 465.
Yeah,
and you
just carried on.
44 left. We come back. Then there's 40 left. Then there's 30. Then there's 20, and then we end up on the FT, which was obviously no mean feat as well. But honestly, it's to get to where you were, £22,510. Yeah. What does it mean from a free roll?
Very nice.
Have you enjoyed the experience?
Yeah, I'll be back next year.
Yeah,
and give it another try.
Absolutely, it's it was obviously one of the busiest. All the lads have got it on in the Walsall Casino. They're gutted.
Yeah,
I bet you.
yeah.
He said, "Mate, you're gutted you can't play the Sunday afternoon comp."
Yeah, one of my friends just zipped down the motorway doing 100 mile an hour, but I just got knocked out. But, yeah.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure watching it, and especially a local fella doing so well in Coventry as well. You're only half an hour up the road. It's brilliant. But they are still watching in Walsall. So just give him a quick message. All those guys.
Good luck, guys.
He can't win it this week, so one of you guys is going to have to win it in Walsall. Nigel, thanks for taking part in all our giveaways.
Lovely.
And
I watch the live stream all the while, trying to pick up hints on how to play. And,
well,
it is improving.
Keep guessing whatever Jay thinks, and not whatever I think. So you have no chance it would be me. Nigel, absolutely amazing effort. £22,510 from us missing his name off the wheel.
Thank you.
Nigel, thanks ever so much.
Lovely.
Great effort. Thank you very much. One of our winners on Spin the Wheel. We forgot to put his name on. It was just an error, and he ends up got the chance of playing the closer or Goliath.
Imagine if he said, "Yeah, I'll play the closer." Play the closer, why not?
There we go.
Well done to Nigel.
Well done, Nigel. Unbelievable. Absolutely amazing. Rooting for one of the local guys, and the story was just incredible. It really was. So we're still on 6. Still on 6 players. 29,000 and change locked up now. 29,130, I think it is, for 6th place. And that call there from Alex Todd, just a fabulous call.
Yeah, chat's saying easy call.
Absolutely.
But it's not an easy call. It's when you're sat there, you're playing against opponents that you perceive that won't have no raised bluffs on the river. What do we beat with ace? What part of our opponent's value do we beat? We don't beat any. I know he doesn't have much value, but how often are players actually raised bluffing in this tournament? It's easy when you can see the whole cards and you can see that eights are good and our opponent's got ace high. But let's say, for example, Yusan rivered it with 5-3 somehow there, which he could raise pre-flop, and he's just given up on the turn and got there. And then is all the chat going to say easy fold? Is that what you're going to say if he's sitting there with 5-3? It's all about not taking the whole cards into account, guys. We try and look at hands from a different perspective on this stream.
Yeah.
And now Alex just going to be going after it. Blinds have been up for
So the blinds, the audio is down. We don't know why. We don't know what happened to it. We came back from the dinner break. We were speaking to Phil Hellmuth at the dinner break, and we just sounded like we were speaking underwater with SpongeBob. So our comms mic is normal, but unfortunately at this moment in time there is no table sound. We will keep the boys on it, and fingers crossed they will change it and hopefully get it back, because it's been good chat. No ICM numbers for us to look at, but we just turned down. It was just turned down, so there was no deal, and now they can't even discuss a deal until they lose one. So 7th was Nigel, just come to speak to us in 7th. What a great effort. Biggest cash by a mile.
Yeah, I think the king 8 off open from chip leader with this stack distribution is perfectly fine. From under the gun, we're 6-handed because of ICM. As the chip leader, our range widens a lot. It just means the middling stacks here aren't supposed to play back at us. When Alex opens, they need to be really tight if they want to get involved in the hand. Blinds are increasing. We're up to 1.6 milli big blind now. There's a lot of 25 bigs or less stacks. A lot of pressure on these guys. And Alex probably just aware of that they're not going to be able to play back as easily as you think. As Andrew off of just sub 20 here. 19 big blinds going to open to 4 million. Graphics now up for the 800 1.6. Good to see. And Alex has just got jacks here in the small blind. And I think this is one of the hands, Tower, that will fall into the remit of free bet not all in. Too strong, I believe, to just shove, especially because we're still deep with USAN. Not as deep as we were, but I think when we've got these stronger holdings, we want to try and induce here. We want Andrew to potentially shove over the top with a hand that he might elect to just fold to an all in. So I might make this like 10, 11 million here, as Alex with the jacks going for the free bet not all in. We're just going to play flat. Well, this is the last thing I was expecting to see. Opts to go with flat here with the jacks, and now going to have to navigate out of position.
6-7-4 rainbow.
Yeah, like let's say for example Andrew was first in chips and Alex was second in chips, and the rest of them were 20 BBs or less, then I could definitely understand the flat here from Alex. But Alex is the chip leader here. He gets to take the driver's seat. He gets to be aggressive. He gets to open wide. He gets the free bet wide. He can defend the big blind wider than anyone else. I thought he'd definitely be taking a top end hand and just taking the aggressive route. Now leading on this 6 turn after it pairs, goes for 5 million. And Andrew makes the call. And 2 of hearts on the river, and another street of value here for Alex. I'm not sure if he's going to go for the jam for pot size, because the way Andrew's played this hand, Tower, is very likely he's going to be sat there with some ace high holding, some ace king, ace queen, these type of hands. I think Alex might go after it for value against, like on the 4, 6, 7 rainbow. Expect Andrew just to continue queens through aces. And it's also a good river to bluff because nothing completes. So we had 8-9 suited, 8-10 suited, 10-9 suited, all these hands that we would pill in the small blind. Backdoor diamond draws, the ace-x of diamonds, all the Broadway diamond cards, they all brick out here. So potential to get called by some ace-high holdings the times that Andrew is a non-believer. Because what's our value range look like to Andrew here? We've just flatted in the small blind. Fairly low board, not going to have a whole host of 7x or 6x, so maybe 8s, 9s. But if I'm sitting there as Andrew, I expect these hands against our starting stack to go for the free bet. But he's got the chips in hands, and I think this is just always going to be ace high here for Andrew. Really like the size Alex has gone here, like 6.5, third pot, trying to get called by ace king, ace queen, these type of holdings. All the draws have bricked out, the 8-10, the 10-9 suited, the 8-9 suited, the ace-x of diamonds, the Broadway diamonds, they all miss. So trying to talk ace high into the call, and that's exactly what he does with the pocket jacks. Very nice from Alex. The flat pre-flop is worked a treat there, and he's broke the 100 million barrier. 101 for Alex Todd. And 250 milli chips in play, I believe. Or was that 287? 287, I thought it was 257. So 290 chips in play. He got over a third of the chips in play.
See you in 2 weeks.
Absolutely. London on the horizon. There it is. With 10 days' time, it all starts again. Next leg of GUKPT. We're there on the 23rd of August with 5 days of streaming. London is next for the team.
How we doing, Paul Trotter, super high roller champion in
Oi, oi.
the chat box. Hi
Hello,
lads,
Trot.
just want to thank all the staff at Grosvenor for putting together an amazing event. They did an amazing job. Can watch the final at home now. Good luck to all left in. Cheers, Paul. Well done on your result. That was a cracking result from yourself in a stacked field. I saw the field and I was thinking, I wouldn't want to mix it in this tournament, but you've obviously played very well to close that one out. Great result, sir. And the trophy as well. Nice to have a super high roller trophy.
Thanks, Alan. Good to see you this week.
Ace Jack for Richard here. So just going to be raised here for Richard. As I said earlier, Tal, we don't really want any open shoves from under the gun, and this is just way too much to be shoving. Like even off of like the 12 big blinds, can still open. Just got everyone to get through at the table. 6 max it is going to change slightly, but Ace Jack here should just be raised for Richard. Still want to attempt to still try and pick up blinds and ante. We can still get value from worse in the big blind. A hand that I think just always going to fall into the min click region. Thinking about it. So it does just go for open, just north of a min click, 3.5 here from gun. And we can still fold this one, Tab. We're met by a free bet, like the ace jack off's not going to perform well. So we can still let it go off this stack size. A lot of pressure on us. Ladders are getting so hefty now in terms of buying. This is a 150 comp. Everyone's got 29,000 locked up. It's a 13k ladder. It's nearly 100 buy-in ladder, guys. An 80 buy-in ladder, which is insane. It's just extreme pressure here on these guys, and I'd love Alex to just find it here, Tower, with the King Queen. He's got the perfect hand to do it with. Make it 9 million, thereabouts, just shy of 2.5x. Still give ourselves room to fold if we're met with a shove. What's going on here?
I don't actually know. Can't hear, unfortunately. Can't hear anything on the table sound. Don't know what's happened to it, but I don't know what Alex was on about then.
After a little bit of coming out of the zone, if you like, having a chat with the TD. I don't know if he'll take it now, Tower, but I'd love for him to take it. We've got the hand to do it with the King Queen off. Very viable candidate, great removal to continue range of our opponent. I'd love to just see him make this 9 million, or even play jam, depending on the stack sizes behind. Yeah, he's going to go for jam, so I'm guessing there's no one with more than 25 behind here. Usam with 21, but I did think Wayne had a few chips here, Tower. Let's see what he had. Well, Wayne had 38, so he had 24 big blinds. So this is actually really nice from Alex. This is actually really good in my opinion. We got the King Queen off, great hand to do it with. Richard's got sub 20. Small blind's got 21, big blind's got 24. Extreme pressure on these guys. 80 buy-in ladder and gets the ace jack to fold. Yeah. That is very nice from Alex there. Guy's playing well. Credit where it's due.
Every time he turns around, all the fans know he's won a hand.
Just wanted to check, guys. Is Joe Saunders still in?
The most famous man in the chat.
Oh god. You see him play, Tower. The only guy that can dust off a big stack in the space of 10 minutes. Free roll password is Godcake. That has started. You've got half hour left of late reg. That's just actually a really good understanding of the spot there from Alex. Like if Wayne, I actually thought Wayne had like 35 bigs, so I would have just played 3-bet not all in if Wayne had that stack, but Alex actually recognised Wayne was 24 big blinds effective, so he was happy to rip it, which I think is really, really good in my opinion. With the king queen off there, gets the better hand to fold. Great removal from the calling range. And now just going to take the king blocker and open. Raises to 3.2 million. Richard here, suited queen in the big blind, facing a min click. I think still can definitely defend this one. Suited queen, although against the chip leader, definitely can invest one big blind more here. Like Alex is going to open so wide in this situation. I think from the big, getting this price, definitely want to be coming along as Richard here. I know we can see he's in a dominated spot and he's in bad shape, but can't just look at it like that. Think of the entire range that Alex will be opening from this position with a monster chip lead now.
Indeed it. Password is Godcake. Godcake. Godcake.
Chris Bampton, is Joe Beavers still a sponsored pro? I haven't seen him this week. How long's Joe been gone for? 5 years? 4 years?
2019, I think he's last year.
Yeah, Joe hasn't been a Grosvenor sponsored pro for a good 4 or 5 years. I miss Joe, I do. He's a funny guy, Joe. I really like Joe.
He's got some great stories as well in the industry.
I haven't seen him too much in the past 4 or 5 years, but very.
I think we see him in Luton one day when they're playing a bit of PLO cash and maybe in the Vic, but that's about it now. Doesn't play tournaments at all.
Yeah, and Alex just goes for C-bet for one big blind. Very nice again. Understands the sizing that we can choose, and now he's just up to 114.
Yeah, maybe all the players on the feature table just get used to looking at the screens and not at the tables to find out the stacks. Maybe they can't work them out.
Yeah, someone put in the chat that he was asking for the chip count and the guy refused, said look at the screen, and then he asked the floor saying that the screen could be wrong because like it's not always spot on, so which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it does matter. Like if Richard there had 30 bigs, he wouldn't have taken the jam. But because he had 20, it's a very good spot to do it. So very, just being precise with what the sizes of stacks are. Yeah, but the thing is, in tournament poker, we're not looking at it's a 10k ladder, it's a 20k ladder, it's an 80k ladder. You want to look at it in terms of buy-ins, and the fact that we got 6 players left and that it's an 80 buy-in jump from 6th to 5th, it's just insane. It's crazy. Like a lot of the time.
Do you think they did a deal at the World Series this year?
No, I don't think they did.
$5.5 million flip. First and second?
I don't think they did. I think Wyman was playing the best. The guy that torched it off with the pocket eights, I don't think he was very good. And I think Wyman realised it was actually quite a good final table. Obviously, you had Toby Lewis and Dean, very good players.
Yeah.
But I think once they got three-handed, Wyman was big favourite. Because I don't think the other two were playing too well, just in my opinion. Especially, I can't remember his name, the man with the pocket eights, free-handed when he elected to 4-bet back raise, get it in. But I don't think there was a deal. I know there's a lot of talk about it. WSOP have come out and said there weren't. Wyman's come out and said there weren't on a podcast.
All right, okay.
How are we doing, Chris? Hi guys, really enjoyed the commentary and effort from the whole Grosvenor team over the last 8 days or so. You'll do a fantastic job. What was the password, please? Is there a free roll? The password is Godcake, and yes, there is a free roll. Richard just got to open this hand, but it doesn't actually matter. Doesn't actually matter because Alex has got 9s, and faced with this shove for 16 bigs, he's going to make the call, and he's going to be up against the lady. So it's actually worked out on this occasion for Richard with the queens. Obviously in the short term working a treat, but lady 16 bigs just can open this hand. We want value. We want worse to jam behind that would just fold to the all-in. But working a treat on this occasion because Alex has a hand that just has to call. Go to the flop.
7, 8, queen.
Yeah,
running clubs, running straight draws.
There's still 7% equity here up against top set. We've got a hell of a lot of runners here. A straight in club would be fun. Well,
whoa,
it's just never easy, is it? It's never easy. It just can't come the red deuce on the turn. So Alex now with 8 outs to get there. Any jack, any 6 is working. And it's the king of spades. Big sweat for Richard on the turn, but gets a much needed double up to 54 million. It was always going to go in pre. Even if Richard just opened there, Alex would have shoved the 9s. This was always getting in, whatever avenue was taken.
So Richard up to 54 mil and 33 big blinds. Andy saying C1. Andy McKenzie, short stack. £29,130. Nice to speak to Nigel Brampton, who's just bust out 22,510. He came onto the camera to have a quick chat. Always nice to see a wonderful story like that. Really, really good. 3-year-old, one of our comps. Yeah, he got a J, thinks correct. Put him on the wheel. We forgot to put his name on the wheel. We asked him if he wanted to close the ticket as compensation or a Goliath ticket. He said, I'll play Goliath, I'm only round the corner. He played it and he came 7th. Flop time. As Yusan and Alex. Race call 3, 8, 7, 4, 2 spades. Both got redraws. Alex checks, Yusan in seat number 6.
Yeah, both with the opposite gutter to the other.
Boom for Alex. And Houston turns 3rd pair.
So 20 minutes to get into the free roll, guys. Those asking, password is Godcake. Not just the free roll going on online tonight. We've got the Summer Series main event. We've got a €50 100k guarantee. We've got a €100 100k guarantee. And if that's a bit out in your price remit, there's feeders for as small as £1, 1 to 5, 5 to 30. Running every night on Grosvenor Poker. Check it out. Some great guarantees the guys have put on for the Summer Series this weekend. Back to the action here, and Alex goes for 70% on the turn, and Yusan makes a good lay down there with his 3rd pair.
I'm just going to take 5
Six players left. I don't know what they're talking about. What's happening?
So they were saying on the screen for the people that were watching that the chip counts were slightly out tower.
Okay.
So what they have decided to do is have a quick 10-minute break. It only takes 10 minutes.
Right.
TDs are counting every single stack. They're inputting them back into the system. So the spectators on the screen, and even the players, like to look at the chip counts just to make their decisions quicker rather than trying to visually count an opponent's stack.
Yeah.
So there's just a quick recount of chips. It takes no more than 10 minutes. We'll keep the pictures on, but just a quick interval for the guys.
Okay. Any Scots at the final table? Andy McKenzie in seat 1. He's in. Andy McKenzie in 1. Jimmy G in seat number 2. Alex Todd in 3, or seat 4, then checking his stack. Yusan Chan in 6, Wayne Penford in 7, and in 8, Richard Birchall. They're the final 6 players in the main event. Well, Andy McKenzie is from near Edinburgh and is flying the flag. Just checking the chip counts because players were saying that it was wrong on the screen that people were looking at. So they're just checking it. So just waiting for them to come back. Got told it was 10 minutes. Looks like all chip stacks have been sorted out. We're down to 6. Started with 44 today. One by one they dropped. We got in the money yesterday in the first session of yesterday. So it should just be 10 minutes. And the guys will be back. So the chip stacks are right. Let's crack on.
Let's do this.
There won't be a deal. I don't know what they're doing now, but sorry about the sound around the table. Paul's still trying to get it all fixed. Hiya, Jan. Jan Yip here. How do I claim the ticket from Thursday, Japan's World Cup goal scoring competition?
Well,
Jan, we have a message for you.
We have a message. There was 3. It's now actually just 2 people that we're struggling with. You were one of them, and Lewis Nuttall is the other. So if you're watching, Lewis, make yourself known as well. You gave us the username YanYip8185. That is not a username or alias on Grosvenor Poker. So I don't know if there was a typo, but I got YanYip8185. There's no alias for that on Grosvenor Poker. If you could plug your actual alias in the chat, we can get you that token sent to your account.
And that's from the online poker manager. Says they can't find the username of Yan Yip. Was it 1885? Was it?
Yeah, 8185.
8185. So if you do know your username, there we go. That's Yippy84 with a capital Y. We'll send that off now, Ben. We'll send that off. Yippy84. We'll send it off. It should be in your account for tomorrow's closer.
£30 token.
Oh, £30 token, is it? Your £30 token, Yippy84. We'll get that done and changed. Thanks for getting back to us. Nice one. Glad you got involved with the Jane Tower thinks, and I think we might do another one. We said we were going to do one today, and we might just get one done. Tuning in all the way from Saudi Arabia, says Lewis Johnson. How are we doing, Lewis? What's happening in Saudi Arabia? So the blinds are 1 mil, 2 mil. Sorry about the sound around the TV, around the table. BK is constantly working on it to try and get it sorted out. So 1 million, 2 million the blinds. Where are we streaming next? Here we go, Kev. That's where we're streaming. 23rd of August, Wednesday. We'll be there. Set up cash on the Wednesday. Thursday, high roller day 2. Friday, Saturday and Sunday will be the main events. London GUKPT. 3 weeks today will be the final of that said comp. So 2.5 weeks time, we'll be back.
Yes, we will.
Bowsy, how's your week been? You stay, yeah, you're more points for the league for Bowsy.
That's exactly what
How do I know?
8 weeks for Bowsy, he's made the money in the cup.
It's Jimmy and the hijack. Jimmy's kind of handcuffed here, can't really do much, sitting second in chips with Alex on our direct left.
Yeah.
And Queen 10 off here, going to be an easy open for Alex with the chip lead. Blind's now at 2 milli, so going to make it 4. And Yusan, these small suited connectors, they're going to go down in value at this stage, Tower. Just got to let this one go, Yusan. Pretty looking hand on the button, but good to see him get out of the way. Over to Richard in the big blind, who's just going to let it go. Raise and take for Alex, back to 110.
So, the tournament, one on the floor came over and said, do you want to discuss a deal? So it must have prompted the floor that they might want to.
Yeah, so we're going to have...
But unfortunately, I can't hear anything because of the Daleki sound.
We're going to have a little pause again, guys, but we're not going to go anywhere until... I'll tell you what, I've got some £30 tokens to throw away. We'll do some spot prizes. Shall we do some fastest finger first? And this is going to benefit the guys that have been watching the stream all day. We'll throw some questions at you. First one in the chat box, I'm going to give you a £30 token. Let's think. What can we ask? I got one. Zakanescu today finished in 35th place. He was sat on C8 on our featured table. There was an open from late position and he shoved all in from the big blind and was called. But what hand, I don't need the suits, did Zach have? There we go. Someone's in already. We've got a winner. We have got a winner. Abba Canary straight in on Twitch. 5-4 off. Bang on the money. Everyone else is guessing away, but we've already got a winner. As soon as I said Zakanescu, Abba Canary knew what was coming. Straight in with the 5-4 off.
Wow.
Abba Canary, use alias please for Twitch. I'm going to do a few more, guys, because I think this takes about 10 minutes. If you missed out on this one, it's okay. We're going to do a few £30 token spot prizes.
Well done, Abba Canary.
Yeah. Who got the 4-5 off? No one's even got it. Paul Cook got it on Facebook. Kaylee got it on Facebook. Random and Spontaneous got it as well. But not many people got it.
Sick Nick Poker got it.
Tom Marlowe got it.
Yes.
DJ got it on Facebook.
Quite a few got it, to be fair.
Yeah. Would you have got it, Tower?
Not in the slightest.
Even though you were sat here with me commentating on the hand?
No, unfortunately. I'd have thought about it and then I'd have said, I'm sure it was 4-5 suited.
Yeah. Abu Canary, better thing to do because the chat's pretty mental at the moment. Just whisper me on Twitch with your alias.
It was a super fast memory, to be fair.
And I'll get you chucked on the spreadsheet.
That was some memory.
I've been watching all day and haven't drunk a crate of Madry fastest finger first. Quite unfair. Also, internet connection can be a thing as well.
What about if we do one for Facebook next?
What, do one
just
for
Facebook?
Just Facebook? But then everyone goes on and we'll log into Facebook, Tower, and then we'll have 87,000 Facebook messages in 20 seconds.
Fair enough.
So, well done to Abu Canary. Can you think of any, Tower?
Not like that.
Not like that.
Not like that. Let's see if I don't. I can't hear the table, unfortunately. It still likes the sounds like they're talking with SpongeBob SquarePants. It's the Daleks of Doctor Who in 1978, unfortunately, around the feature table. PK's still working on it. There you go, not Rob Adams. That's as far as we get.
What day is it?
There
Tower's question.
I wake up in the morning. First thing I say is thank you. And then carry on.
Yeah, so Abu Canary, I just need your alias so I can put you on the spreadsheet and you'll have a £30 token in your account at some point tomorrow. If you don't want your alias in the chat, you can whisper me on Twitch.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? How you doing, Scott? 2 pasties must be worth a ticket. I tell you what, when you said one of the best in the country, you weren't wrong. You was not wrong. The internet's very slow. Is it 5-4, please? Says Bongo and Golo.
Right, next one coming up, £30 spot prize. Question is, nice, easy one. A lot of you should be able to get this, but fastest finger first. And I'll tell you what, I'll do a £5 token for second and third as well. The second and third guess in.
You've got to keep checking the chat box.
All I want to know, Tower.
Yeah.
Who was the first player out today on day 3? We come back with 44. Who was the first player out today on day 3? £30 spot prize and 2 £5 tokens. So how was that to have a look himself?
Full name, please. Full name.
We're looking for a full name. Joe Saunders.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, that's funny. We need a full name. Full name, guys.
Oh.
There's a few put in the... There we go. We've got a full name. Hog King is going to be the winner on Twitch.
Hog King on Twitch, and second on Twitch as well, Sky Blue Liu.
Sky Blue Lou.
I can't see blue on blue because I'm colourblind, and I can't read it from here, so I have to look down like that.
Oh, that's funny. Joe Saunders. That made me laugh. That tickled me. I asked for the full name, Tom Marlowe. You put Surinder. I did say full name. So Hog King on Twitch was the first one in. Hog King, drop me your alias either via Whisper or chat. And then can I please get the alias of Sky Blue Lou and Ginge31990 on Twitch. Surinder Sanar was the first one out today. So these guys are just discussing a deal, guys. So we're just trying to fill the time. We don't want to keep going on break, making you guys come back in half hour.
Absolutely not.
So just throwing money away. We haven't got anything else to do, so...
We'll throw money away.
Not like we're over budget.
We're already over budget for London. We're not even there yet.
The thing is, Tom made a spreadsheet for us, Tower, and he's made a really pretty spreadsheet with the alias, if it's been credited, name, all that stuff. I've changed the formula at the bottom, so when it has total, I've changed the formula, but then I've put minus 1,000 at it. So whatever it is, Tom will look at the bottom, but it's actually plus £1,000 to what I've actually given away.
Yeah. Chris Mary says, I thought you said they can't talk about a deal until they lost a player. That's what I thought. That's what I thought it was always been. But apparently, it's either that or when the blinds go up. I didn't know that was a thing. I thought it was just till the next player out. I'm pretty sure it was always till the next person was out. But apparently, it's when either the blinds go up or a person is eliminated. We've just done the stacks. We haven't played a hand yet.
Bolt Coco. Josh was not the first player out today. I got Josh first, should be me. He was not the first player out today. Surinder Sanar was the first player out. So everyone, I don't know how to do a whisper on Twitch. That's fine, Hog King. I've got your alias there. Well done, £30 token for you.
Well done indeed.
Abu Canary still waiting.
Hog King sent his whisper. All right. Oh, he could have been running around with the camera yesterday.
The Grim Reaper.
The Grim Reaper with a 1 and a 3. So we'll let you know what's happening. So we're still chatting? Still chatting and counting the figures?
Yeah, everyone's, you two are on the spread, still waiting for one of the £5 ones that come in second. You can whisper me your alias if you don't want the chat to know.
Sorry about the table sound, guys. But PK is still trying to work on it. We'll let you know any deals that come through.
I personally think Alex is playing very well, and I think he's got a decent seat at the table. I think the only problem would be Jimmy, and Jimmy's on our direct right. I think he's definitely got the edge on the rest of the table, and he's got a runaway chip lead. So if I was Alex, I might be playing this out. But we'll see what happens.
We'll still have to crown a champion. So whoever has had a little punt this morning, it's whoever lifts the trophy and gets crowned Goliath champion 2023. You certainly don't mind them looking at numbers with it being £150 comp and 220,000 up top.
One more £30 spot prize coming up, last one, and then we're starting just the £30 for this one, and this is for people that have been watching the stream all week. Might have a better chance at this. So yesterday was day 2. It was bubble time. We saw double bracelet winner Rob Cowan all in on the bubble with ace-ace. Busted. But what I want to know, what hand was he up against? What hand was Rob Cowan up against when he busted with the aces?
Queens.
Not queens.
Not queens.
Yes, Dan Cholton's got it.
Dan Cholton?
Dan Cholton straight in on YouTube.
Just lose death by quads.
Just pipping the Welsh CJ by about half a millisecond on Twitch. Look how close this was between these two. Dan Cholton first in though on YouTube. It was quad sixes.
Tell you what, you guys, you've got some great memories. You really have.
And to be honest with you, Tower, Dean Webb was first in on Facebook before some of the guesses on Twitch.
Game a fiver.
I'll tell you what, Dean, I've got, it's not my money. Drop me a £30 as well. Because I know how slow it is on Facebook. The Facebook messages take like a good 5-10 seconds to come through after the Twitch.
Where's
and
his
YouTube.
message? I can't even see it.
Dean Webb?
Yeah.
He's just below the Welsh CJ.
Where? Miles away. Six guesses or something like that.
They're all in the same second. They all guess within the same second.
Well, well done, everybody.
Just giving away 90 quid like that. Why not? But hopefully we're going to be starting again soon. We're just filling the time, guys. We're ready
Tom
to
hopes
come
this
back.
deal. Yeah. Tom hopes the dealer is up.
So well done, Dan. I need your aid. Give you one as well because it's literally not even a millisecond out between you and Dan, and then for Dean Webb on Facebook. So I've given the first guess on each platform the token. So Dean Webb, Dan Cholton, and the Welsh CJ on Twitch. Can you please all drop your aliases in the chat, and I'll get you sent a £30 token tomorrow.
How's the deal being made? They're still chatting, as you can see. They are still chatting all the way around the table. They're still, I don't know what the deal is. Can't hear. It looks like for the deal, the stumbling block at the moment is Richard Birchall. That's what but I can't see anything what's going on. I think Richard and Jimmy are talking the most. But we'll leave them to it, and if anything comes out of it, we will let you know.
Yeah, a lot of money these guys are playing
Absolutely. Playing for life-changing money.
Pidge Febbers, 1874.
The chip leader wants 250,000. Says Bonzo. We can't. Obviously, I can't go outside and see what's happening because we're on the 30-minute delay. So we're actually watching the 30-minute delay like you guys. So we get to see the information regarding what happened 30 minutes ago. So we can chat with you guys in the chat box. That's the only way the chat boxes will work. Is if we watch what you're watching right now. We commentate on what you're watching. So we are 30 minutes from what's happened live, and we're miles away from the main hole.
Dean Webb, just post it in your chat. The alias that you play under on Grosvenor, just post it in the chat on Facebook. I will see it. I'll put you on the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And we will get that token credited to your account tomorrow.
Yeah. That's what's to play for. There you go. They're the chip. They're the stacks at the minute. They're the stacks at the minute. 29,000 next out. Then 42. Then 65. And then we all know on the flip of one card, it could all change for everybody. So they're what they are now. That would be if we played it out without saying anything else about deals. If we said no deal until there's a champion, that's what they get. Sixth, £29,130. Fifth, 42.3, and so on. Lance says if you nip out now, Joe, they probably would still be talking about the deal. So yeah, so hopefully Ali Malou always used to say, I'll take the top prize, you lot can split the rest. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I got yours the well, CJ. Thank you very much. Just waiting.
Well done, everybody. We'll just get away what we've just done then. 130 quid in.
160.
160 quid in space of 5 minutes.
530s, 2 fivers. It should be. They should be given a set time.
They should.
Tower.
Absolutely should.
Like we've probably had about 3 hours in breaks today, 2.5 hours in breaks today, in time that we've not.
I think you're right. Yeah. The World Series have a set time on deals. But it's life-changing money. It's Goliath 2023. Apparently, it's also, if the blinds change, you can then discuss another deal.
Yeah, I think the deal's not good for Minji and Alex Tower. Just in my opinion, I think for the rest of them, it's going to be a great deal. If they're just taking the even ICM chop, just because like Alex and Min, I just think they're a lot better players than the rest and a lot more experience in this playing for this type of money.
Do they have to pay tax on their winnings? No, no tax on British poker. What's happening? Oh, they're tapping the table. Oh, they're shaking hands. Whoa, what's happened now?
There we go.
Wow.
There we go. So there's the deal, guys. They're playing for £44,000 and the numbers are set in stone. 133,200 for Alex, 103,500 for Minji, 83,300 for Yusan Chan, £80,250 for Wayne Penford, Richard Birchall with 80k, and Andrew McKenzie with £75,000. So deal has been done. Alex taking the most and 44k left to play for.
Is the biggest winner Andy McKenzie?
I wouldn't say so.
We know anything can happen.
Yeah, what's the next payout, Tower? 29?
29.
Yeah, 29.
29.
I think they've just gone on the ICM numbers. So.
Then 42, then 65, and then 96 for third.
The thing is, any of these, even Minji could get pulled into it, but these four stacks are so close at the bottom, Tower.
Yeah.
Like, could be out in a hand and then take home 29k, and you could have taken 75 if you accepted the deal like they've done. But deal is done. There's the numbers. We'll keep that on a button so we can flick it up when people ask.
So we're off. Let's do it. Andy Mackenzie locked up £75,000. Min G.
Okay, I'm just going to box these deals.
Yep, so just going to be playing Chip EV now, ICM out the window. There's one prize and one prize only, £44,000 for the winner. So essentially, they've all locked what they've got, and we're playing a winner takes all, 6-man sit and go for 44k. So now, everything we were saying about how the middling stacks need to just lie down and let Alex raise as much as possible. It's a completely different scenario now. We're just playing Chip EV, playing for the outright win.
Well done, one and all. Well done, one and all. Locking up chunks. 6-handed, locked up chunks.
Can they do a deal on the 44k? If like they get a heads up and they want to go, yeah, 22k each, I'm sure they can. The chat box.
Yeah. All the players are obviously happy with what they've just done. So what we think about it doesn't really matter. They've played for 3 days solid, and they're all very happy with what they've taken, or else they wouldn't have shaken hands.
Wayne goes for the free bet here, Tao. I wouldn't have minded seeing flat here off of his stack size, but going to go for the free bet all in. At least he's chosen a legitimate size if we are going to elect a free bet off of this stack, and Alex just with a quick fold with a king 10 suited. Kings are shown. Well played from them all, says Peter Walsh. I agree.
Absolutely, Pete.
Life-changing money for all of them. 75k for Andy and 133 for Alex, and then in between for the rest. There's the numbers.
29,130 would have been next out. You've also got to think about the buy-in as well. The buy-in is £150. Andy free rolled into the comp. Well, he played a £5 satellite. He got his seat with half a big blind online. And he's ended up with £75,000.
Wow.
And every time you speak to him on a break, he says, I'm so emotional, Tower. I'm so emotional, Tower. I can't speak to people. And that's the way it gets you. It's just life-changing.
Queen Jack for Richard here. Gonna choose to open off a 14.5. I think now that we're playing Chip EV Tower, could even just shove this one if we wanted to. I think open, going to be fine. Maybe a couple of big blinds left for the open shove.
Steve says he tried to get an ICM chop on day 1F. Have they done a deal? I'm sorry, we're sticking a sticky toffee pudding on the oven. Here we are, Carl. That's the deal. 6-way chop. Wayne 80,250, Richard in C 8, £80,000, Andy in C 175.
Yeah, and we're 6-handed, Only one player taking home the extra 44k. When we lose one more, clock does get reduced to a 30-minute clock as well.
Zacabello says thank you so much to the whole team behind such a great event, top weekend. Bricked all tournaments, did alright in cash, met many top people and some great laughs. Good game, Goliath. Cheers, Zacabello. Andy McKenzie, seat 1 from Edinburgh. Eddie says your guess will be a little bit off, Jay, saying 7:30.
Well, to be honest,
to be fair to Jay,
we've had 3 hours worth of breaks today.
Yeah.
We've literally had 3 hours worth of breaks. We've had 3 half-hour breaks. We've had about 40 minutes discussing a deal, and then plus the 3 20-minute breaks we've had. It's like we've had nearly 3 hours in breaks today. I was expecting. I'd done my calculation on having 3 breaks for 20 minutes, Tower. So it's going to be an extra 2 hours onto what I predicted, simply because of all the unscheduled breaks throughout the day.
Pablo Moose, cheers guys, really enjoyed the commentary, looking forward to playing the closer tomorrow after winning the £110 ticket. Good luck in the £110 and next time you come in to the chat, next time we're on in London, let us know how you got on. Andy's in with ace 8, he's locked up £75,000. You son, jacks, they're going in.
Of course they are.
And that's it. All in a call. I don't know if Andy does that pre-deal. Maybe he does with 17 bigs. But you son, jacks, Andy McKenzie, who was just locked up £75,000. Somebody shouting on the rail, come on Andrew! Craig CU says, certainly had fun at the first ever Goliath. Certainly wasn't expecting to run as deep as you did. Well done, Craig. So Andy's not all in, it's you Sam that is all in with 27 mil. Does Andy hit the ace? No, he does not.
Yeah, running clubs.
Running clubs is it.
Running aces, running eights, and that is basically it.
He needs runners. Well, he'll be down to about 4 big blinds.
That is it. Dead on
the
turn.
Full house on the turn. That'll do it. Yusan doubles up to 58 mil. Andy has got about 4 big blinds left.
I'll show you the deal. Quick spand. There we go.
Oh, change colour.
There's the deal. So much better in that colour.
Certainly, I can see it. It matches our background. Maybe that's why they did it.
There's the deal numbers.
Brilliant. Fantastic lock-up. Great deal for Andy. Well played, says Bonzo. Well done also, Spand. £150 buying and you lock up £75,000. Absolute dreams.
Yeah, long discussion. Would have been a good race to watch. Alan Dock bagging up his chips and these six discussing a deal. See which finished first. I think it would have been a close one. I'll tell you what, Tom, I'm just going to go get some waters.
Go on then.
I think we're going to be sat for.
Let's see if Andy can double or not. Yes, they have, Christian. They have done a deal. There's 44,000 extra to the winner. I'll show you straight after this. Andy's in again. Ace 8 again. Yeah, they're all in again with the sixes after making the deal. I think Jimmy will get out of the way this time though with ace 9. It's alright, he just said it doesn't matter. He knows what he's got. So will Yusan got the rest of Andy's chips? His final 8.4 mil with ace 8 again. So sixes for Yusan. He could take them all off Andy. Andy McKenzie looking up £75,000. King 10 2. Running hearts, ace or an 8. And now a jack, an ace or an 8 to double up. Does he do it? No, he doesn't. He pairs queens and sixes. He shakes the hand of everybody at the table. Andy McKenzie from Edinburgh has just locked up £75,000. What a deal for Andy McKenzie. His biggest score by a country mile. And now he can go and enjoy his recorder league with the fans. He'll get hugs off everybody. He'll get big kisses. And they'll all be celebrating with Andy. An amazing effort. Super nice guy. See you in Mark Kelly's, Andy. See you in Mark Kelly's in Blackpool in November, Andy. Andy McKenzie, £75,000 locked up. That was the deal. There it is. Andy McKenzie locked up 75,000. All the money on the right hand side has been locked up, and the players are playing on for 44,000. Chris Cheney, well done to you both, plus your team, your hard work. Well done to everyone who made the final table. Another 3 days of grinding, plus a good deal. It's all good fun. Nice one, Chris. We've enjoyed it. It's been a slog. Hats off to everybody in the team. First man in the morning, PK. Last man out, PK. Every day for 9 days. Got told social media has never been better. on numerous occasions. I said thank you. There's nothing to do with me. Absolutely amazing effort. And like we said, we were having a laugh in the early stages about the questions that you have to answer. I wake up every morning to 60 notifications. And then I go to sleep for a couple of hours. I wake up, there's another 40. Every day.
That message today was...
Somebody got a message today, 2 people wanted to buy into day 3. Can we buy into day 3?
23 this morning. Sorry, BJ, are you awake?
20 to 18 morning, excuse me, are you awake? There you go. Oh. Good man.
Just walked through Hall 4
to
get to Woolworths.
Yeah.
There's staff comp going on.
There's a staff comp?
It was meant to be self-deal for the staff.
Yeah.
You've got the players dealing. Ben Teague's dealing, Cal's dealing.
Really?
Yeah, they're giving something back, so it's not a self-deal comp. I walk in there, I'm thinking, what else going on here?
The players are dealing.
Yeah, there's basically the players are dealing to the dealers, like the MPL lot, like Ben's dealing, Cal's dealing.
How good is that? Surprised Boogie's not involved.
Yeah.
Get involved, Boogie. Go and play for Team Calm doing direct. Go on, sort it out.
You know,
Go and get some beer. You're already wearing it. Is that what you're saying? You was in it.
No.
So we're down to 5. I don't know if this question has been asked before, but can we buy into day 3? Oh, brilliant. Andy B, all you chaps have done a fantastic job and a great watch. Thank you very much. Okay, still here. That is one laugh you can never distinguish from anybody else. Yeah, the smallest chip on day 3 is a 25k, is it?
Yeah.
And you can buy him for 1 chip.
So I've got Jimmy here with the 10-5 Yusan with middle pet. Yusan starts with check. Yeah, 44k up top left to play for. Yusan starts with the check call. King of clubs on the turn. And could see double barrel here from Jimmy. Prefer maybe using some ace-x or at least have the overcard to the queen or something with at least a gutter ball. But we are pretty low down our range here. We're just 10 high, no drawing. Versus big blind, this king's going to be a lot more favourable for us than the call-up. Can go after the 8x and 4x type holdings, and Jimmy is just still going to go for the double barrel here. And Yusan says, nice hand, nice double barrel from Jimmy. Just recognising how this king is so much better for our perceived range than what it is for our opponents. Gets it through. How are we doing, Lance Christensen? How many days do you pair spend on the road each year commentating? God, how many do you reckon, Tal? Well, we got 10 GUKPT legs, so that's 50. Then we got the grand final, which is usually like 10 days, so that's 60. Goliath 9 days, 69. Few 888 events, let's say 79. I'd say about 80 days. I'd say around 80 days a year.
Sounds about right.
UK Open as well, that was 10.
Yeah, UK Open was 10. 80 days a year, average 12, 13 hour days. About 1,000 hours a year.
Minimum.
Good 1,000 hours on a yearly basis. We're sat here next to each other, talking poker, talking nonsense, giving away money that's not ours.
Mention donuts once and we get lambasted for it. Stick to the poker. So they have done a deal. I'll show you the deal very shortly.
Alex just raise and take with the King 8 suited. Part-time then, maple syrup. How dare thee?
Yeah.
Sounds about right. 3 months work, 9 months on the golf course, says Blue.
I'll tell you what, I wish the weather was good enough for 9 hours on the 9 months on the golf course. Played once in 7 weeks.
King 5 here for Alex. Yeah, I was just about to say, if we weren't playing, if a deal hadn't been done, we'd want to open that hand. But now a deal's been done, it's just going to be playing to make chips, not money. So going to muck the King 5 off. But with the ICM implications in play, could have definitely opened that if the deal hadn't been done. But I think he understands that, which is good. How we can't open this hand now because the deal is done, but if the deal hadn't been done, we would open it.
When is the next break? Well, it's up to the players. Depends when the next deal's discussed.
Ace-Jack suited for you, son. Should see open.
Sean says you probably do 4 months together if you factor in all the days. I don't think we've ever only done 9 hours of streaming, have we?
Don't think we rarely have a 9-hour day tower. Like our shortest day this week, we were in at 12 and finished at 9. That was the mystery bounty final table, and that was considered a half day for us. Basically, it seems so quick. A 9-hour day when we done the mystery bounty final table.
So. Been a great week of poker and streams. Was your first ever live poker tournament and made it halfway in day 2. Listening to your stream the day before my day 1 saved me end of day held out. Nice one, Ginger Whiz. It's good to get a cash on your first live tournament. It really is. This one's not the easiest one to ever cash in. It's a right minefield.
The bar is calling your names once you're done with the stream.
Okay, I'll not tell you what we will be doing.
Yeah, and I'll not tell you because I'll get a look from Tower.
No. We all know. It's it'll be minimum 4-hour set down. Unfortunately, that's to be done. Part of the job.
It's not going to be a late night, nil done. I don't think so.
Yeah, another hour and a half.
Yeah, this will be done soon.
Another 90 minutes.
The problem is we've had nearly 3 hours worth of break time today
Yeah.
since we've been in. We've nearly had more time on a break than we have actually commentating on the live stream, which is pretty crazy. There's been so many unscheduled breaks at this final table.
Yeah.
Probably took 40 minutes, all the discussing of a deal without a hand being played. Like there was 3 separate pauses, which probably accounted to about 40 minutes. Well, Mr. Nigel Brampton finished in 7th. I know we have just lost Andy McKenzie.
Yeah.
But Nigel busted at 4:45 tower.
4:45 and it's 4:08.
So it's taken us 3 hours to lose one player on this structure. I know there was probably about an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 20 minutes of breaks in between that time, but
Yeah.
it's a long time to lose one player on this particular structure when it is starting to shallow up.
Hiya Nick, how was Haydock? Haydock's lovely.
Who won the football? I don't even know.
Absolutely no idea. Leeds drew 2-2. They equalised in the 95th minute. He was in the chat earlier. Don't know the rest. Coventry lost 2-1 to Leicester.
When it Community Shield today, was that next week?
Today.
Oh, it was today.
Yeah. And Sunderland are playing apparently.
Arsenal won on pens, cheers.
There you go. Alex will be celebrating whipping his shirt off very later. Sunderland are playing today, aren't they? Then the Blues beat the Mackhams. Who's the Blues? I thought the Blues were Birmingham City. I thought the Blues were Birmingham City.
So Alex on the button, King 8 off. And Usain got one here. That once in a while, not always, we're going to fold more often than not, but once in a while, good blocker, good unblocker. Could definitely go for the free bet bluff here, making this like 13 million. Let's see if he's going to take it. He's not, which is fine. Fold is fine. Not going to free bet any low down A6 100% of the time. All about doing it at a certain frequency.
Sunderland lost to Ipswich Town. If you'd have said the Tractor Boys, I don't know who you were on about. Can we show us your chop figures? Certainly can. There we go. Andy McKenzie out for £75,000. 5 players left, locked up. The money on the right and playing on for the 44,000 extra. And then that's where the chips were when they did the deal. Pretty sure Yusan was one bullet and one of the, if not the last alternate in the turbo. Wow. What did I think of the 11-way chop and Joker's Wild? Absolutely don't mind it at all. It's a fun event. It's not a serious game of poker. Well done one and all. I think it's 4:45 in the morning when they chopped it. They've been playing, they've been drinking, we've been dancing. And everything was done what we needed to do. We raised £7,000 for charity for the Carers Trust, which was brilliant. So I think they all got a bit tired and thought, you know what, let's just chop it.
Yeah, but Yusan takes another candidate that can definitely fall in that King 9 off, cut off versus button. definitely viable as a 3-bet bluff versus this position and gets the better hand to fold. Nicely done from you, Sam. We went.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Tough one with the deal. I know everybody likes to watch it out, but when you're playing for absolute chunks,
ICM favours the short stack tower.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that. It's more favourable for the short stack. But Alex with his stack, like doubles up Min G somehow. Can get caller in this game. Caller could just be around the corner. I know he can't look at it like that, but then suddenly he is sitting with like 25 bigs and he's right back amongst it. Jack 10 suited here opens to 4 million. And Jimmy goes for the call with the 8-5 off.
King high flop. Jimmy flops best.
Alex goes for the 1BB here, and Jimmy with an easy check call. Yeah, king on the turn, not the best card to be double barreling on. Like, we fold out hands that we are already ahead of, like the 5-6, the 6-7, the 7-5, the gut shots, and we're not getting folds from the King X and the 8X now as Alex. So a turn that I'd like to see him give up on. Like, if it comes like a queen, a 9, an ace, they're going to be really good double barrels. I just think once his king pairs here, Jimmy not going to be folding a king, he's not going to be folding an 8, he's probably still going to stick around once more with a 4 for this size, making it less likely when the king pairs that Alex does have a king X holding. And then we fold out sort of the 5-6, the 6-4, the 7-5 hands we're already ahead of. Some spade draws still going to be coming along. Jimmy goes for raise with his 2 pair, making it 14 million. And now that will just be the end of Alex with the Jack 10. You're going to have to let it go. Would have preferred to see the check here tower. Just thinking about calling range of Jimmy on the flop. I still don't think we're ever folding out flush draws for that size on the turn. We just target that small proportion of Jimmy's range, which we're already ahead of. All them middling gut shots between the 4 and the 8.
Five players left. Goliath 2023. 11,493 players. We're down to 5.
Yeah, I agree, Bonzo. I think
Totally agree.
we need to do something about the breaks. The fact that we've nearly been off air more time than we've been on air today, and it's 10 to 8 because of all these unscheduled breaks and how long it took to discuss the deal. I just don't think it's good for the stream. We like the action, we like the breaks to be short so we can just get straight back into it. Like, essentially adding like 2 hours onto our day as well at the back end of a long week.
The winner will get £44,000 extra. You're right, Recluse.
And Jimmy never folding King 10 here. Will be continuing. 34 effective to start the hand. And like in terms of chips here, like if Jimmy, I thought he might have been going for something wild there, like Alex would be in a really close spot, but I think he would have had to call. Jimmy just goes for the call out of position with the king 10 and off to the flop.
Three, 8, 4 flop. Jimmy checks. Round to Alex in C4. Alex, Todd.
Yeah, easy C-bet here with the 7s. Needs some protection, flushing out equity of overcards like Jimmy has on this occasion is a win for us. And back close to the 100 million mark. Cheers, Jonathan. Well done to Jay Tower and the team, and especially all the dealers this year. Talking to my dealer on day 2, and you could really see how tired he was, but still top notch.
Yeah, we know about the table noise, unfortunately. Something happened, don't really know what, but halfway through the day the table sound just became like Daleks, so we had to turn it off, and it's still not corrected, and I don't think PK can do anything without stopping and starting the stream, so he's not doing that. So we'll just not have the table sound. We apologise, but we'll keep chatting away. I know it's always better to be able to hear the players on the table, and it's a great sound system when it works, but something happened halfway through the day as soon as we got to the final, and it just seemed to have gone kaput. Well, they're all cheers now. There we go. Watch the drinks on the tables, lads. Cheers, Alex. Well done, everybody. They've all got a drink each. Six-man sit and go, 40,000 for the winner is still kind of fun. You're absolutely right, it is. A lot of money to play for. 44,000.
We'll have a look after this hand. What did Joe Saunders get from the Dill Tower? Someone asks. We will have a look what Joe Saunders got from the Dill. Poor Joe. He's probably sitting rooting for Toddy. Very good mate of mine. For those watching that have been wondering why that question has been asked relentlessly today. Very good pal of mine, but useless at poker. All I got to say.
Poor lad. Poor lad.
Man City of dealers, though, Tower.
Really?
That's what he calls himself, the Man City of dealers.
I like it. That's what they dealt. Where's Joe's name?
No Joe. No Joe Saunders in the deal, guys.
Alex Todd, 133,200. Min Jimmy G, 103,000. Yusan Chan, 83.3. Wayne Penford, 80.25. Richard Birchall, 80, and Andy McKenzie, £75,000. Andy's the only man out since.
Cheers, Johnny Scott. Don't think the sound really matters. Can't fully hear the chat anyway, and they're not mic'd up. That will never change. Class the way it is. Great job again, guys, even with the gremlins this week. Cheers, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Not many gremlins, to be fair. I know, as soon as the FT started, it came on.
Sound Goodman puts in the chat. Man City are dealers. He missed Dill's 3 hands running last week.
Even Man City lose now and again.
Oh, that's funny.
Detours, thanks so much for the coverage all week. Star and Jay, you guys are brilliant. Love listening to you. Thank you very much indeed. I hope you've enjoyed it. I know the deals killed it a little bit for a lot of people, the purists that want to watch it played out. But £150 buying to win £200,000 is completely different to any event we have. Lance is watching 3 streams. The Goliath stream on his telly, the Triton on his iPad, and the Red Tooth on your phone.
And what a flop for you, San, here with the 6-4 of clubs. Pills it in the small and just finds the gin flop here. Flopping bottom end straight and the redraw to a straight flush. So went for the check raise twice, Yusan. Now going to have to go hunting for value on the river. Not going to be checking now once the 4-liner rolls off, and very likely that Jimmy's going to be checking behind.
And a call. And a fall from Jimmy. Yeah, 44,000. It's like a £44,000 5-man sit and go. Yeah, I don't think he's killed it. It's just what people say in the chat, just what we read out. Some people like it for the purists to go all the way through to the end, but this is life-changing. You very, very rarely see a GKPT 6-handed chop. Ever. Or any other event like that. Yeah, looking at minimum of 80,000. These 5 guys are all feeling good.
So we got an all-in and a call, guys. Our action tracker just catching up. So Wayne with the Queen Jack, Richard with the Ace 10 suited. Wayne's been sitting there nursing his short stack, gets his 4 BBs in, and snap call from Richard with the Ace 10 of clubs.
Hello. Yes, please.
And no help there for Wayne. So going to need a queen or a jack.
Can he get there? 3 of spades turn. Come on, Wayno. It is not, it's a king. So the ace 10 takes out Wayne Penford. Shakes all round. Claps all round as well.
Unbelievable run for Wayne. £80,250 is what he's taking home after the deal, and we're down to the final 4. You got anything planned for the next couple of weeks before London? Sleep. Lots and lots of sleep.
Vicky's still on the rail. Vicky Southworth, there she is. Might still be in the seniors. Loved it all week, she says. And it's the first time she's never cashed. She says earlier today, Vicky was on rail. She says only time I've cashed today is when I give the woman for the donuts the £10 notes gave me change.
And then Roger.
Hiya, Rog.
As a player that's only ever played online, how hard is it to transition into playing live poker? As watching the stream, been brilliant all week. Has made me itching to start playing live poker. Just getting comfortable with it. I think it's the more you play, the more experience you get. I remember first time playing on one of the bigger buy-ins I bought. I was so nervous at the table. My hands were shaking in the pot. I couldn't pick up my chips because they were trembling. It's just comes with experience. I think if you're used to playing online, you'll know the game anyway. It's just when you're sat at the table, it can be a lot more nerve-wracking when you are in a pot. But then that goes with age and more hands that you play. Put a lot of volume in. You'll find out after playing live poker for a while that will tend to go. So I've got Yusan here with the ace-jack suited. Opens. Thinks it's 7.5.
What was the deal agreed? Here it is, Mike, and anybody else that's not seen it. Wayne Penford just got out. He locked up 80,250. Andy McKenzie out, but locked up 75,000. And the rest do the 4. That is what they're playing for.
What's the percentage split of T runs we've done in the 80 days of work over
I reckon we've done 50-50 this time. All right, then 51 in your favour.
Well, all I'm saying, in Leeds where we sit, you're blocked in. So Leeds, you never do a T run.
Oh, I thought you meant this week.
Oh, what, this week? He meant in the 80 days of work we do here.
I get them all in London.
No, only the Vic. Yeah, literally the Vic.
That's
is
3 legs a year. That's 40 or 50 cups of tea. That equates to like 50% of the tea you drink a year.
And
I'm way ahead.
I basically get them everywhere else. All right, we'll go with 50-50.
There we go.
I forget how much we're at the Vic.
Amanda Williams, thank you for a great live stream. Amanda, thank you for the amazing food parcel that we got. The Greys, it was beautiful. Everybody agreed that it was one of the best things we've ever received. It was so nice, so fresh. Actually, fruit in it.
All right, Span. Saying the grand finals 3 weeks as well.
Cheers, band.
Don't need to side with him.
Amanda, thanks ever so much. It was beautiful. Is the cup over? No, I don't think. No, they're only just in the cash. They're only just in the cash because Bouncer came in, said he got 7 big blinds and he was just in the money. So try and find out how many players are actually left in the cup, because we've got plenty of comps still running. The seniors are still running. The turbo's running. We've got the cup going on as well. So we'll quickly look, see what the cup has got. And the cup, we'll see. We go. Where is it? Where's day 2 of the cup? Oh, it might be over actually. Oh no, there it is. The cup. They're down to 26. They're down to 26. So there's 26 players. They're all in the money. The next cash out is 1,650 in the cup. It's a whopping 72 grand to the winner in the cup. This is amazing.
Who was the last lady standing in this arse pool? Yeah, Hannah Tomlinson, finishing 38th. So the last lady standing, and only lady standing in day 3.
Is Bradley Simpson still in the cup? Now he's quit as a chef. I don't actually know. Try and find out. He could be watching. Luke's buzzing already for next year. I wonder if he'll ever stop increasing every year and get to a point where he stays around the same. Yes, I always say it's not the beating the numbers every year, even though we do. It's how good the tournaments are. It's how well run they are. It's how much fun people have playing. But yeah, they do keep increasing every year. But if it doesn't increase every year, would you ever say it was a failure? Absolutely not. It's the experience of it all.
Yeah, and Jimmy mixing in a check with top pair here, middle pair here. Nice candidate to check back. Now going to be going on the hunt for value on this 8 turn. I think this is just a clear value bet for us. Probably around 6-7k here for Jimmy. Goes even smaller. Thought we'd see around third. It goes just south of quarter. I'm going to pick that one up. How are we doing, Mark Nichols? Hello lads, been watching the stream all week and for the second year in a row you lads do a great job. Thanks for the entertainment. Hopefully I can get along to play next year. Great event, great venue, Coventry though. I'll leave it at that, Lorne, but thank you very much. And Nigel Dilks, hi guys, great coverage. Playing Stoke, never been to Coventry, been sent there a few times, will be there next year.
Been sent there a few times. You're a fella. You're bound to have been.
Stephen Lee, Joe Saunders is not still in the cup. And Chris Goward.
Hello.
It's just, unfortunately, we've had a few gremlins with the audio this
FT.
This FT.
Yeah, it was absolutely perfect all day long. Till the FT, and then something happened. And unfortunately, for once, Paul says I have to stop the stream and we don't want to do that, so we'll just keep it as it is.
Yeah, and the deal has been done. We'll keep flicking the numbers up for everyone that's just tuning in. There's Jimmy with the A7 suited here in the big blind. Just going to elect a shove. 4-10 big's effective. Good for him. And going to be a fold from Rich, as we can see.
There was a deal 6 ways. Curtis, this is the deal. There we go. That was the deal 6-handed. They decided after about 14 discussions that was it. We've lost about, what, you used to say about 2.5 hours, 3 hours in play today.
Literally through breaks.
So,
like we should have
scheduled breaks.
The way I done it, Tower, I thought it would be 4 sessions, so 3 breaks, so an hour breaks, but we've had about 3 hours of breaks, so it's added 2 hours onto our day.
Yeah. So, £44,000 to play for with these 4 players. Min G is Jimmy, he's affectionately known as Jimmy on the circuit, and he does say, can you put Jimmy in the stream as well? So we just, we know him as Jimmy. The buying for this event was £150, and they've locked up chunks.
King 10-6 mono, all clubs here. Middle pair for Jimmy, Alex with the gut shot, and the 9 of clubs working. Definitely a nice stab candidate here for Alex. Just with 9 high, we can definitely fold out better. Got decent equity to get there against hands in front of us that want to continue. Goes for the 1BB third pot. Sean says, time to say, well done all round, great fun / commentary in the booth, the support team also playing their part, massive numbers at the venue, well done to all. Unfortunately, I'm on a night shift.
No way.
Cheers, Sean. So Alex checking this one back. I don't mind this from Alex. I think blind on blind we could even go bet here, but we definitely want 1 street. So if we are checking back turn, it's 100% bet on the river here. Have to go for value with our 9 of clubs. Yeah, deal done, Smick.
Yep.
Deal has been done. Now Jimmy goes for the bluff, and it's an easy call here for Alex. 9 of clubs, we're too high up, especially after checking back turn. 13 into 15, but this should be an easy call for Alex here. Blind on blind. We have the, well, not the 4th nuts because the straight flush is there, but gonna have to call this off. If he folds here, I'd be shocked out. This is just a pretty easy call, just weighing up his options. But how wide of a range Jimmy is supposed to complete here? Think of all the combos of hands he has and how little actually contain the ace, queen or jack of clubs. So, be very surprised if this was going to be a fold from Alex, especially after checking back turn. Is Jimmy talking him out of it?
Four players left. Goliath 2023. The cup's down to 3 tables. The seniors is still going on. The turbo's still going on. And the rail is for Alex Todd.
How many entry was there this year? There was 11,493 entries total in this one. And how many... What was the most bullets done by one person?
13.
13. Cheers, Doug. And great commentary by you both in all the big events you cover. So well done, the both of you.
Cheers, Doug.
Thanks, Doug. For those asking, we keep putting them up in between hands, but people keep asking. There's the numbers. That's the deal that was done. We've lost Andy McKenzie and Wayne Penford since that deal has been done.
No news on the cup, unfortunately, today. The result will be online overnight. As soon as it's finished.
Tariq, man, are you going to live stream the cup final after this?
To be fair, that's only twice. What did you set the line at? Or people asking?
The line for what?
How many people are going to ask if we're doing the cup afterward for the Goliath?
I didn't set a line. I just said last night. What are the chances that someone will ask that in the chat tomorrow? And we've had 2.
No, we are just doing the main event. The cup can carry on, and the results will be online.
Yeah, and it was an ICM chop for those asking. As we see, Ace King 4 Rainbow. Goes check, check, and Alex turning a pair. Nice one to check here as Alex as well. Doesn't really need protection. Difficult to get called by worse, and then we can go for value on the river. Yeah, I like the check here from Alex. Been playing well this final table. Credit where it's due. Haven't seen him play much before. He seems to be going about the business in the right way on this FT, and should be check call in here. After turning 3rd pair, after flop goes check, check. This is why we check turn. We can comfortably call a bet here from Yusan.
9 of hearts river. Alex gets the check mark.
Yeah, and Yusan here, 10-7, blocking jack 10. Might fancy going for it, but Alex has already picked off one bluff of Yusan's here today. So maybe less inclined, and is going to give up. And I think that's the dynamic factor. Knows he's already been called once by Alex in a spot where he bluffed river. Alex takes that one, 118 million. Just catching up with the chat, guys. Loads coming in. If I miss anything, just repost the question. Cheers, Craig Blades. Another fantastic week at the Goliath. Again, gutted to be back home and having to go back to work tomorrow. Roll on Goliath 2024 when we can all do it again.
It's a lovely day. It's a set.
And Paul Fletcher, that's me, gents. Mrs. Fletch is regaining control of the big telly. Top drawer entertainment, as always, from all the crew. Dad and Lad Fletch will be entering Blackpool later this year.
Awesome. Look forward to seeing you.
Ben Buckley, solid week's viewing, guys. Get some chips, simulate the table sounds. And cheers for the kind words, everyone. Lots of stuff coming in. Hopefully we will see you all here next year in 2024 when hopefully it's going to be bigger and better. As the blinds are about to go up.
Bailey MC. Well done, guys. Love the stream. Watch it every day. Was there in 2015. Fantastic experience and we'll be there next year. Good stuff. Look forward to seeing you next year. 19th, Chris, from One Bullet. Absolutely love the experience. Roll on next year. Nice one, Chris. Great effort. Great effort.
That is a 2.5 million chip in play.
Yes.
The pinky blue, pinky black, yellow / gold is 1 million. The white / red is 250k. The black and blue is 100k, and the 25k is the red / orange, which probably will be coming off at the end of this session. Alex was 10-1 this morning on the book.
What's your favourite? Favourite at 10s, like the Grand National. Emma Hastings, love watching this year's play. Still can't get over the bluff early making him fold aces. Can't wait to get there next year. As couldn't make this year. Look forward to seeing you next year. Yeah, Chris Silva was backed in from 50s to 14s this morning's band. A big thank you to all involved with a great tournament. Special thanks to Dina on the front desk. Always had a lovely smile. She makes the life a visit a pleasure. Cheers, guys. Now on technician. Dina and Matty, we don't see them all week at all, and they never stop with all the re-entries and buy-ins and questions and can you do this for me, and can you get me in this, and will you do that, and can I have a re-entry again? Is that what time the book was open this morning? 4:44?
That's what time I posted it, yeah.
Did it? 4:44. Placed a bet on Grosvenor Sport this morning.
4 o'clock it was posted.
Wow. So, awesome. Jimmy, it was 20s before the start of day 3. Could they do a deal if they wanted to for the remaining 44? Yes, they could.
But we'd only give them 2 minutes to discuss it.
If that. If that.
Yep, spanned. Sophie was at the, I don't know the name of the lad that was next to her all week at the ordnance desk, but those guys as well.
Yeah, they ended up with 4, didn't they, on Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
Ross. Sophie and Ross.
They ended up with 4. The chap in the fancy suits was great too. Is that Ross who wore 4 suits in one day? a pink jacket, a black shirt, brown trousers and grey shoes.
Like it.
I says obviously there's no mirror in your bedroom.
So we're going to go to the 2 million, 4 million level. This is the level at the start of the day that I predicted it would finish, and that would have taken us to about 7:30, but we are a bit behind schedule.
A lot behind.
because of the breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Alex just goes for the shove with the ace jack, gets it through. 131 million. If you have been watching, guys, and you've enjoyed the coverage, make sure to check us out on socials at Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Twitter, and would help us out. All your live stream coverage /GUKPT on Twitch and YouTube. Hit the follow, hit the subscribe, set notifications on, and whenever Iron Tower go live, you will be made aware. We're off to London in 2 weeks' time after this event. Another 5 days of live streaming, kicking off with a cash game, then high roller and main event coverage throughout the weekend. Make sure you give us a follow or subscribe, Twitch, YouTube. And if you're watching on Facebook, I'm assuming you're already following the Grosvenor Poker Facebook page. Jimmy makes it 17 million. And this is really strange from Jimmy, why he's just open to 17 million here, Tower. If I was Jimmy, would have just shoved. Like, it's not a situation where ICM's going to be involved and we can do the 40% of our stack raise. If there's an all-in and then another all-in behind us, then we can call and potentially get that ladder. We're playing for chips now, so this sort of put in near half our stack shouldn't actually be a thing. So quite a strange one. But now we're going to have to call this off once Usan moves all in. Well, Richard's in as well. So this is the situation that occurs. So if we hadn't have done a deal, Jimmy can now get out the way.
Yeah.
But now he's just put 17 million in when he could have put 8 and saved himself 9 million chips. And he's getting ridiculous price. We'll know going to be in rough shape a lot of the time here.
Is he folding? He is folding. Here's Queen, Ace King. Richard's got a great big chance to double.
So Ace King still holding for Richard. Very nice flop to start. Set for his double up.
I think Jimmy just said he folded Ace 10.
6 of spades on the turn.
Ace King, full double on its way. Richard Birchall, full double on its way.
Gets it. Probably not Sabria. I felt like Alex was playing well. He was in the zone. It's a lot of money, obviously. Like anything can happen at a poker table. We can get called a couple of times. We can get unlucky, and suddenly we come sick for 30k. Like that is still a possibility. Although the probability of it is actually really low, it can still happen. It's not impossible. So I understand why he's taking the deal. But I think the way he was playing and how the rest of the table was playing and the seat draw he had on the direct left of Minji, aka Jimmy, I probably wouldn't have done a deal myself. But when you're sat there in the moment, everything changes. The emotion that's going through you, all the chemicals that are going to your brain, and it's can make you see the money. Well, 133k when it's there in front of you, and you see it on the iPad, and it's £133,000, and all you've got to do is shake someone's hand and say, "Yeah, I agree." And it's yours. When you're actually there in the moment, it can change your decision. Maybe not thinking as rationally and just thinking, well,
yep,
6 figures.
Let's take it. Jane, how do you know if what happens to unused tickets? Does it get converted to live credit? Yes, for any NPL event after the Goliath finishes.
Yeah, Span, maybe Jimmy was just in autopilot. I think he looked a bit annoyed after it went all in and cool, thinking, oh my word, why have I just not clicked this up?
Yep. Nick Scott loved it as always. Can't wait for next year. Came up after work for the turbo on the Friday. Somebody complained that they played the turbo and they were alternate number 350, and we should sort out the queues and the dealers. Somebody instantly put, there's been 9 days of buyings. Where have you been? We didn't get to chat, unfortunately, but he was in the chat box, who was in seat 4 yesterday, down to 1 chip, 1,000, when the blinds are something like 3,000, 6,000 on the bubble. He lost his big blind and small blind, left himself 1k and cashed. Didn't get a chance to speak to him, but he was in the chat afterwards. Scorps has sent you a message.
Yeah, I haven't got anything, Scorps. I've got your message, but there's nothing there. It says, you said that will update the command, and there's nothing there. Maybe for the deal. We're happy putting it up, Scorps, anyway, me and Tao. We just got a button in front of us. When someone asks for the deal numbers, we can just hit it. And Jimmy's all in here with the 10-8 suited, and Richard with the A6 suited out in front.
You can have it any way you want, can boy. Can be, boy.
Yeah, nice shot from Richard here. Blind and blind, just recognising that this is an easy go with suited ace, 6 bigs effective.
Yeah.
Good shot from him.
Yeah, you can have the winnings any way you like it. Most just do bank transfer and save a few for a couple of beers at the bar. Eight, 10, flops an up and down straight draw. A 6, a 8, a 10, or a jack for Jimmy.
9 of clubs, so A6 of clubs actually turning a flush draw here. So going to rob the 10-8 of the clubs.
Yeah, but still a 6, an 8, a
9,
9, a
7.
10, a jack, anything in the middle.
But it's a 5, it's just next door. So we are going to lose Minji. Jimmy, good run from him.
Jimmy.
He finishes in 4th place and takes home £103,500. He would have got £65,800 for 4th if there was no deal. I know it would have played differently.
Yeah.
But nice score for Minji. 6-figure score for him.
Well done, well done, well done. Hiya, Logs. Logs has given us the rundown of what people have won so far in their poker careers. 3 left. 3 players left.
Ace 4 suited for Richard. Should be opening. 4-handed here. Just going to raise this one up. Drove 3-handed. As we just lost Jimmy. He's not. I'm not sure what Richard's up to here. He's counting his stack, but regardless of that, we know we've got more than 15 bigs, and ace 4 suited's just going to be a click here 100% of the time. So I'm not sure what he's only. Does he know it's on him? Did he know it's on him? Not sure he knew it's on him. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. This is just an easy open. Just make it 8k. Does make it 8 million, not 8k. You know what I meant. Raise and take for Richard. Yeah, so this is can't see this lasting more than another hour and a half, guys. I think tops 10 o'clock finish. Obviously we've had the 2 hours worth of breaks today, which hasn't helped with the length of the day. Hopefully the players are locked in now until we finish up. I think this is actually the longest session we played today so far. Played nearly 4 full levels now. Cheers, Dave Fry. Great job as usual, guys. Had a blast this year, but definitely not drinking rum with Tower ever again. Well, maybe next year.
Who's that?
Dave Fry.
Good old Dave. Good old Dave.
But just as I say that, guys, we are actually heading to a scheduled break, as this would be the 4th level of the session once it finishes. So that would be 2 hours for the players. So in 17 minutes time, when that clock hits 0, we are going to go on what I expect to be the last break of the day.
Yep. It'll be 20 minutes if we get there.
Here we go, Tower.
They're in again.
Here we go. So we're just playing for chips here. So this is an easy ISO for Rich. Yusan shoving for 13 bigs on the button.
Yep.
He's going to have all the suited kings. At least he should. He'll probably have the king 9, king 10, king jack, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, queen 9 suited. Like, this hand's just going to do so well versus the shoving range here. No ICM implications. We're playing for chips now, just the 44k. And we're going to be off to the races here between Yusan and Richard. Unless Alex just wakes up with a monster behind. Free-handed here. Just thinking whether to call or ISO, I guess, Richard. Not much decision with this one. Like, and even against all the ace-x Yusan shoves, like, we're still like just north of 40% against all like the ace deuce versus the ace through to the ace jack. But the key factor here, Yusan should be shoving a lot of suited kings, if not all. The king jack, the king 10, the king 9 off, suited queens up to probably like queen 9, queen 8 suited. I'm guessing just clarifying that it's 13 bigs, which is perfectly fine. It's alright to ask the dealer for a count just in case we've miscalculated and suddenly we rip it in and our opponent's got like 28 and it's like, oops.
Fold. Wow. Okay. Okay. Folding. I think set down's going to be after midnight tonight. No. Absolutely not. If you find him, just let me know. Make sure he's all right. Next hand, lines 2-4. Can't be being scared money, he's locked up 80 grand.
It's not even that, Tower, it's just... Someone shoves for 13 big blinds free-handed on the button. I look down at King Queen. In the small, I am doing handstands and cartwheels in my head. Just because I know there's a lot of that range that we dominate, and most of the time, like, it's so hard for us to be dominated, ace-king, ace-queen. That's about it. Then the kings, the queens, which we block, and then there's so much in there we dominate. We're going to have 40% just over versus all of the ace-x that don't contain a king or a queen. We're flipping versus pairs. It's just versus range that have to go with it. Different if there hadn't been a deal done and ICM was a factor. But for playing for chips, I'm just shocked to see that fold tower.
Mm-hmm.
So hand asks for what does playing for chips mean. So in tournament poker, obviously you've got the prize structure and the prize pool, and payouts get a lot more hefty the deeper you get. In a cash game, for example, you're playing for the value of the chips, so £5, £5, £25. So in a cash game, we're just playing chip EV. So we're trying to make chips at the table. However, when you're playing a tournament, your stack is going to be worth X amount of the prize pool. So therefore, you make decisions to make money rather than to make chips when you're deep in a tournament. So a hand that you might usually call or jam to make chips in terms of chip EV, there'll be scenarios where we're actually going to have to fold these hands in terms of ICM to make more money, if that makes sense. So like in a cash game, you're just going to play for chips, but when you're deep in a tournament, ICM is a big factor, because we're not playing to make chips, we're playing to make money, and that's the biggest breakdown I can give, the best breakdown I can really give, to put it in layman terms. And like King Queen there is just going to be printing for us, facing 13 big blind, shove on the button, free-handed, just because we dominate part of the range. There's a lot of the range that we're flipping against, and then like very small part of the range, such a tiny part of the range that we're actually dominated against. And to be honest, there may not even be that in there, just ace, king, ace, queen. I think aces, kings and queens probably just going to open and not shove on the button. So it's probably just the ace, king and ace, queen we're dominated by, and then we dominate so many hands. Every single suited king should shove, like king 9 off through to king jack, queen jack suited down to queen 9 suited, maybe even queen 8 suited, the queen jack off, the queen 10 off. And then versus the ace-x, we're like north of 40%, so near a coin flip, and then we're flipping versus the pairs. So it's just going to be great for us as Richard there to just be moving in ourselves.
There's the next game of the Vic Hall pre-reg. No, you can turn up and play whenever you want to, Holly. Never be full. Why on some hands does it block the cards? There'll be a dead card, unfortunately, with the chips inside the cards. A lot of the time, it's the ace of spades.
Yeah, why is that?
I don't actually know. Don't know whether people look at aces a little bit different or something. I don't know. I don't know why the chips always seem to fail on the ace of spades first. I'm not saying it is the ace of spades, but it could be. Any cup updates? They're down to 22. That's as much of an update as we've got. They're down to 22. We will not be covering the cup. We will not be doing anything of the cup. We will literally be doing Goliath till about 10 o'clock, and then that will be it. We were in at 10:30 this morning.
It's just practice, JWBR. What's the best way to learn ranges? You list them off so easy, Jay. It just comes with practice. I don't really play much Hold'em now, but back when I was 17, 18, through to like 24, I was playing lots and lots of Hold'em hands. Online as well, so obviously you see a lot more online. And just things you see, and obviously you can look at charts. Going through solvers is a bit more advanced. Not really going to be many people playing this 150 that are going home every night and running sims and checking how the ranges are changing because of ICM. I don't think many people in this field are even opened ICM sizer, let alone actually ran a sim. And that's what you expect in a £150 tournament at the end of the day, so can't really fault the guys. They're used to playing this sort of buy-in level, may have satellited in as well, may not be aware how much wider we need to go with it free-handed and when we're just playing for chips.
This KS5 could be interesting. Better 5 million from Richard and a call from Alex. Richard now chip leader.
Why don't I play much anymore? I'm in the PLO streets these days. Don't really play too much Hold'em. Vegas once a year, that's about it. WSOP. Go and play some Hold'em out there, although I think plans are going to change next year. I think I'm just going to be going for the PLO and mixed events and then just play the WSOP main event as my only Hold'em tournament. But I just think there's a lot more money to be made elsewhere in other variations of poker, not just Texas Hold'em. People getting good too quickly at this game now. There's so much out there. Online courses, people holding seminars, people getting very good coaches, good players discussing ideas with each other. Just so much happening in the Hold'em streets, so many good players about everywhere, and it's just got a lot tougher, and I don't think people are as advanced in PLO in this day and age than what they are in Hold'em now. Like, everyone's getting good at Hold'em, especially when you move up the buy-ins, 1Ks, 2Ks. The fields get tough, especially when you're deeper. Everyone knows what they're doing, everyone's using the correct sizing, everyone's choosing the right combination of hand to go with their raise or their bluff. It's a tough game nowadays. You've really got to be a fighter in the Hold'em streets, and you've got to be a worker, you've got to put a lot of study in, or you do get left behind. And I understand, like, this day and age Hold'em definitely got left behind. All the youngsters coming through, all the people putting the work in day and night. That sort of got my game that I enjoy and got my game that I think is a lot easier to make money in than the two cards. There's Alex here, 7-5 suited. I haven't really seen him get out of line much since the deal was done, Tower, but here comes the light free bet.
Mark French. Fantastic coverage for the whole tournament. Thanks, fellas. Cheers, Mark. Glad you've enjoyed it. Not quite done yet. We're on 3. They have struck a deal with the cash. We're always asking for the cash. There it is. Well, the hands, just if anything happens in this, I can go straight back to it. Somebody was just asking what the deal was. So that is the deal. Alex 3 bets to 25 mil. With the old 7-5.
Yeah,
yes, 10 default.
Not a fan of this tower. I like Alex. Friendly with him, but I think that's a bit way too out of line there with the 7-5 suited from the small. Don't think that's going to find its way in at this stack depth. Free-handed, still probably not, but maybe just aware that since the deal's been done, he hasn't really been getting out of line or involved as much as he was pre-deal. So maybe just using his image over the last hour and a half to his advantage and just taking the suited one gapper and going after it. But it still works, so nicely done. I'd love some mixed game events at some GUKPTs, but the problem is field, it's hard to get a lot of runners that play mixed. And the other thing, if you do actually get a big field, not a lot of the dealers know how to deal every game. That's the other thing as well. You need all the dealers to be able to know every game down to a T. I've been giving him credit all day, to be fair, Zane. I'll give the credit when it's due and I'll give him some stick when it's not. Yeah, and the winner will be crowned champion. So for the people that have had the bets on the book.
Yeah, whoever lifts the trophy at the end will be crowned champion, not whoever wins the most money.
I know how to play open face, Rob Adams. Don't play too much of it.
It's not a thing anymore, is it?
You can still play it. Still.
I don't think it's a thing anymore. We filmed the first ever Chinese poker tournament in Macau. First ever.
Huh.
It took forever to work out.
Munchie, does Joe Saunders play PLO? How do you think I've been making a living the last few years?
Surprised they didn't final table this one, to be fair. 2 minutes to go until the end of the sesh, 20 minutes break, and then back with more of the same. 3-handed, the money's locked up. That's not the money that they're playing for. That's the money they're playing for. 133 already got for Alex Todd. Yu San Chan's locked up 83,300, and Richard Birchall locked up 80, and they're playing for 44,000.
Nice.
Which I think they'll get heads up, chop it, play one hand. That's what I think.
It's the last hand of the session. 20-minute break.
20.
So going to be back at just after 10 past, between 10 and quarter past.
Does it feel like a bit of an anticlimax commentator now a deal's been done? Now they're playing for £44,000, but I do think they might even chop that as well when they get heads up. Wouldn't surprise me if they did. But a 20-minute break on its way. A 20-minute break on its way, so we will see you after that break. 3-handed, nothing we can do about breaks. We'd love it to just finish, but the guys need a break. They'll have 20 minutes. Richard, just about chip leader. You Sam with ace deuce. I think he's actually waiting for the clock to run down so he doesn't have to play another hand. That's exactly what I think he's doing. He wants his break. So we're on a break, still on you, Sam, to decide what to do. There we go, we're now folding. Off for a break. Richard's going to snap fold. And that will be it. We'll see you back in 20 minutes, 3 left.
You know, I'd been waiting, moving in. Finally, I had aces. And that one I felt like I was supposed to win. And so there are times where you just feel like you were supposed to win a bracelet and it didn't happen.
Yeah. Apart from poker, you obviously write books. We've touched on that very shortly. I'm going to show you something very shortly on how we first met, and I remember it more than you, obviously. But you're in the New York Times bestsellers list, and we've got the brand new book out at this moment in time. But I have got this. I've got Deal Me In, and I have it signed.
Nice.
Because I was in London at the World Series Poker Europe, and we did the book launch. And I remember we went into a pub on the corner of Leicester Square. Myself and Paul, who still works with us, and we got the book. And this was a new release when it came out, and we signed it off. And I thought, do you know what? Phil Hellmuth has just signed a book for me. And it's still pristine, by the way. It is pristine. It's got all the stories. My favourite story is the Devilfish story. I love these little books. But if you wasn't a poker player, and a very, very successful poker player, would writing and being an author be right up there of what you would be doing on a regular basis?
I mean, it's very interesting. You know, I mean, I think you know, this is the first time in an interview I've ever said it, but I think I could have been a motivational speaker pretty easily. That aligns well with me, but you have to accomplish something, I think, to be able to motivationally speak to people, I think, and it's an easier path to get there. So, but I could easily have been a motivational speaker. I could easily have been a successful businessman.
Yeah.
And could easily have been a promoter. So I don't really know where I'd be if it wasn't poker, but hopefully I would have written a book or two.
Well, that's there. That I was there when it I was there with you, and it's signed for me by the great one. And then
book, it's like 50 hand of the weeks, and so you read each one. It takes 2 or 3 minutes to read the story. Just kind of a flavor of what it was like. Deal Me In now, as I look back, is a flavor of what it was like to be a professional poker player in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Because that book came out in 05 or 06.
Yeah, and no, it's impressive. Where did Poker Brat get coined? Who was the first person to call you the Poker Brat, or was it yourself?
No, that was not me. That was Andy Glazer.
All right, okay.
So Andy Glazer was, the all-star poker writer, right? And he, I have a funny story about how I met him. Should I tell it?
Yeah, of course.
So my wife and I choose a vacation, and we choose to go to a place called Esalen. Esalen's a very famous spiritual place. So we decide we're going to go study Buddhism with the master, the Lama Suryadas. Suryadas has become bigger and bigger and bigger in Buddhism and has lots of books out. So my wife and I go to Esalen for our vacation to study Buddhism. I'm like, hun, can't we go to like a 5-star hotel somewhere? So we drive down the California coast. We arrive at the most beautiful place you've ever seen. One of the houses is right underneath a waterfall. But they have the natural hot springs there, but you're not allowed to wear clothing. So everybody has to go into the hot springs naked. And my wife chose not to talk. That was part of the training. And so I wasn't going to do much talking. And one day she's like, hey, I'm going to go get some food. And I'm like, I'm going to the hot tub. So the natural springs. So I go down there, no clothes on. And sitting across from me is this guy talking about what I think is a poker tournament. And I'm like, no way. Come on, this is a spiritual place. He's talking about a poker tournament. At the end of it, he's talking to I guess Andy worked there. And somehow I said, "Oh, I dabble a little bit in poker." He's like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "Yeah. I play here and there." And I was trying to be modest because that's what we were taught that week. Of course, this was during a time when I wasn't as modest in the 1990s. And I guess the world thinks I'm not modest, but they don't know me that well. But anyway, after you listen to this interview, I sound cocky. I'll give you that. So, so anyway, there's Andy, and he's like, oh, so he starts asking question. I'm trying to brush it off. Almost sorry I brought it up. And then Andy says, "Oh, what's your name?" And I say, "Phil Hellmuth." And he's like 6'6". The 6'6" big naked guy stands straight up out of the hot tub, and he says to his friend, "That's like Michael Jordan saying that he dabbles in basketball," and like over and shakes my hand, walks over to shake my hand, this big naked guy, and I shake his hand. And we were connected after that. And he was a writer, and so he wanted to write my autobiography. And when I finally started writing the autobiography, he wanted to help me with my first book too, so now I sold my book to HarperCollins, and he wanted to help me, but he got sick right then. And so I wrote the book myself. He wrote maybe of that book, say it's 94,000 words. Andy wrote about 8,000 words. And but I was depending on him, but he was sick. So I started doing it myself, 1,500 words a day, every day. Bam, 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 bam. And it got easy because I'm writing about poker strategy. And so, but we had a long-term plan of him writing the autobiography, but unfortunately, he died.
Really? You touched on basketball there. Did you ever get a chance to play at a high level, or were you a big fan? Would you have loved a career in basketball rather than poker?
I mean, basketball would be great. I've been getting a little time with Draymond Green lately. He and I went on a little trip together for 4 or 5 days, and seeing how hard he works out even on vacation is pretty crazy. Basketball would have been amazing, but I think if you want, you have to be great at basketball if you want to make the big money, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the guys aren't great. Unfortunately, if you're the 50th best or maybe 100th best basketball player in the world, you don't do as well. Now that's changing, but I love basketball, and I was never world class. I mean, I'm 6'6" almost, and I could dunk, but barely. I probably dunked 5 times in life, so I didn't have the skills to play basketball.
We're glad you stuck to poker. In 2003, 2004, the poker boom was like, it just exploded. Did you see it coming? What did you think of it at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I remember someone found me in 2004, Michael Kaplan, a writer from New York, and he said, "Phil, you told me in the 1990s that they were going to have in stadiums, and everybody laughed at you." And he said, "Now look, we're having the final in the Penn and Teller Theater. And not just finals, but also I thought there'd be so many." He said, "You predicted there'd be so many players that fill a football stadium." And he said, "You were so right about that." And so, yeah, I saw that coming, but then I didn't see it coming as fast. So I saw it coming in 1995. I thought it would happen earlier at a much slower pace. But no one saw it in 2003 and 2004 and 2005 going on ESPN and exploding that and becoming a global phenomena. I didn't see that much. So, but yeah, I saw poker getting big.
Yeah, and now obviously you're part of the ESPN team that covers the main events, the final tables, the commentating. Do you still get a buzz when you're commentating rather than playing?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, this year was one of my fun little stories. I'm on stage, and whenever it's about once every 2 hours, they cut to me.
Yeah.
And this year it was with Maria Ho, and of course, you know, Kara, who's amazing, and Maria, who's amazing. And so it's the two of them and me. And but I wouldn't commit to doing any of the comment. I wouldn't commit to any of that while there were tournaments still going on. And finally, I'm like, all right. So I played the $5,000 buy-in turbo event, and I think they were rebuys in it this year. So I busted. I went right into the commentary booth, and then I told Maury and I told ESPN. I said I will be there for the rest of the time, even if I'm in the tournament. So I enter the 5,000 turbo like literally at the deadline. I go over there and I play for 8 minutes, and then I come back and do the commentary. So I'm already dressed up as a commentator. And then boom, they cut to me live on ESPN and on the global coverage. And that's so much fun for me. It gives me a huge buzz. When you know you're live in front of millions of people, like I've been live on Anderson Cooper, there's a huge buzz there. Yes. So I got this huge going on. And the minute I'm done, I'm like, am I clear? They're like, yes. And so I disconnect one thing to make sure that they take the headphones off, and I go, but I'm still connected. I can still what's hearing at the final table. And I go right back to play the tournament. And now I got my money in bad, which is very rare for me. Jacks against aces. I mean, I had to as a turbo. I hit a jack. I got it in bad one more time. Maybe it was like ace 4, and the other guy called me with 6s. I hit that. And so I'm getting lucky, which is, you know, not my usual modus operandi as far as getting my money in bad. But I'm hitting some hands, and yes, I admit I was very lucky. And, you know, 2 hours later, now I have to leave the turbo where the blinds are going up this quick. I have to leave the turbo for half an hour to go do my commentary. I have to show up 8 minutes early or 7 minutes early. And so now I'm doing very live from the World Series, but I've been tracking it the whole time. I've been reading the updates as I'm playing. They're sending me the hands that are coming up. I'm listening to what's happening at the table. So I'm informed on what's happening over there. And I do that. So now I go live on ESPN again. And meanwhile, I'm in the tournament over there with chips. And we're getting close to the money. And I believe that I think we may have hit the money while I was doing the commentary. So then boom, I finish that. I go right back, and I'm still dressed in my suit, and you know what I mean? But it gives me an excuse to wear the Aria hat live on television, because I told ESPN, I said, listen, if you want me and I'm still a player, I'm going to dress like a player.
Yeah.
So they told all the players they can't wear any logos, any gear, but I'm an exception when I'm in a poker tournament. And so at least I got an excuse to get the Aria live on global television a couple times. And so then I make day 2. So then I think that was it for the night, but I'm hanging out for the coverage. But meanwhile, I make it to the end of the day. And I think there's about 25 of us left. So now next day, I have to do the commentary and play the tournament. And we get to the final table pretty quickly. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be final 4 tournament or 3 in this tournament. I'm going to have to leave for 20 minutes. Will the players at the table stop the tournament for 20 minutes for me? I don't even want to ask, but I'm going to ask when it comes to that. And so meanwhile, I've had to go into makeup, and, you know, and so I'm all ready to go. I'm all in my suit and ready to go. But I'm at this final table, and I'm watching the countdown on when I'm going to get needed. And unfortunately for me, I busted in 6th place in the tournament. There were 2 final tables left as the main event final table. This was also the main event final table where they were going to finish it, I believe. And so there's 3 tables that are left in that whole hall. There's the one when I left, there were 5 left. There was another one that had 5 left, and then there was the main event. And so so I busted 6th, unfortunately. And I go into my perch up there, and I'm really into just the main event, but I'm looking over, watching the other 2 final tables, which were basically right next door to us. And then and I think they gave me a shout out. It might have also been my birthday that day. So they gave me a shout out for my birthday. They gave me a shout out for just busting 5th in a tournament, or 6th, or whatever it was. It was all kind of a weird thing. And then I was able to just focus on, the commentary for there, because that was it.
Brilliant. super competitive, we know. 16 cashes last year in the World Series. I think it was 12 the year before. I think there's only 1 year in the last 25 that you haven't cashed in one of the series. Where did the super competitiveness come from?
I mean, it came from, I talk about this in my autobiography. Very simple. I'm the oldest of 5, as I mentioned earlier in the interview. And what I didn't mention is I have ADD, and my athletic skills aren't as good as my brothers and sisters. So it's the only 5 watching my brothers and sisters flourish and basically get straight A's, and me getting C's. And then watching them flourish in athletics, they're all doing well in athletics, but I didn't have the same skill set they had. I had to hold on to something for my own sanity, right? When I'm 7, I had a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a baby in my family. For my own sanity, I had to be the best at games. And so every game we played, I had to be the best. So every game we played, I learned from an early age how to devise perfect tactics in all these games. Scrabble, and the fact that I studied Latin, I'm an excellent Scrabble player. All these games that required strategy and skill, backgammon, I learned how to become great at all these games. And so it was a natural progression for me to move into studying poker. All right, how do you become great at poker? All right, you do this, you do that, you do this, and so but that warrior in me, and when I would lose, that's where the poker brat was born. Because if my brothers or sisters rolled double 6s to beat me at backgammon, I was unbearable. Because what did I have left in my life? They were better than me at everything. And so I'd be like, oh my God, you rolled double 6s. That was unbelievable. How did you do that to me? Blah, 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 blah. And I almost made it not fun for me to play with, because if I lost, I was too negative. But that's where the competitiveness came from. And it showed itself in the early years in poker, and it still shows itself. But in the early years, like if somebody beat me one hand, I felt like, and if they outdrew me one hand, I felt like, oh, they're what else do I have left in life? They just beat me this one hand. And so, yeah, I had some issues I've worked through, but I still think, I still think that I can be a little bit bratty sometimes. Generally, there are some years where I show up, and it's not, and I just realize my position, and I enjoy that a little bit more. But most times I'm just, and as the series wears you down and you get tireder and tireder every day, more and more the poker comes out.
Well, poker brat or not, you've raised over $50 million for charities, which is an absolutely incredible amount, and every credit to you. You've got the biggest celebrities in the world are just at touch whenever. Do you ever get starstruck by somebody that you see and you think, oh, wow?
Yeah, it's very weird. I mean, I think, the first time I met President Clinton, I was definitely a little starstruck. I'm not sure that I get that starstruck anymore. I mean, I think the first time I met Ben Affleck, I was starstruck, and the reason why, he was with J-Lo at the time, and so him and J-Lo I felt like they were the 2 biggest celebrities in the world. And I remember it was, I think 2002 or 2000, I think it was 2002 at the Bicycle Club, where 01 had 30 players in the main event. And now the World Poker Tour had launched, and there were 700 players. We went from 30 players to 700. I walked in the room, being one of the biggest stars in poker, and they said, Sports Illustrated wants to talk with you. There were 3 news trucks from the 3 local stations in the parking lot. There was press buzzing. The room was just buzzing with people. And there was Ben Affleck playing in the tournament. And I just went by and I said, hey, Ben, welcome to poker. And he said, what am I, Phil? He quoted me from my own book. First of all, he knows my name. How does he know my name? Second of all, look, am I a lion or I am a, like, he had some really cute thing to say. And I was like, holy cow, Ben Affleck knows me and he's a fan of mine and he's read.
Here we go, get the blinds in. 20 minutes break, long enough. You know, can't wait for him. Crack on. Let's go!
What is that on Sam Goodman's head tower?
Right, let's go. They waited for him. They're that kind of people. They waited for him. Is there anyone I can contact? His PLO Summer Festival tournament crashed and I've been kicked out and it's not coming up in the lobby. I don't know. I have no idea about any of that online malarkey. Keith Chuckley, fantastic tournament. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much indeed. Nighthawk has just seen that we had an hour with the tower with Phil Hellmuth. Good to speak to him back in 2020 when we were all in lockdown.
Done a lot of them, didn't you, Tower?
Yeah, we did. All the best, Bradley Simpson. Gone home now, bust out the comp. I think you cashed, so well done. This final table's been delayed more times than an NFL game. You're not wrong. So Ricky Wood's advice is go to the filters and select running tourneys if you are looking for your PLO Summer Festival tournament that you are playing in. Hope that helps. 3 players left. They're chopped up. There's the money. 133 for Alex. Yu San Chan 83,300 and Richard Birchall 80,000 locked up. They're playing for £44,000 extra. So a 3-handed in Goliath. Still 20 players left in the cup.
Yeah, I saw. Dalsey's still in.
Is he?
Robbie Ball.
He had 7 bigs.
Robbie Ball's still in. And guess who's got a pretty hefty, I don't know if he's Chipley, but he had a very nice stack. The Mad Turk.
Ooh.
Still amongst it.
Mad Turk.
Hearts ask win the next week. Well, so if we lose one and we go heads up and they want another 20-minute break, there's going to be wars here.
Yeah. No, the sound's still not fixed, unfortunately. PK said we'd lose half an hour fixing it, and yet, unbeknown to us, if we'd have realised that with all the breaks and all the talks of chat and money and all that, we could have done it, but they decided not to. Sorry about the Dalek sound on the table.
So all in from G-Sun for 56 million. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he just wants to be precise with the stack sizes. Could be the case. We've all been there before when we have miscalculated someone's stack size. It shouldn't take no more than like 5-10 seconds, just visually looking at it. There's Alex here, 8-5 at diamonds. I'm going to let this one go on the button. You, Sam, would win the fashion contest, I agree. Looking very smart today on this FT. Down to the final three. Everyone's locked up. Live change in score. After the deal was done, just £44,000 to play for. Yeah, exactly, Stu. This is why everyone stacks their chips in the stacks of 20. Just so visually it's easy for your opponents to see how much you have in the stack. '23rd, it all kicks off, Fuzzy Bear. 23rd on the Wednesday. It starts with a mini and the, I think it's PLO side event. We can actually look after this hand. But it starts on the Wednesday the 23rd. We will be starting streaming on the 30th with the cash game. High roller day 2 on the Thursday as always. And then main event coverage throughout the weekend. Yeah, exactly, Stu. Maybe Rich doesn't play too much live poker. You don't know. Maybe he's not used to visually just counting stack sizes. Maybe one that doesn't play too much. But he's here, and he's locked up a life-changing score and potential to win another £44,000 still. He plays cash, says Adam on Twitch. Rich plays loads of live cash, Jay. That makes a bit of sense as well. Maybe that King-Queen jam that he definitely should have taken. That makes a lot of sense now, actually. Cash game players obviously never sit in 13 bigs deep, always 100 bigs plus at least. So maybe just not clued up on short stack strategy, what hands were meant to take as shoves, what hands were meant to fold. Makes a bit more sense. And then Stu Dawson, just in case it suddenly ends, thanks for another year of amazing coverage, entertainment and analysis. Thank you very much, Stu. As we go to the flop here of 8-5-3 with 2 hearts. So Richard flops best with middle pair. King 10 for Yusan. And open shove here on the button for 12 bigs. What I'd like to see from him, I'm going to go for the open. Or is he just counting his stack? Realise he's got 12 BBs and potentially move it in. It should be jamming, in my opinion here, free-handed. Playing for chips, 44k. Winner takes all. Like to see the send here from Yusan. Whether he finds it or not is a different question. I'm just going to go for open. Cheers, Mark. Yeah, we've had problems with the audio all final table. The guys have tried to work on it. It's just typical all week. Been running pretty smoothly, and then when we get to the FT, the gremlins appear, but not much we can do. We've dealt with it, and I think it's still been a terrific final table. Just one of them things. Unfortunately, it happens. There's not much we can do. Tower and I have really tried to just keep it going. I know there's been a lot of times that the sound has been cutting out, but we've just got on with it, Tower, and it's just what we got to do.
Yeah,
really.
PK's been under the table. He's been absolutely everywhere. He's on the computer. He doesn't know what it is. He did say that he could stop and start the stream, but that means we'd lose half an hour. So we didn't want to do that, especially at this late stage, and we didn't know. With all the deals that were going on and the talks of money and what have you, maybe we could have done, but we weren't to know that they were going to take forever. But hopefully it's not hindered it too much.
Jack of spades on the turn. Alex still best here with his pair of fives, and we're not really worried about too many Jack X holdings. It does proceed with check. I think going to be fine. And Yusan got a hand that can definitely just show down here, checking behind and off to the river. I'd love to see a value bet here from Alex, but he's gone for the check. And Yusan's going to have a pretty easy check behind here. With his oh, he has gone for value. Graphic error. Alex hasn't checked, so very nice from him. This is just recognising how we're going to have the best hand most of the time. Yusan, if he has a 10, he's probably going to start betting turn. Go after some threes, go after some ace highs. I think this is a really tidy value bet here from Alex on the end, and Yusan counting out calling chips. Doesn't look like a man that wants to fold. Like a lot bricks out as well. All the 4-6, 6-7, deuce 4, diamond draws, although we have removal to that. Maybe expects Alex to continue betting a 10 and not thinking he's going to go as thin as a 5 here on a river, but very tidy value bet in my opinion here. Once turn goes check, check, and then we get this lovely river pair of the jack. Everything bricks out. Get called by some 3x, some ace highs, maybe even some king high non-believers beating the lower down straight draws. Really mulling this one over. And does make the call, and Alex going to show the goods with the 9-5. Nice bit of value on the end from him. I've got to say as well, Tower, credit to the rail today.
Yes.
I think for the lads that are left in, they've all been sat there since the final table started, supporting their lads.
Indeed. Talking about the seniors, by the way, saying that the seniors still going on. You see how many played? 335.
Wow.
335 seniors. Amazing turnout. 335. Absolutely outstanding turnout. And they're down to 17. There's 15 left in the Cup. And there's 7 left in the APAC Championship as well.
Yeah.
So there's still plenty going on in the room. 5 million big blind. Is that a record?
Yep. This is the biggest level we have ever reached. 5 million big blind.
Yep.
And Alex here, a 7 suited, I think 20 effective, so just going to be open shoving, I assume. Does go for the shove.
Oh, ace 8.
Yeah, in tower.
In they going.
In it goes.
They're going in 9 bigs.
Alex going to shove.
Absolutely.
Any ace here, like ace 2 suited for ace 6 suited, we dominate. We'll have loads of like Broadway holders.
He says, all right, nod the head.
And Usam.
From Usam. Nod of the head. He says, I'm all in.
Oh wow, and Richard has 5s but can't call off with the 5s after this action in front, so does get out the way. So Alex in a dominated spot here, gonna need to find a 7.
So Usam gets a fist bump. Here's 7 of spades for Alex on the left. Usam stood up with the shirt and tie, looking dapper. The fist bumps there. Played in super spirits. 2 king 8s.
That will do it.
That's a beautiful flop.
For Usam, other than backdoor spades.
Yeah.
Running 7s.
Doesn't want to see a spade on the
It's
turn
going
for
to be
the sweat.
so close in terms of chips.
9
of spades on the turn though.
The 9 of spades.
Spoke too soon.
Listen to the rail if it's a spade.
Suddenly got 8 outs here, or 9 from his perspective. Spade is in the mark. River card. It's a jack of spades. You think you've got the double as Usam. And Alex goes running spades for the nut flush and up to 210 million. So going to have what I think is a 4-1 chip lead heads up here, Tower. Hopefully we're not going on break and we're just going to start the heads up straight away. I don't think I can handle another break, you Tower. How often do I say that? When have you ever heard me say that on stream?
I don't want another break, ever. The chips, as you can see there, huge chant locked up 83,300, and we will be cracking straight on, I'm pretty sure. The guys, there should not be a break.
When someone's got 5% equity on the flop logs, what do you want me to say? I don't expect the running spades to come off like that. I don't expect the sickness on the final table. Oh no, where are the players gone?
Well, we're not on a break. We can't be. They're having a quick 5-minute hug. Andy's moving them into 3 and 7. That should be it. And they're coming straight back.
Is that Nathan Slater at the back of the rail there in his little white hat? It just appears, Tower, whenever there's a final table.
What, you mean when there's hundreds of thousands of pounds to play for, Nathan Slater turns up?
He's walking off now in the white hat.
Is that what you say?
He comes over. I thought Nathan had gone home.
Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is. Whenever there's a $250,000 to play for, Nathan Slater's there. Oh, funny how last year they all tried to do a deal, it fell through and it was played out pure. And this one did a deal. It all depends on the people around the table. It all depends on whether they want to deal. We know there are a couple of really decent players. Obviously, Alex knows he's got the game. Minji, or Jimmy, he plays everywhere. He was in Vegas for the 10K. He plays absolutely everywhere. So we are cracking on straight away. Mike has just said there is no break.
Great decision.
There is no break. We are not having a break.
So straight in with the heads
up. So straight in. Straight in. No break.
Good.
There we go. We've just had a break. We've just come back. We've had 11 team breaks today. So we're... that's it.
No, not you.
So well done to these two. Great run from both. Whatever happens now, we've got Alex Todd with a 4-1 chip lead. Richard Birchall.
Jay, you're wrong. He never just appears. He just never disappears.
That's quite funny.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Alright, so here we go. 44k heads up battle. Alex Todd, Richard Birchall.
The only way the 44 is getting chopped is if the blinds get to become relatively close together. Big chip lead, 3-1 chip lead, Alex.
Yeah, 3-1, sorry. Thought Richard had closer to 50, okay.
Yeah.
Up to 73.
So if we go ace 8-5.
There's Alex with bottom pair here. Hard to make a pair. Strong hand heads up. I'm going to start with a check. 9 on the turn. Could have a little probe here as Alex for 1BB. Still with a pair, but just going to go on the hunt for showdown. 10 on the river. So first pot going to be going Alex's way, unless Richard does elect to bluff this. And Richard's got a really nice bluff candidate actually. Queen 7.
So there's the chip stacks that they cashed. 133,200 for Alex and Richard, £80,000. They're playing for 44. There was no time to even think about thinking about the 44 and what they're going to do with it. But a 3-1 chip lead, you think Alex would now play on. So here we go. Heads up for the title.
Where's the trophy? It's on the left. You can see
both
it.
of them on the left.
On the podium.
The big one you can hardly pick up. Have you ever tried picking it up?
Yeah, I think so.
Have you? You tried picking it up? You tried picking it up in the case? You need to be Garth.
9-5 for Alex here on the button. Like heads up, we can definitely play a lot of limps on the button. Strat is going to change. Heads up, poker. But want to be V-pipping close to 100%, but not quite 100%. Still don't need to continue these trash holdings. The 8-3 off, the 7 deuce off, so on. Get the idea. 9-5 I think is going to be fine. Right on the cusp. 9-4 we might just choose to let go.
King 6-3 flop. One bet and a win, hasn't it? Yeah, one bet, one win. So the big trophy on the left hand side stays in the casino with your name signed on it, etched forever, and the little one that's at the side of it is yours to keep, take home and stick on your mantelpiece. Well, I'm saying that, you still need a big mantelpiece, stick that on.
How big's your
It's like
mantelpiece?
the FA Cup. How big? I ain't got one. Just a dog to go on it. Nothing.
Get one of them podiums.
The only thing that's
nice.
on my mantelpiece is dust. Well, anything could happen as we know. Heads up. Ace 9, I'm all in, he says.
Yeah, easy for Richard.
Oh,
and
they're in.
snap for
Tens.
Alex.
Oh,
He's got tens. The rail runs
straight
over.
up onto, get me on the cook at it. Get me on that stage, he says.
The rail runs over.
Get me on that stage.
Just under 75% of the time, Alex is going to be the Goliath champion here. Just needing to fade an ace. Is this going to be it? What a spot to be in.
To the flop.
With the tens.
Clean as you like for the tens.
Queen 6-4, no troubles there. No runners for the ace 9, so just fading an ace twice.
It's a 4. If this is not an ace, these fans are going to go absolutely bonkers.
River card.
Listen to the roar.
Is a 4. Tens, 4's full of tens. Tens are good for Alex. And look at the rail behind. They are loving that. Tower, you better get off.
Oh yeah.
But that's it, guys. Tower's going to go out to the field, go have a chat with the players. But that is it from us. 11,493 entries for the day ones, a record breaker here in Coventry for Goliath 2023. 1,125 coming back for day two. That was whittled down to 44. Of them 44, the man leading the way, Alex Todd, has closed it out on day three, comes in with the chip lead, closes it out, and we have a new Goliath champion. FT was fun. We had some great stories. Nigel, credit to him on a free roll, getting 22k. Big shout out to Richard as well. Second place is an amazing feat in this tournament. But that is going to be it from us, guys. We're obviously going to have the trophy presentation and the interviews, but what a week it's been. Mystery bounty, over 1,100 runners in that, creating a prize pool of just under 450k. We had the Cup today with over 500 runners, nearly 70k up top in that. It's just been an unbelievable festival all round. And if you're not here you're next year, I don't know why you wouldn't be, because it's going to be another amazing festival. So Tower's out in the field, cameras are set and ready. We're going to be heading over shortly to Tower with the interviews and the trophy presentation. Just getting set. Big thanks to everyone in the chat. But we are going to hear from Richard and Alex, see what they have got to say. Just getting set and ready. But what an event. What a final table. Thought it was going to be thick and fast when the FT started, but it was 6-7 hours ready to go. Sorting the lighting out, making sure everything looks nice, and we are going to be heading down to the floor very shortly. So Alex taking the extra £44,000 on top of his 133. Richard is with the Tower now, and I think we're all set and ready to head over, guys. So we are going to send you down to the floor with the Tower.
And of 11,493. Great effort, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, not a bad run, eh?
Absolutely. Just quickly run through, was it a re-entry, one entry?
2, yeah, so 300 I was in for, yeah.
That's pretty good.
And actually, I mean, I've got a story for you. So Scott Meredith, who came second in the 1K,
yeah,
he was in the cash league that I play in, the same casino.
Yeah.
I sold my ticket, he free rolled into 80k. I sold mine, invested some of it in this, and here we are. So, I mean, Hill Street, I mean, yeah, don't play there.
Turned it into another 80,000.
That's it, yeah. So I tried to go one better, but it wasn't to be, yeah.
Yeah, it was obviously a massive, massive week. How many lives have you played before?
Quite a few, maybe 6 or 7, yeah. So I've only cashed one, actually. Yeah, I was a bit rusty last year, hadn't played for a while and done a few bullets, but been grinding for 6, 7, 8 months playing cash, and felt good, confident coming in. You know, in terms of my play, obviously you've got to run like a god, haven't you? So,
absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely. You need to not be unlucky, I suppose.
I mean, I guess the main difference I noticed in this tournament is that not so much the cards, but just that when I was ahead, I held every time, and you know, I didn't get any bad beats, and came from behind once over the 3 days, and yeah, good run.
Yeah, tough opponent.
Yeah, I mean, he had a chip lead, you know, for most of the final. Obviously, he knows what he's doing. I tried to make it tough for him. Last hand sort of plays itself, 3-1 chip advantage. Yeah, I was just looking for a spot for a lot of the time. I made a lay down earlier with Ace King that maybe some people didn't agree with, but you know, early on in the day, but it sort of ended up heads up. So
and then obviously 6-handed, we did a bit of slide chop. Happy with it?
Yeah, I got above ICM, so yeah, I was fighting for my deal. You know, I felt there was more play in the tournament. I didn't want to take a fixed amount, knowing that I've got an ability to carry on playing. So yeah, I was happy with my deal in the end, and yeah, I guess the best man won on the day.
Second place is a fantastic effort, and you get a big cheer from these. Richard Birchall, second in the biggest Goliath we've ever held. We'll swap him round. Well done, sir. Absolutely amazing. But we'll just bring in the champ. Yes, sir. Go.
Shout out to my friend Sophie for the merch. So I told her if I made day 3, I'd get some merch from her. So yeah.
Bless you, I love it. Nice one, Alex. Walking in with the biggest smile you've ever seen on any winner I've ever interviewed. That, we spoke last night.
Yeah, we did.
And we said you had a good day.
Had a good day.
Today has been a little bit better.
Yeah, it just more of the same, to be honest. Just run like God.
Yeah.
Played well, but yeah, I just run really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a fantastic rail.
Good rail. Good rail. They kept me going. It's been a slog, but yeah, they've all kept me going.
We had a bit of a sports book.
Yeah.
A couple of the lads had a little punt on you.
Yeah, a few people said they put some money on me, so I'm glad I can make people some money. That's good. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. How do you think you played over the week?
Really good, to be fair. I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but yeah, I crushed it. Like, tournaments are a lot of variance, but when it's your day, you got to make the most of it, and I did that. So yeah, I've been waiting a long time to have a big score. So
it was a great watch.
Yeah.
What was it, a bit tense to playing?
Yeah, like around the deal discussions and that, it was a bit tense. Like, I wasn't really up for a deal too much, so that discussion didn't go too well. But we came to a deal in the end, and it all went well. Everyone was happy, so yeah.
It was a fantastic world. We really enjoyed watching. But shaking your hand.
Thanks a lot.
First out of 11,493 is no mean feat.
Sounds like me.
Absolutely fantastic. We're just going to get the trophy from Mike Stevenson. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a massive round of applause for the winner of Goliath 2023 is Mr. Alex Todd. Absolutely outstanding effort. Amazing effort from this man. Amazing effort from everybody else. And Jay, please finish us off.
And that's that, guys, for the Goliath 2023. We are done. 9 days of streaming. We got there in the end, and I think we have crowned a worthy champion here in Coventry. Alex Todd taking home close to £180,000, 133 with a deal, plus the 44 from what was left to play for. Been brilliant, Tower, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, he said he played really good, and he had a good day yesterday, but just crushed it. He never seemed to really relinquish the chip lead, apart from 2 hands, and that was it. And it was just played fantastic. And like he said, I think I bossed it, and I think he did.
Yeah,
I really
agree.
do. I really do think he did. Really worthy winner of Goliath 2023. We've just got a bit of a bonus.
A bonus?
Yeah, we're going to do the 500 till the end. We get asked every year.
I left the oven on. I've left the oven on. Tower.
We get asked every year. How are we going to do this? Thanks to absolutely everybody for the last 9 days. It has been unbelievable. PK comes in first, goes home last, answers the most ridiculous questions for 6 months. He never puts any sarcastic comments on like we'd like to. Can I answer this one? Can I answer this one? Dave, Mikey, action tracking. Really, honestly, it's one of the toughest jobs. We say it every single week. It's one of the toughest jobs, and we only shout at them when it's wrong. And but they just sit there and they get it done. Absolutely amazing. Andy for putting it all together. This in the background that you can see, and all the stuff that keeps getting added. The takedown is now 7 hours instead of 2 that it used to be, but it looks a lot better. We don't mind. It's amazing. Cardroom Direct. And if you want a table, he's got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off next week. And he'll be looking for orders. Cardroomdirect.com. But Andy on the picture there is the man that puts it all together. Thanks to Dave running around the camera. There'll be footage on social media for the next month or so. He'll be doing that. And honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure working with this guy for Goliath again. It really has. And there's been a few little down moments, but not many. We've had a lot of laughs with you guys in the chat. You guys make our job so much easier. We have a laugh, and we do have a good time. And Nigel just shows when we give something away, you can turn it into chunks and chunks of money. He had an absolute free roll by winning one of our comps, and he ended up with £22,000. And it just shows how good he enjoyed the Goliath from start to finish. But thanks to you guys, it has been an amazing comp. Thanks to everybody in the chat. You make our job so much easier. We really do. We put in the hours and we have a good time. And obviously we've just crowned a brand new winner in Alex Todd. In 3 weeks' time, we're off to London.
Yes, we are.
For the next GUKPT. Follow us on Twitter, get notifications on all the YouTube, Twitch and Facebook, and then you'll know when we're streaming. But that is when we're back. We're back in London in 3 weeks' time. So we'll sleep until then, after working every hour that they've sent to us this week. But it's been an amazing job for an amazing team. Thanks to everybody out there. It has been absolutely superb. Really enjoy Goliath 2023, the record-breaking Goliath 2023. Anything to add?
No, I think you've summed it up perfectly, Tal.
Thanks ever so much for watching. From the A-Team, ta-ta.
Good night, guys.